Shadow Mountain presents Adventurers Wanted, Book 3, Albrek's Tomb, by M.L. Forman. This unabridged production is read for you by E.B. Stevens.
Adventurers Wanted, Book 3, Albrek's Tomb, by M.L. Forman. Chapter 1, A New Quest. The heat from the furnace was intense. Alex stood close, sweat dripping off his nose, as he watched the small porcelain bowl filled with several lumps of true silver ore. He was working in the smithy that his father had installed inside his magic bag. But no matter how hot the furnace got, the ore in the bowl simply would not melt. Alex moved back to the workbench, checking the book he'd been reading. Alex had taken up working in the smithy as a hobby on the advice of his teacher, Waylon Vankin. Focusing on something non-magical will give you a chance to work with your hands as well as relax your mind, Waylon had said. If you think about magic all the time, you might not notice the normal things that are going on around you. As Alex reread the page that explained how to work with true silver, he heard an odd tutting sound. He straightened up and looked around the room. The furnace hissed, the bellows pumped, and the true silver remained unchanged. He returned to the book, but he'd already read the information 3 times. He snapped it shut in frustration. Another sound met his ears, a soft "hum." He looked at the furnace again, but nothing had changed, and the sound wasn't repeated. He moved closer, checked the status of the true silver again, and finally shut off the water wheel that worked the bellows. The smithy was quiet, except for the furnace that continued to hiss and moan as it cooled. Alex carefully removed the bowl from the furnace and poured the lumps of true silver onto the sand-covered table. He tried to bend the lumps or twist them. He even took one piece to the anvil and hit it with a hammer, but nothing he did made a dent. The tutting sound came again, much louder now that the water wheel and the bellows had stopped. Alex felt someone, or perhaps something, was watching him. Turning slowly, he scanned the smithy. He was alone, but the feeling of being watched remained. "Who's there?" Alex asked out loud. Silence. "I know there's someone there," said Alex. "You might as well speak up, because I will find you, one way or another." He heard a soft humph from the far side of the room, a humph that said, "I doubt it." "Come now, show yourself," said Alex. "I won't hurt you." Again, there was no reply. Alex sent out a bit of magic to search the room as he tried once more to coax the hidden watcher out. "I'm being as nice as I can about this. Please, show yourself before I have to force you into the open." The silence remained, but Alex's magic had found something. There was a small creature standing behind the books on the far side of the room. Alex had no idea what the creature was, but he didn't think it was dangerous. "Very well. If you will not show yourself, I will have to use magic to force you into the open," said Alex. Another loud "hmm," which Alex took to mean, "I don't believe you will succeed, but feel free to try." "You asked for it," Alex muttered. Alex remained still and silent, letting the magic he had used to find the creature form into a magical rope around the creature's legs. As the rope took shape, Alex added a little more magic to the spell, but the creature must have noticed what was happening, because there was a gasp, followed by the sound of running feet. Alex was ready. The magic rope pulled tight, lifting the creature into the air and whisking it toward a large empty table in the middle of the room. Alex watched as his captive floated upside down above the tabletop. It looked like a 9-inch-tall dwarf.
"Get off of me! Let go!"
the creature shouted.
"I've done nothing wrong. I I claim the right of sanctuary in this bag.
The right of sanctuary? Who are you, and what are you doing here? Alex questioned.
I might ask you the same thing,
answered the creature.
I'll answer to Master Joshua and none other.
Joshua?
The master of the bag, Joshua Taylor,
said the creature, looking at Alex suspiciously.
I demand to see the master of the bag.
I'm the master of the bag, said Alex. I'm Alexander Taylor, Joshua Taylor's heir.
If you're the heir, then you should know who and what I am,
said the creature hotly.
Master Joshua wouldn't have given his bag to an heir and not told him about us.
My father didn't tell me anything about his bag, said Alex. He died when I was just a baby.
What? Died? What do you mean, died? I don't believe it. Not one word of it,
shouted the creature. It's true, said Alex.
Prove it,
the creature interrupted. Prove what?
I want proof that Master Joshua is dead and that you are, in fact, his heir.
I can give you my word.
A likely story. Just what a bag thief would say. Give you my word? Indeed. What's the word of a bag thief worth?
I'm no thief, said Alex angrily. I give you my word that what I've said is true, and if you're foolish enough to doubt the word of a wizard, then I'll have to expel you from my bag.
A wizard, you say? Oh, you've got some magic in you, that's plain enough to see, but you're no wizard. You're far too young. You've no staff and no familiar. You're not even wearing one of those funny robes that so many wizards like to wear.
Silence, Alex demanded. I am Alexander Taylor, wizard and adventurer. I am the son and heir of Joshua Taylor, and I do have a staff.
Oh, do you now? Well then, Mr. Wizard, be so kind as to show me your staff.
All right, I'll go and get it.
Go and get it, he says,
the creature sneered.
As if a wizard needs to go and get his staff. Ha!
Alex frowned at the insult. He'd only been a wizard for a couple of months, and he didn't need his staff very often, especially when he was home and not on an adventure. He closed his eyes for a moment, remembering the spell that would summon his staff to his hand. Opening his eyes, he held out his right hand, releasing the magic at the same moment. There was a sound like a rushing wind, and Alex's staff appeared in his open hand. The creature gasped, and Alex almost burst out laughing as its eyes grew large and its mouth tried to fall open but failed, because he was still upside down.
Oh, sir, 1,000 apologies,
the creature stammered as Alex finally turned him right side up and released him.
I had no idea. I mean, Master Joshua never said he...
Yes, I'm sure my father didn't get a chance to say a lot of things, said Alex. Now, will you tell me who and what you are?
Oh, yes, I'm Bobkin,
said the creature, snapping to attention.
Master Smitty and Keeper of the Sanctuary.
Master Smitty? Alex questioned.
Yes, sir.
Bobkin smiled with pride.
We're magical folk that work in smithies. I'm not surprised you've never heard of us. Not many people have. You may have heard of our cousins, though, the cobblers.
Cobblers? Oh, the little people who help make shoes, said Alex.
Shoes are what they are most known for, but they do all kinds of leather work. None better in the known lands,
said Bobkin. So do you do the same kind of thing, only with smithing work? Said Alex.
We do.
And you live here in this bag?
As Keeper of the Sanctuary, I have to stay,
answered Bobkin.
Of course, that could change now, what with Master Joshua gone.
Why would that change?
Your father was a kind man, sir, and he allowed us to set up a sanctuary here in his magic bag,
said Bobkin.
Smithies won't work just anywhere. We have to be invited, and the smith doing the inviting has to have some talent for the work. He has to see the work as something more than just a job. It takes the right attitude to be a great smith, and if a smith doesn't have it, we won't stay. There are times when we have no place at all to live."
"They have to see smith work as an art," said Alex in a thoughtful tone.
"Yes, an art,"
Bobkin agreed.
"Smith work can be one of the greatest arts, but so few smiths see it that way."
"I think I understand," said Alex. "So you had nowhere else to go, and my father let you stay in his bag?"
"Yes, sir, he did.
said Bobkin.
Only now he's not here, and since the bag is yours, it's up to you if we stay or go."
"We?" Alex questioned. "How many of you are there?"
There are only 3 of us here now, but there have been as many as 20 in the past. We live in the room behind the secret door,"
said Bobkin, pointing to the far side of the room. "What secret door?"
"The bookshelf in the far corner,"
said Bobkin.
"I can show you if you wish."
Maybe later," said Alex, not wanting to be distracted from the conversation.
"And the sanctuary?"
Bobkin questioned. "I suppose you'd better keep it," said Alex. "I'm sure my father had good reasons for letting you stay, and I won't go against his wishes."
"Oh, thank you, sir, thank you,"
said Bobkin.
"We are forever in your debt, and—"
"And?"
"Well, begging your pardon, sir, but if you'd like some instruction or help with your smithing work, we'd be only too happy to assist you,"
Bobkin said in a slightly nervous tone. "I could use some help," said Alex, glancing toward the true silver on the table.
"Not many know how to work the true silver,"
said Bobkin.
"The trick is to heat it slowly. If you put too much heat on it too fast, it hardens even more than it was to start with."
"Really? That's not what the book said."
"Well, I suspect that whoever wrote that book knew more about writing than they did about smithing,"
said Bobkin with a snort.
"Let me introduce you to my cousins, and then we can discuss the art of work in true silver."
Alex nodded, and Bobkin puffed up and let out a long, loud whistle. A moment later, the bookshelf at the back of the smithy moved slightly, and 2 small figures came hurrying out of the hidden room, one leading the other. They both stopped abruptly at the sight of Alex.
"It's all right,"
Bobkin said, gesturing them forward.
"This is Master Joshua's son and heir. He said we can keep the sanctuary." "Oh, thank goodness for that,"
said the smithy in the lead.
"Master Alexander Taylor,"
said Bobkin.
"let me introduce you to my cousins, Belkin and Dobkin." "A great honor,"
said Belkin with a bow.
"Dobkin."
Dobkin shouted at the wall.
Well, don't mind Dobkin,"
Bobkin said quickly.
"He had a bit of an accident and hasn't been himself for some time. Course, he's getting better. He remembers his name now. It's about the only thing he remembers, actually,"
Belkin said. What happened to him?" Alex questioned.
"Well, we're not sure,"
said Bobkin.
"Near as we can tell, he got hit on the head with an anvil. Or maybe a large hammer,"
Belkin added. "Is he all right? I mean, is there anything I can do?" Alex asked.
Most kind, but Dobkin's fine, or he will be,"
said Bobkin.
"Dobkin."
Dobkin shouted at the table.
"Bobkin's right. If you set Dobkin to work on something simple, he'll make a proper job of it,"
said Belkin.
"I just wish he'd stop shouting his name at everything." "Maybe you'd better take Dobkin back to the sanctuary,"
Bobkin suggested. "Do accidents like Dobkin's happen very often?" Alex questioned as Belkin guided the confused Smitty toward the bookshelf.
No, not often,"
Bobkin answered.
"And I'm sure Dobkin will come out of it sooner or later."
"I hope so," said Alex. "He doesn't look like he can take care of himself."
"Oh, he'll be fine, especially under the protection of the sanctuary,"
said Bobkin.
"Now, about working with true silver."
Alex was soon deep in discussion with Bobkin about working not only with true silver, but also with all kinds of other metals. The smithy was a fountain of information, and Alex had to ask him to slow down once or twice while he got things straight in his mind. The discussion went on for a long time and only ended when Alex's stomach grumbled and he realized how hungry he was. "I'll come back and practice as soon as I can," Alex promised as he prepared to leave.
"Whenever you have time, Master Alex,"
said Bobkin with a wave.
"we'll be here, ready and willing to help."
As soon as Alex left the magic bag and returned to his room, he heard a loud dinging noise and saw a bottle-necked Geeb waiting on his desk. The strange bowling pin-shaped creature balanced on the edge of the table, tilting slightly to one side on its single bird-like leg. "Oh, sorry. Have you been waiting long?" Alex questioned.
Ding!
"Couldn't you have delivered the message to me inside my bag?" Honk. "You can't enter magic bags?"
Ding!
Honk. Alex thought for a moment, trying to understand the conflicting answers. "You can enter a magic bag, but only if I give you permission to do so?" he ventured.
Ding!
"Then I give all Geebs permission to enter either of my magic bags to deliver and take messages from me," said Alex.
Ding!
"Do you have a message for me today?"
Ding!
"May I have it, please?"
Ding!
The Geeb produced a large envelope. Alex recognized Waylon Vankin's handwriting on the envelope, and he quickly tore it open to read the letter inside. It read, "Dear Alex, I've been invited to join a new adventure in Thraxon, but find that I don't have the time. I've suggested to the leader of this adventure that you might be willing to take my place. If so, please meet the leader tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock at Mr. Clutter's shop. I don't know all the details of this adventure, so if after your meeting you don't like the sound of it, don't go. After all, it's an invitation and not a demand. I would, however, ask that you let me know what you decide regarding the adventure, and that if you go, you keep me updated as to your progress. Yours in fellowship, Waylon. P.S. The council was very impressed when I told them about your staff. We are considering it as your 5th great wizarding task. P.P.S. I know we talked about your coming to live in Aluja, and I found a wonderful place for you, if you are still interested. Think about it, and let me know." Excitement flooded through Alex. This was an opportunity to go back to the magical lands that had become an important part of his life. A chance to explore a new place, meet new friends, and hopefully reunite with some of his old friends. He felt honored that Waylon had suggested him as a replacement, and he hoped the adventure would be an interesting one. He had a different feeling, though, when he read the second P.S. The idea of living in Aluja made him nervous and happy. Waylon had mentioned the possibility after Alex's last adventure, but Alex had thought it would be some time before anything actually happened. The Geeb dinged loudly, interrupting his thoughts. "Oh, sorry," said Alex, looking at the Geeb. "Have you been paid?"
Ding!
"Waiting for an answer then, are you?"
Ding!
"All right, hang on a minute." Grabbing some paper, Alex quickly wrote a note to Waylon. He said that he would be happy to meet the leader of this new adventure and at least listen to what he had to say. He also thanked Waylon for suggesting him and promised to send updates if he accepted the adventurer's bargain. He hesitated for a moment and then added that he would need to think about the move to Aluja, but that he'd let Waylon know as soon as he decided. "Can you take this to Waylon Vankin?" Alex asked, holding the letter out for the waiting Geeb to take.
Ding!
The Geeb answered and accepted the letter. "And here is your payment for my reply," added Alex, tossing a fair-sized diamond in the air.
Ding!
The Geeb caught the diamond in midair and then produced several gold and silver coins as change. With a small popping sound, the Geeb disappeared, leaving Alex alone to consider Waylon's letter. Alex wanted to tell his stepfather what was happening and ask for his advice about moving to Aluja, but it was already late, and Mr. Roberts was probably in bed. The conversation would have to wait until morning. "But you've only been back 2 months," said Mr. Roberts the next morning when Alex told him about the adventure. "Most adventurers take at least 3 to 6 months off between adventures, sometimes even longer." "Yes, but I'm not just an adventurer anymore," said Alex. True, said Mr. Roberts. "I suppose wizards aren't normal adventurers. I'm just worried you might be doing too much. Back-to-back adventures and plans to move to Illusia. That's a lot to deal with, even for a wizard." "I'm sure Waylon knows what he's doing," said Alex. "I feel ready for a new adventure, but if this adventure doesn't sound good, well, I won't go. I can wait a while before deciding about Illusia." "Well, I don't want you thinking you have to move just because Vanken suggested it," said Mr. Roberts. "You've got a lot going on, Alex. Whatever you do, make sure it is something you want to do, and then make sure that you are ready to do it." "I'll be fine," said Alex, "and I'll try not to overdo anything." "All right, then," said Mr. Roberts. "And if you do decide to move to Illusia, you'll always be welcome here, even if you just need a place to rest for a time." "Thank you," said Alex with more feeling than he'd ever said it before. After breakfast, Alex left his stepfather's tavern and headed to Mr. Clutter's adventure shop. He knew he'd be early for his appointment, but he wanted some time to talk with Mr. Clutter before meeting the leader of this new adventure.
"Oh, back so soon, Master Taylor?" questioned Mr. Clutter as Alex entered the shop.
"I was asked to come," said Alex. "Master Vanken has asked me to stand in for him and at least listen to the leader of a new adventure."
"Oh, yes, of course," said Mr. Clutter. "But I'm sorry to say that the leader of that particular adventure has just gone in with someone else, so they might be a while."
"Well, I'm a bit early," said Alex, checking the clock on Mr. Clutter's wall. "I was hoping you might have a few minutes to tell me what other adventures are getting started right now."
"Other adventures?"
Mr. Clutter questioned.
"But if you've been asked to go on this one, I don't see—"
"I've been asked, but I'm not sure I'll be going," said Alex. "I thought it would be a good idea to see what else is happening, just in case."
Sound wisdom, that," said Mr. Clutter. "I'll fix some tea and we can have a chat, unless, of course, you'd like something besides tea."
"Whatever you have will be fine," answered Alex. Mr. Clutter hurried from the room but was back almost immediately, carrying his large silver tea set. He started talking about adventures even before he'd seated himself behind the counter. Alex was used to the way Mr. Clutter often carried on, and he sat back and listened to everything the adventure salesman had to say.
"Oh, now that's odd,"
Mr. Clutter said as he shuffled through some papers. "What's that?" Alex questioned.
Well, an adventure has been requested, but with a high level of secrecy attached to it," said Mr. Clutter in a slightly nervous tone. "Not that being secretive is so strange."
"No, I'm sure a lot of adventures are that way," said Alex.
"Exactly. No, the odd thing is that the requester is asking that no one from Thraxon be told about this adventure. Now that seems very odd to me, as Thraxon is where the adventure is going to take place."
"That is strange," said Alex. "But as I'm not from Thraxon, could you tell me as much as you can?" But before Mr. Clutter could say much about the adventure, a familiar voice interrupted them.
"I'm sure you'll like the rest of our company,"
the voice said from the back of the shop.
"A good group so far, and I have great hopes that our 7th member will be a wizard."
"I'm sure the group will be fine," answered a second voice. Alex recognized the first voice as his friend Thrang, and he wondered why Waylon hadn't told him that the dwarf would be leading the adventure.
"All settled, then?"
asked Mr. Clutter as Thrang emerged from behind the curtains.
"Anything else you need?"
"We are all set, thank you,"
said Thrang, turning to look at Mr. Clutter and spotting Alex instead.
"Alex! I mean, Master Taylor. So good to see you again."
"No need to be so formal," Alex laughed, moving forward to shake Thrang's hand, but getting a bear hug instead.
Well now, as you're here, allow me to introduce Mistress Katrina Dyad,
said Thrang, nodding to the young woman who'd followed him through the curtains.
She goes by Cat, and she comes from Barkia. Cat, allow me to present my friend, Master Alexander Taylor.
The wizard, Cat said, bowing to Alex. A pleasure, said Alex, returning the bow. He couldn't help but notice the faint glow of magic around her.
Well,
said Thrang, looking quickly from Cat to Alex and back.
I suppose I should explain this adventure to Master Taylor then.
As you wish, said Alex. I will see you and tell us, Cat said to Thrang. I have much to do before this adventure begins.
Yes, of course,
said Thrang, bowing slightly as Cat left the shop. He turned to Alex.
Now then, Alex, shall we?
After you. Thrang led Alex to the hidden rooms at the back of the shop. They both settled into the comfortable chairs.
So, tell me about your staff and everything that's happened since we parted company,
Thrang said. The adventure first, said Alex. We'll have time to catch up after.
As you wish,
Thrang said, stroking his beard. He paused to gather his thoughts.
This adventure is a quest to recover the Ring of Searching, which has been lost for almost 2,000 years.
2,000 years? Alex repeated in surprise.
I really shouldn't say lost, said Thrang. The owner of the ring didn't lose it after all, and 2,000 years sounds like a long time, but to dwarves it's only, 10 generations, more like 200 years to humans.
I never thought of it like that, said Alex. So why do we need to look for this ring if it isn't really lost?
Ah, a good question,
said Thrang.
Albrek, the ring's owner, is who we are really searching for. Well, the tomb of Albrek would be even more correct. You see, Albrek was a great dwarf lord. In fact, because of the Ring of Searching and its ability to find new mines, Albrek was one of the richest dwarf lords.
Find new mines?
Oh, of course,
said Thrang with a grunting laugh.
You can only mine in one place for so long before the mine runs out of whatever is in it. Albrek's ring was used to find new mines, the best mines. Albrek went looking for new mines about 2,000 years ago, and he hasn't been seen since. Now the primary mines of Thraxon are beginning to dry up, and King Thorgood, the ruler of the dwarf realm of Thraxon, wants the ring to find new mines.
Surely your people can find mines without the ring, said Alex.
Well, of course we can,
said Thrang.
But it takes a lot of work, and only about 1 in 20 mines found that way is a really good mine.
I see, said Alex, considering everything Thrang had told him. Do you have any idea where the tomb of Albrek might be?
Details are a bit sketchy, to be honest, but we know the 3 places that Albrek had planned to look for new mines. Of those 3, we've narrowed it down to the best one. Of course, he may have looked somewhere else, but at least we have a starting point.
How many adventurers are going on this quest?
7,
Thrang answered,
including our friend Archon. I've also talked King Osric into letting young Thrain come with us. You've already met Cat, of course, and I believe you met Master Nellis on your last adventure.
It seems there is only one adventurer left for me to meet, said Alex, laughing. Though I don't know Nellis very well, and I only just met Cat.
That may be, laughed Thring. But I'm guessing you know more about her than most would even after so short a meeting.
Yes, said Alex, remembering the magical aura he'd sensed around her. Cat is a seer. I think she will be very helpful on your adventure.
You sound as if you're not coming along, said
Thrang, worried. Well, I haven't decided yet. I haven't heard about the agreement yet, and Waylon advised me to think carefully before agreeing to anything.
Master Venken is most wise, said Thrang. It was out of respect for him that I asked him to join our quest, but I am happy he passed the request on to you.
"Then the agreement, if you please," said Alex.
"Since you are a wizard and a warrior, I can offer you 5 shares in 22,
said Thrang, sounding concerned that Alex might not agree.
"The primary treasure for this quest is not set. King Thorgood has promised 1/10 of all profits from all new mines found with the ring within the first 5 years.
"That could be a huge amount of treasure," said Alex, stunned by the generous offer.
"Yes, it could,"
said Thrang with a nod.
"And there's a good chance of secondary treasure as well. Anything we find along the way or in Albrek's tomb is ours to keep. We will divide all secondary treasure equally between the company."
"And how will the primary treasure be paid?" Alex questioned. "I mean, how will Thorgood deliver so much treasure over 5 years?"
"Well, that is a bit of a problem,"
Thrang admitted.
"Thorgood has agreed to either deliver each member's share to Tellus on a yearly basis, or to hold their shares in Thraxon for them. And remember, the payment isn't just for 5 years. It's for a share of all the mines found in the first 5 years after the Ring of Searching is returned. The mines will likely produce for several 100 years, probably much longer than that, so the shares will be delivered to named heirs for as long as the mines remain active."
Alex thought for a long time before speaking. The amount of treasure they were talking about was almost beyond reason. He didn't really need any more treasure, but he did wonder about Thorgood's arrangements. There was also something else about Thraxon he wanted to know, something to do with the secret adventure Mr. Clutter had mentioned. But he decided that now wasn't the right time to ask, and the thought slipped to the back of his mind. "Very well," said Alex. "Before I agree, I must ask something of you."
"If it is in my power, I will do whatever you ask,"
said Thrang in a serious tone. "I still carry 5 lost bags. One of the heirs lives in Thraxon, or so the bagmaker told me. I would like to return the bag to the lost adventurer's heir if I can." Thrang nodded solemnly.
"Ah, yes. We will make time for that noble deed. Do you know where the heir lives?"
"In the city of Khazad-Sin," said Alex. "Do you know it?"
"I do," said Thrang. "Khazad-Sin is one of the largest dwarf cities in Thraxon. We will almost certainly pass through it on our quest. You will easily be able to return the bag."
"Then you had best show me where to sign," said Alex. "Then we can go to Tellus, and I can answer all your questions about my latest adventure."
"Oh, wonderful," said
Thrang.
"I am pleased and proud that you'll be coming along with us."
Alex signed the agreement. He was excited to be going on another adventure, and happy that so many of his friends would be joining him. Thrang led Alex back to Mr. Clutter's office, handed Mr. Clutter the signed agreement, and asked him to file it for him.
"Oh, yes, another adventure is underway,"
Mr. Clutter said happily.
"Which way, then?"
Thrang asked, cutting off Mr. Clutter before he could get going.
The back door, I think. Unless, of course, you'd rather use the wardrobe."
The back door will be fine," Thrang said quickly. "The wardrobe always ruins my appetite."
"Very well, then,"
said Mr. Clutter, moving to the back of his shop to open the door for them.
"I wish you the best of luck. I'm sure you will find success."
"Thank you,"
said Thrang with a bow as he stepped through the doorway. Alex didn't say anything, but simply smiled at Mr. Clutter before following Thrang. Almost instantly, he was standing in a green field just outside of Tellus. He took a deep breath of fresh air and almost burst into laughter. It was time to start a new adventure. Chapter 2. Reunion.
"So you've taken your staff,"
said Thrang as he and Alex walked toward Tellus. "Waylon thought I should," Alex said with a shrug. "So I did, though I must admit, I wasn't as sure as Waylon was."
"If Waylon Vankin thinks you're ready for a staff, you're ready,"
Thrang said matter-of-factly.
"Old Vankin knows more than most."
He sighed.
"Hafton told me a little about your last adventure. Oh, I wish I'd been able to go with you.
How is your cousin Halfdan? Alex questioned. Why isn't he coming along on this adventure?
Halfdan's taken my place as minister, Thrang laughed. Oh, somebody had to take over the trade agreements with Vogland after all.
And is he happy about that? Alex asked, remembering how Halfdan had laughed at the thought of Thrang as a minister.
Well, not really. He'll be in charge of the trade expedition and all the details, which he is nervous about. Still, the job will be good for him, I think. Teach him a bit of responsibility, and he'll get to travel to Vogland, which will make him happy.
Alex and Thrang talked as they continued to walk. Thrang seemed completely happy to discuss the business in the dwarf realms, and didn't ask Alex about himself or his new status as a true wizard. Alex was relieved, because that meant he could answer all of his friends' questions at one time when they reached the Golden Swan.
Alex!
An excited voice called as Alex and Thrang approached the swan. Alex's young dwarf friend, Thrain, rushed down the tavern steps, but at the bottom he suddenly skidded to a stop and looked completely unsure of what to do next. Alex could see that Thrain hadn't changed much since he'd last seen him in Vogland, and he had to smile at Thrain's boundless enthusiasm and excitement. I see that my friend the Oracle told you what you wanted to hear, said Alex.
Oh, yes, Thrain said happily. I was going to tell you before, but the Oracle said not to.
You were wise to listen, said Alex. And now you're off on your first adventure.
Yes,
said Thrain breathlessly.
Master Silversmith has been kind enough to accept me on this adventure. He's also been very generous by helping me prepare and buying all my equipment.
Spending more of your fortune on first-time adventurers, I see, said Alex, winking at Thrang. Which reminds me, I still owe you for my first adventure.
A debt you have repaid several times over,
answered Thrang with a laugh, gently patting the magic bag at his side.
After all, we did collect a fair amount of treasure on our last adventure together. Most of it because of you, I might add. And I don't have you and Andy to help me spend my gold anymore.
The three of them climbed up the steps of the Golden Swan and entered the tavern. Alex looked around, hoping to see his elf friend Archon, but the main room was empty.
We'll meet the others for the midday meal, said Thrang, walking toward the bar. And you can tell us about your last adventure once we're all together.
Alex relaxed next to Thrang at the bar and asked Thrain about the dwarf realm of Vogland and for news of the friends Alex had made there during his first adventure. Thrain told him that King Osric, who was Thrain's grandfather, was still uncomfortable with all the ceremony that went along with being king, which didn't surprise Alex at all. Umbar and his family were doing well since Alex had returned his father's lost magic bag to him. Thrain also told Alex that hundreds of people had started moving east now that the evil dragon Slathbog had been destroyed.
I met your friend Sindar, said Thrain. He told us a little about your last adventure. Did you really kill all those goblins?
We really should wait for the others, said Alex. But yes, we did kill quite a few goblins in Norseland. Alex could see that waiting until midday before asking questions was going to be hard for Thrain. He fidgeted in his chair and kept looking toward the front door, as if hoping the rest of the company would appear. Thrain's excitement reminded Alex of his own first adventure, and he smiled to himself. Fortunately for Thrain, the wait was not a long one. The other members of the company soon arrived, and Thrang immediately led them all to a private dining room in the back.
Master Taylor, I believe you know everyone here except Barnabas,
said Thrang after introducing Cat to the rest of the company.
Barnabas Martin,
a man said, extending his hand.
I'm from Nesca, and I'm very honored to meet you.
The honor is mine, said Alex, shaking Barnabas's outstretched hand. Thrang seemed a little unhappy that Barnabas hadn't waited for the formal introduction, but didn't say anything. Instead, he simply rang the bell that would bring their meal.
We'll talk about our upcoming adventure this evening, said Thrang. For now, I think many of us would enjoy hearing about Alex's last adventure.
And I have a few questions for all of you as well, said Alex. Alex spent most of the meal answering questions and telling stories. Thrain and Archon had the most questions because they had known him longest, but even Thrain and Nellis asked several questions. It wasn't until they almost finished their meal that Alex managed to ask his friends about themselves. I wish I had been able to join your last adventure, said Archon. I would have liked to have seen Skeld and Tayo tamed.
As would I, Thrain added with a grunt, though Hafton has told me all about the weddings and about what you did in Oslansk.
I did only what was needed, said Alex with a laugh, and I believe it's done some good.
A great deal of good, I should think,
Thrain agreed. Alex stood from the table. My apologies, but there is another friend I would like to see as well. Cherie is fine, said Archon with a knowing smile. I'm sure she is, but I'd like to see her all the same, said Alex, and he excused himself from the company. Alex left the Golden Swan through the front doors and walked quickly to the stables. A soft whinny greeted him as he entered, and he smiled as he moved toward his horse. Ah, Cherie, Alex said to his silver-gray horse, I hope you are well rested and ready for the road once more. Cherie whinnied again and nuzzled his shoulder. Alex had missed his horse as much as he had missed his other friends, maybe even more. For several minutes he stood stroking her neck and remembering their travels together. He was fond of Cherie, but he worried that she might be getting too old for adventures. She was a good horse, but Alex knew she couldn't go on forever. After making sure Cherie had plenty of food and water, Alex returned to the Swan. The group had finished eating and were discussing some last-minute preparations for the adventure. Archon needed some new clothes and invited Alex to join him. Thrain, Nellis, and Barnabas were heading for the blacksmith shop, so Thrain could buy his first weapon. Kat had already left, though she hadn't said where she was going. You are a true wizard now, Archon said, walking beside Alex. Waylon must be pleased. Yeah, he is. And he asked you to take his place on this adventure. He said he didn't have time right now, answered Alex. He didn't say why he didn't have time, but that's not unusual. I'm sure he's busy with other matters. Whatever his reasons, I'm glad he asked me to fill in. Alex and Archon continued to talk while they were shopping for clothes. After buying several sets of clothes and 2 new pairs of boots, Alex felt that he was ready to go. As he and Archon left the clothing shop, however, he saw something that made him change his mind. I'd like to stop at the apothecary's shop and buy a few things, said Alex, just in case. Your study of potions has been progressing then, said Archon. Have you tried many of the potions from the book Ionin gave you? A few. I haven't had the time or the ingredients to try most of them. Then might I suggest a stop at the bag maker's first? Why? Do you need a new room? No, but you will be able to keep fresh ingredients longer if you have a greenhouse, Archon said with a smile. That's an excellent idea, said Alex. How is your dragon's bane plant doing? Archon questioned in a low voice. It's grown quite a bit. It seems to be thriving inside my bag. The magic in the bag is probably helping, said Archon, though a greenhouse may allow it to bloom. That would be good, said Alex, remembering how useful the dragon's bane plant had been in the past. Alex and Archon made a detour to the bagmaker's shop, talking as they went. The bagmaker was pleased to see them both and quickly added a greenhouse and a second expanding room to Alex's bag, which now had 10 rooms in all. Archon asked Alex about the extra room as they left the shop. On my last adventure, there were times when it would have been very useful to have a second expanding room, Alex said. Surely you haven't gathered that much treasure already, Archon said, sounding serious but smiling. No, though I have quite a bit more than you might guess, Alex answered. My father's bag already held a large amount of treasure, which I haven't had time to sort and move. Your father? Archon questioned, looking confused. As they walked back to the apothecary's shop, Alex explained what had happened after his first adventure, and what he had learned about his father and his stepfather both being adventurers. I see, said Archon thoughtfully. I do remember an adventurer named Taylor, though I never travelled with him." "He went on many adventures," said Alex proudly. "Mr. Roberts told me about a few of them already." "Mr. Roberts," Archon repeated. "That name also sounds familiar. I'm sure I never travelled with him either, but still, they are both somehow familiar to me." "They are common names," said Alex. "I'm sure there have been other adventurers with similar names." "I'm sure," said Archon, still looking thoughtful. "And, of course, there are many adventurers whom I have never met." Alex entered the apothecary's shop and was amazed by what he saw. The shop was much larger than it looked from the outside, and it was filled with rows and rows of fascinating and magical items. Alex wandered up and down the aisles, collecting items that he'd only read about until now. It wasn't long before he had a massive pile of things sitting on the shop's counter, and the apothecary was looking happy, but a little troubled as well. Alex knew several of the items he wanted to buy could be dangerous, if not downright deadly. Fortunately, he knew how to use all of them, or at least most of them, and he wanted to have as many supplies available to him as possible on his adventure. Once Alex had gathered his supplies, he asked the shopkeeper about live plants. The shopkeeper nodded and led Alex and Archon through a back door into a huge greenhouse. It was warm and damp inside, and it smelled like springtime. With Archon's help, Alex quickly found several plants for his own new greenhouse, and he added them to the items already on the counter.
"A strange selection,"
said the apothecary, looking over the items Alex had chosen.
"I would say you are either a healer or a wizard."
Both," said Alex. The apothecary looked at Alex in disbelief.
"Well then, you'll know I'll need to see your stuff before I can sell you any of this."
"As you wish," said Alex, reaching for his magic bag. He withdrew his black staff that had been woven with silver and gold patterns and showed it to the apothecary.
"Oh, my, yes, of course."
The apothecary's face turned red.
"My apologies, Master Taylor. I didn't know it was you."
"No apology is necessary," said Alex. "How could you have possibly known who I am?" The apothecary stammered.
"Master Venken mentioned... I heard that you... well..."
"It seems your reputation has preceded you," Archon said to Alex in a low voice. "It's quite all right," Alex said to the shopkeeper. "No harm's been done." The apothecary swallowed and said,
"Let me see. Some of these items are a bit expensive. Would you prefer to buy them or trade for them?"
"Trade?"
"I am always looking for supplies for my shop," said the apothecary. "Some items are extremely hard to come by. If you like, I'll give you a list of items that are always in short supply."
"That would be nice," said Alex. "I might have something to trade, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry," the apothecary said brightly. "I haven't introduced myself. I'm Trevander Fern."
"Mr. Fern, I do have something you might find of interest." Alex reached for his magic bag again and extracted his dragon's bane plant, which had grown to the size of a small bush.
Oh my,"
said Mr. Fern, his eyes growing large. "I don't want to trade the entire plant," Alex said quickly. "However, I could divide it and let you have half."
"Oh, you are most kind," Mr. Fern beamed. "Dragon's bane is incredibly hard to come by after all. I mean, a single seed is worth at least 10 gold coins, if you can even find one. And a flower, well, I haven't seen a flower in years."
"Sadly, I don't have any seeds or flowers at the moment," said Alex. "However, with proper care, I'm sure you could coax this plant to bloom in time."
Yes, of course," said Mr. Fern. "Let me get a pot, and then we'll discuss prices."
As Mr. Fern rushed off to find a pot, Alex heard Archon laughing quietly. "What's so funny?" "I feel your treasure room is about to grow larger," said Archon. "Why?" "The dragon's bane plant is worth much more than all the items you've selected," said Archon. "Even a plant this small could make an apothecary rich." "I see," said Alex. I knew it was rare, but I didn't think it was that valuable." Mr. Fern quickly returned, smiling and looking from Alex to the dragon's bane plant. Alex nodded and carefully divided his plant into 2 large pieces. Shaking the loose dirt from one of the pieces, Alex handed it to Mr. Fern. Mr. Fern carefully put his half of the plant into its new part. Brushing the dirt from his hands, he said, "I suppose a price needs to be agreed upon." Alex nodded, taking into consideration what Archon had told him about the plant's worth. After several minutes of discussion and a few remarks from Archon, Alex and Mr. Fern shook hands on a price. Alex stored all of his new items in his magic bag, while Mr. Fern hurried to the back to get the money he owed Alex. "I didn't think I'd make money on this trade," said Alex, slightly embarrassed. "It is a fair price," Archon said. "Hopefully Mr. Fern will have success with this plant, and it will not be so rare in the future." "That would be nice," Alex agreed. "The plant has wonderful healing powers and is useful in dozens of potions." "I know a few of them," said Archon, "though I will not pretend to be an expert on potion making." Mr. Fern soon returned, carrying 2 bags with him. 100 gold in each, and as much again if and when the plant blooms." "Oh, you are most generous," said Alex, accepting the 2 bags. "Oh, not at all," said Mr. Fern. "A fair price and a wonderful trade. Now, let me see. Yes, here is a list of items that are always in demand at my shop. You can trade them at any apothecary shop in the known lands, but I would be in your debt if you could bring any items you find here to trade." "Oh, thank you very much," said Alex, taking the list from Mr. Fern. "I will, and when I return to Tellus, I would like to see how your new plant is doing." "Yes, of course. You're always welcome here, Master Taylor." Alex returned his staff and the gold to his bag and said goodbye to Mr. Fern. He was pleased with the trade and hoped that Mr. Fern's half of the Dragon's Bane plant would thrive. As they left the shop, Archon looked over Mr. Fern's list of items. "He was good enough to suggest trade values," Archon said, handing the list back to Alex. "Not all apothecaries are so honest." "You're not thinking of changing professions, are you?" said Alex. "It looks like good money can be made by supplying apothecaries." Archon laughed, but did not reply. Alex, of course, knew that Archon had a great deal of treasure in his magic bag, and that money was not a concern for the elf. The 2 of them walked back to the Golden Swan, talking casually. As they waited for the rest of the company to return for the evening meal and the official start of the adventure, Alex told Archon more about his last adventure. He told Archon about the brownies he had met and how they had helped save the adventure. Archon laughed at the story and promised not to mention the brownies to anyone. "So you've met Sindar," Archon said when Alex had finished his story. "Do you know him?" Alex asked. "No, though I do know about him, as he is well known among all the elves." "I thought he might be," said Alex. "I could tell that he was old, even for an elf." "Indeed he is," said Archon. "Sindar is one of the eldest who still remain in the known lands." Alex and Archon's discussion about Sindar was interrupted as the rest of the company appeared. Thrain led everyone back to the dining room they'd used earlier that day. Thrain seemed happier than he had been before, if that were possible, and Alex guessed that he had found an excellent weapon at Mr. Blackburn's. Thrain took his seat at the head of the table and gestured for Archon to sit at his left and Alex at his right. Once the entire company was seated, Thrain cleared his throat.
"You all know the goal of our adventure," said Thrain. "We have one first-time adventurer with us, so I will ask you all to help him learn as much as he can. Master Taylor is also carrying a lost bag and wishes to return it to the adventurer's heir, who lives in the city of Khazad-Sin. Since we will pass through the city as we travel, I have promised Alex time to return the lost bag."
Thrain paused, letting his words sink in. Returning lost bags was the sworn duty of all adventurers, as well as an honor and a burden. After a moment, Thrain rang a golden bell. Servants appeared carrying pitchers. They filled mugs for the entire company, then left the pitchers on the table and departed.
"I will ask you all to drink with me,"
Thrang said, raising his mug.
"To the adventure, to the bargain, and for luck."
"The adventure, the bargain, and luck," the rest of the company repeated, and they all drank from their mugs.
"We leave for Thraxon in the morning,"
said Thrang, setting his mug back on the table. He rang the bell once more, and the servants instantly appeared with their meal, departing as quickly as they had come. "Archon told me this is your first time as a leader," Alex said softly to Thrang as they ate. "I'm honored to be going with you."
"You are very kind, my friend,"
said Thrang.
"I never thought I'd be leading an adventure, you know, but King Thorgod insisted."
"I suppose this means you won't be retiring any time soon," Alex said with a smile.
"Perhaps not," said Thrang, "though I might follow Scaledon Tyre's example and find myself a wife. It's time I started thinking about an heir."
"Don't tell Halfton," Alex laughed. "He was very disturbed by the love-struck way Scaledon Tayo acted when we saw them in Norseland." Thrang chuckled but didn't reply. Alex turned his attention to his meal and the rest of the company. Nellis asked a few more questions about Alex's last adventure. Kat seemed interested in hearing more about Alex's friendship with Waylon and wanted to know about the acts of wizardry he had done before taking his staff. Barnabas and Thrain were both happy just to listen, though Thrain would often blurt out a question in pure excitement. As they finished their meal and started for the door in their beds, Alex pulled Nellis aside. "How is Tara?" Alex asked softly. "Much happier since she met you, my friend," said Nellis, his eyes shining brightly. "I've never seen such a change in a person, and I'm very glad for it." "As am I," said Alex. The two of them hurried to catch up to their companions, who had already moved out of the dining room. Alex would be sharing a room with Thrain, which pleased them both. "Don't let your excitement get the best of you," said Alex as they climbed into their beds. "Try to stay calm and pay close attention to what you're told."
"That's exactly what the Oracle said,"
Thrain laughed.
It's so exciting. I hope I do well. Grandfather will be so pleased if this adventure is a success."
"I'm sure you'll do fine." Alex turned down the lamp next to his bed. "And I'm sure we'll find some success as well."
"Oh, do you really think so?"
Thrain asked, showing no signs of being tired.
"I mean, with so many experienced adventurers, I suppose we should. But I am a little nervous. What if the Ring of Searching is lost forever?"
"Sleep," said Alex in a soft tone. "We'll find out soon enough if the ring is where Thrang suspects it to be."
"Well, yes, I suppose so,"
said Thrain, turning down his own lamp.
"But what if we don't find any treasure at all?"
"The amount of treasure we find has little to do with the adventure's success," Alex said sternly. Then he softened his tone. "But don't worry, I'm sure we'll find some treasure." Thrain didn't answer, but Alex knew he was still awake. Alex understood Thrain's excitement and his hopes of doing well. He felt the same way, though he was more concerned about finding the Ring of Searching for Thorgod than he was about finding treasure. Thrang was one of Alex's best friends, and he wanted Thrang's first adventure as a leader to be a complete success. Chapter 3. Thraxon. Alex woke early the next morning. He moved quietly around the room as he dressed, not wanting to wake Thrain. He slipped into his magic bag to inspect his new greenhouse. He was happy to see that all of the plants seemed to be adjusting to their new home. It took some time to get everything in order, and after he finished, he left the magic bag and shook Thrain awake. "It's time for breakfast," said Alex.
"Oh, already?"
Thrain said sleepily.
"I've only just fallen asleep."
He climbed out of his bed and dragged himself to the basin. Thrain's excitement seemed to still be asleep, but Alex knew it would return over breakfast. He remembered his own first adventure after all. As he prepared to leave the room, Alex reminded Thrain to take his new magic bag with him.
Oh, I can't believe I almost forgot it."
Thrain shook his head as they walked toward the dining room. Please don't tell anyone." "I won't say anything," said Alex. Thrain and Archon were already waiting in the dining room when Alex and Thrain arrived. Cat appeared soon after, followed shortly by Nellis and Barnabas. Thrain looked happy, though a little tense. Alex smiled at Thrain as he took his seat and then glanced at the dark sky outside the window. "Starting early, then?" Alex said.
"Early starts are always best,"
said Thrain, ringing the bell to summon their breakfast. "Where will we be starting our adventure?" Nellis questioned as they ate.
"We will be stopping first at Benog, the city of King Thorgood," said Thrain. "He wishes to meet you all before we begin our search."
"Checking to see what kind of company you've put together?" Archon asked in a sly tone.
"No,"
Thrain said quickly, his smile fading slightly.
"He just wants to meet you. He is sponsoring this adventure after all."
"Is Thorgood a good king?" Cat asked, a thoughtful look on her face.
"Of course he is,"
said Thrain.
"He's one of the best kings Benog and the dwarf realm has ever had."
"I meant no offense," said Cat. Alex looked at Cat curiously. He knew Cat was a seer, but her question had seemed a bit odd.
And how long will it take us to reach Benog?"
Thrain asked, his voice full of excitement once more.
5, maybe 6 days,
answered Thrain absently.
"You have said little about where we will search specifically for Albrek's tomb,"
said Barnabas, pushing his chair away from the table.
"Can you tell us more?"
Thrain looked worried again.
"As I've said, there are 3 possible locations for the tomb of Albrek. These locations are not marked on any map, however, and I have only a general idea of where they are."
"Which is why we have a seer," said Archon, bowing his head slightly to Cat. Thrain nodded as well.
"Yes, King Thorgood already has a team searching the libraries and archives of Benog for information. I'm hoping we will learn a great deal more about Albrek's journeys when we reach Benog."
As the meal and the discussion came to an end, the company prepared to leave the Golden Swan. Alex went to the stable with Nellis and Barnabas to collect the horses, while the rest of the company waited in front of the tavern. Soon they were riding south toward the Great Arch, Thrain and Archon in the lead, Alex and Cat directly behind. "You seemed troubled," Cat said quietly to Alex. Simply curious. I have been wondering why you asked about King Thorgood." "I have met several kings," answered Cat. "Some are good, most are fair, and a few are evil." "And you wanted to know what kind of King Thorgood was before we reached his city," Alex said with a nod. "It is best to know something of your host before arriving at his house." Alex was glad Cat was a member of the company. A seer could often see things that even a wizard could not, and Alex could tell that Cat was a clever person who thought things through. Her interest in King Thorgood had made Alex think. Waylon had once warned Alex that kings and lords often hid their dark desires from even those closest to them. Alex trusted Thrain, and he knew that Thrain would never go on an adventure for an evil king, but he wasn't sure, however, if Thrain would be able to see the evil if it was well hidden. "Can you tell us anything more about the libraries of Benog?" Alex asked Thrain as they rode along.
"I can tell you they are large."
"What language are the records written in?"
"Oh, several languages, mostly in Dwarvish, though some things are written in Elvish."
Alex could read Elvish easily, as the letters were similar to magic letters. He had studied Dwarvish a little after his last adventure, but it was a difficult language to learn, especially if you didn't have someone who spoke it to help you. They continued toward the Great Arch, and Alex felt happy to be starting a new adventure. He enjoyed listening to Thrain's excited questions from where he rode between Nellis and Barnabas. He smiled as the 2 older adventurers tried to answer the young dwarf's questions as fast as he asked them. The company stopped for the midday meal, and Alex headed to a spring to refill his water bottles. When he returned, Barnabas was busy cooking their midday meal, and Alex noticed that Thrain was watching Barnabas closely. Thrain had been the cook on Alex's first adventure, and watching him hover around the campfire made Alex laugh out loud. "Miss cooking, do you?" said Alex.
"Old habits die hard,"
answered Thrain, looking a little sheepish.
If you'd like to take over, just say so,
said Barnabas.
No, not at all, Thrang said quickly. I've heard about your ability, Barnabas, and I'm happy to let you do the cooking.
You are most kind, but perhaps you should wait until you taste it before making up your mind. The entire company laughed, but there was no need to worry. Barnabas was an excellent cook, and Thrang made a point of telling him so.
Now then,
said Thrang as he finished his meal,
I have a few final instructions before we distribute our food shares and arm ourselves. First, we will be following the standard rules for adventures on our journey. If anyone gets lost, we will search for 13 days, as is customary. After the 13 days, the lost person or persons will be free to do what seems best to them. Second, our quest is not widely known in Thraxon, so I must remind you all not to speak of it openly. We will be passing through areas with lots of people, and the temptation to talk will be great.
Especially for those of us who might meet kinsmen, Archon said, looking at Thrain.
There is that, agreed Thrang. Most of our journey will be in lands peopled by dwarfs, but we'll also meet many men as we travel, and possibly elves as well.
Are there many men and elves in Thraxon? Alex asked.
More men than elves. The elves of Thraxon are not very friendly and, if Archon will forgive me, a bit secretive.
Reluctant to mingle might be better, said Archon.
Reluctant to mingle, then, Thrang repeated. There is one last thing of importance. Remember that the honor of each member of our company is linked to the honor of us all. It is possible that we will meet people who will question or doubt our honor. I would ask that we all be willing to stand up for each other if such questions arise.
You are most kind, Master Silversmith, though I fear it will be myself alone who will be questioned, said Cat, her voice a mix of sadness and pride.
Yes, well, I won't deny that seers are not as well respected as they should be in parts of Thraxon,
said Thrang, bowing to Cat.
However, you are part of this company, and I will not have your honor called into question.
The rest of the company agreed, and Cat smiled and thanked everyone for their kindness.
Now, we will share our food so that we all have plenty in our bags, said Thrang. Then we will arm and ride into our adventure.
They all cheered at Thrang's words and quickly started swapping packages. Alex accepted several parcels from both Thrang and Barnabas, who seemed to be carrying most of the company's food between them. He still had a fair supply of food in his bag from his first 2 adventures, however, and he was not surprised to find that none of it had spoiled. As Thrang and Archon helped Thrain store packages in his new magic bag, Alex turned to his weapons. He attached his magic sword Moonslayer to his belt, along with his true silver knife. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved his staff from his bag as well. He had never carried a staff on an adventure before, and he felt a little odd carrying it now. A fine-looking staff, Archon commented. I have never seen one quite like it. It is different than most, said Alex.
I wish I could have been there when you took the oath, said
Thrang, also looking at Alex's staff.
Halfton told me about it, but still.
I missed you both on my last adventure, said Alex. But we are together again for this adventure.
And I hope we find as much success as we did the last time we rode together, said Thrang.
Alex nodded and then looked around to see how the rest of the company would be armed. Nellis wore a long sword at his side and carried a bow, while Barnabas carried a short sword and a fair-sized axe. Cat was carrying both a finely made scimitar and a bow. Archon and Thrang were both armed as they had been on Alex's first adventure. Archon with his long bow and dagger, Thrang with his short sword and axe. Thrain was attaching a short sword to his belt, though he already had a crossbow slung across his back.
Ah, a fierce-looking company,
Thrang said with pride. Very fierce, said Archon, though I doubt we will meet trouble so close to the arch.
It's not likely,
said Thrang,
but it's always best to be prepared.
Alex agreed, though he wondered if it might actually be a good thing if they did meet something not too dangerous, because then they could see how well they fought together as a group.
If we are ready then, said Thrang, Let us ride to Thraxon and hope for success.
Success, the rest of the company echoed loudly. They rode toward the great arch. Alex found that his staff was a little awkward to ride with at first, but he soon got used to it. As they rode through the arch, Alex immediately noticed how different Thraxon was from the other lands he had visited. The hills instantly changed to towering, jagged mountains. Tall pine trees were scattered on the mountainside, and Alex was amazed that not only had the trees managed to take root, but also that the narrow spaces where they grew had not collapsed under the weight of the trees. The well-made road under their feet stretched along the base of the mountains in a southerly direction. "Are these the grey mountains of Thraxon?" Alex asked.
They are,
Thrang answered.
The grey mountains are large, however, and there are no dwarf cities between the Arch and Benog.
"What about other things that live in the mountains?" Archon asked.
What other things?
Thrang questioned. "Goblins," Alex answered, knowing exactly what Archon was thinking.
There are none that I know of,
said Thrang.
Well, there are goblins in Thraxon, but they are mostly in the Blue Mountains, which are far to the south and west.
Yet goblins move, and are seldom seen until they wish to be seen, said Archon.
That is true,
Thrang agreed.
However, my people are more watchful than most.
Alex hoped Thrang was right. He had battled goblins on his last adventure, and was in no rush to face more of the evil creatures. Riding along the edge of the mountains, Alex studied the landscape and the rugged beauty around him. The mountains formed an uneven wall, broken by wide green valleys with deep rivers running through them, and narrow valleys with smaller streams. Across all the rivers and streams were well-built stone bridges. The water flowed to the west across open grasslands, and Alex wondered if they joined together at some distant point. They spoke little as Thrang led them forward. Even Thrain seemed happy to simply watch the countryside slip by and not ask questions. As the sun set over the grasslands to their right, Thrain called them to a halt in an open space close to a stream.
I've used this campsite many times, said Thrang. There are several adventurers who live in Thraxon, and we all use the same campsites as we travel to and from the Arch.
Well-used campsites are not always the best, Archon said.
Do you feel something?
Thrang asked in concern. I do not, said Archon. I was simply thinking that such a campsite might be a target for bandits.
If bandits had ever attacked one of these campsites, I would have heard about it,
said Thrang, shaking his head. Once they had taken care of their horses and set up their camp, Thrang waved for Thrain to join him. Alex watched as Thrang piled up branches for their campfire, and he knew that Thrang wanted to teach the younger dwarf how to magically light and put out a fire. He remembered the first time he had tried this bit of magic, as well as the effect his untrained magic had on the pile of branches. Watch your beard, said Alex to Thrang with a smile.
I don't think that will be a problem,
said Thrang, stroking his beard.
I doubt very much that young Thrain will be able to ignite it, as you once did.
Oh, you lit Thrang's beard on fire?
Thrain asked in shock and surprise. Not his beard, said Alex. I overdid the Inferno command, and, well, the effect was more than Thrang bargained for.
My own fault was not explaining things clearly,
Thrang laughed.
Though I should have known better, as we knew about your abilities even then.
You might have known, but I still had doubts, said Alex. I didn't know Thrain had magical ability.
Only simple dwarf magic,
Thrain said, looking embarrassed. Only? Alex questioned. Magic is magic. It all has the same root. And if you were to master all the dwarf magic there is, you would know a great deal indeed.
Oh, you're talking more and more like a wizard,
said Thrang, shaking his head.
Soon you'll be harder to understand than Archon.
Alex laughed and took a step back. He watched as Thrang showed Thrain how the Inferno and Quench commands worked. Thrain was impressed, and Alex smiled as Thrain carefully told the young dwarf to concentrate on a single branch, something he had not told Alex the first time Alex had tried the spell. Thrain stood still for several minutes, concentrating. Finally, he pointed at one branch and spoke the magic word. A thin wisp of smoke rose from the branch, but was quickly blown away by the breeze. Thrain looked disappointed, but Thrang was extremely happy.
"Oh, not bad for your first try. It normally takes several tries to summon a flame when you first learn the magic."
"But it was only a little smoke," said Thrain in a dejected tone. "Perhaps you weren't concentrating hard enough," Alex said.
"Perhaps not,"
Thrang agreed.
"Try once more, and this time try to focus all your thoughts."
Thrain obeyed and closed his eyes. Alex winked at Thrang, who immediately took a step back. After a few moments, Thrain opened his eyes and, pointing at the branch once more, spoke the magic word. This time, a flame sprang to life as soon as the word had left his lips.
"Well done,"
said Thrang, returning Alex's wink when Thrain wasn't looking.
"Very impressive. Now try the quench command."
Thrain obeyed once more, and as he spoke the word, the fire sputtered for a moment and died. Thrain, pleased with himself and his newfound ability, quickly relit the fire. Alex smiled at his young friend and commented on how well he had done.
"You shouldn't have helped him,"
Thrang said to Alex in a low tone. "I only helped the first time," said Alex. "He needed a little confidence, that's all."
"And the quench command?"
Thrang asked. "Again, only a little help. As his confidence grows, he'll be able to do the spells on his own."
"Still, you shouldn't have helped him,"
said Thrang with a smile on his face. "Why not?" Alex asked. "You helped me the first time."
"What? I most certainly did not,"
said Thrang, sounding shocked by the idea. "Even if you didn't know it, you helped. You believed I could do it, even though I didn't." "Will we be setting a watch?" Archon asked, walking toward the fire.
"There's little need so close to the arch,"
said Thrang.
"though it might be wise to start now, just to be safe."
"If nothing else, we'll be prepared for later," Alex said. Thrang considered the idea for several minutes and then decided it would, indeed, be best to start keeping a watch. Alex, with his normal luck, drew the first watch, which made him happy. He knew from experience that Archon would sit up with him, and he was looking forward to spending time with his friend.
Please continue listening on CD number 2. Albrecht's Tomb, CD number 2.
Chapter 4. Benog. On the 5th day of their journey, the road turned east into the mountains and followed a large and noisy river flowing through a narrow green valley. The river snaked between huge boulders and had many impressive waterfalls and rapids, some of them so close that they covered the road with a damp mist. The path twisted and turned almost as much as the river did, but always stayed close to the water's edge. "Did your people build all these bridges?" Alex asked Thrang over the roar of the river.
"Yes, indeed,"
Thrang shouted over his shoulder.
"King Thorgood owns this road and insists that the bridges be maintained. After all, this is the road that leads to his capital. The stone bridges make a good impression on visitors and are useful for trade."
"Do your people trade much with other lands?" Cat questioned.
"More and more,"
answered Thrang.
"King Thorgood has been trying to open trade with all the known lands."
"And having a good deal of success, I would guess," Archon said.
"Honest trading makes for success,"
said Thrang. Alex wondered what was awaiting them in Benog and beyond. Thraxon was one of the larger known lands, and the map of it in the Adventurer's Handbook was better than most of the others. Alex had spent some time studying it, trying to get a feel for the land that he and the company would be traveling through. He knew that Benog was in the heart of the Grey Mountains, with many roads leading to it, but that most of Thraxon, at least according to his map, was east and south of Benog. The day passed with little talk, except when they stopped for the midday meal. cat asked a few more questions about Thorgood, and Alex knew she was still nervous about meeting the king. He was too. He tried to relax his own mind, but even when he managed a moment of peace, Cat's nervousness pressed in on him. The sun was well to the west when Thrang at last halted them in the road. The valley opened wide before them, and they could see that the land had been divided into neat little farms. The road stretched through the farmlands and crossed a wide stone bridge before leading directly to a huge city made of stone. Thrang turned in his saddle and smiled.
My friends, welcome to Benog, a wonder of the dwarf realms.
I didn't know that dwarves built cities so high above the ground, Alex said as they started forward once more.
Benog is different than most dwarf cities. The part of the city you can see isn't very old. It is built on top of and around the older city, which is thousands of years old. When we get closer, you will be able to see the difference in the work,
said Thrang. They moved forward to the bridge where dwarf guards clad in shining true silver armor stood proudly. The guards must have recognized Thrang because as the company approached, they lowered their spears as a sign of welcome. Thrang led them into the heart of the dwarf city, waving now and then to someone he knew. Many of the dwarves would wave back or toast them as they passed, and it appeared that Thrang was well known. Horses were allowed in Benog, at least in the above-ground parts, so they rode along the stone-paved streets, smiling and nodding to the dwarves as they went. When they reached what looked like the tallest building in the city, Thrang directed the group to one side where several dwarves were waiting, ready to take their horses to the royal stables. Alex gave Cherie's reins to a bowing dwarf and whispered words of comfort to her.
King Thorgood will be waiting,
said Thrang, looking nervously at the others.
I believe there will be a feast in our honor.
And if Thorgood doesn't like the look of us? Archon asked.
He will,
said Thrang, scowling at Archon. Elves are not always welcome guests of dwarves, Archon said.
You have nothing to worry about,
Thrang answered.
Thorgood knows a good deal about adventures and about the importance of mixing the company.
Was King Thorgood an adventurer once?
Thrain questioned.
No, but he's known a good many adventurers in his time,
answered Thrang, still scowling.
He thinks very highly of our profession, and he is a kind and generous host.
Then lead on, said Archon, bowing to Thrang. It would not be polite for us to keep our host waiting. Thrang did not reply, but his scowl softened. He turned toward the large building and led the company forward, dusting himself off slightly as he went. Archon caught Alex's eye and gave him a quick wink. They followed Thrang toward the grand entrance hall where more armored guards stood at attention. They bowed as Thrang approached and allowed the company to pass without questioning them. Alex looked in wonder at the inside of the building, which was really just an open space surrounded by a high wall and filled with fountains and trees like a park. In the middle of the open space was a small pavilion, and standing beneath it was King Thorgood.
Welcome, my friends, welcome,
said Thorgood, coming down the steps of his royal pavilion with a smile.
You've made good time, Thrang. I didn't think you would be back so soon. I was fortunate to find the members of the company quickly,
said Thrang, bowing to the king.
And what a company,
said Thorgood, looking over Thrang's shoulder at the rest of them.
I am glad you come as friends, for it seems Thrang has assembled a fierce group of warriors. If you will permit me, your majesty,
said Thrang, moving to stand beside the king,
allow me to introduce you to my companions. Yes, I suppose introductions are in order,
said Thorgood, moving forward with Thrang.
I thought the pavilion would be more comfortable than the throne room. Not so stuffy or formal. There are always fewer of the lords out here, and you know how they can be.
Alex and the others quickly lined up in front of Thrang and the king. Alex could see that Thrain was extremely nervous, which surprised him. Thrain's grandfather was king of the dwarf realm of Vargland, after all, and Alex thought he would be used to meeting royalty and other important people. Thrang moved down the line, introducing each of them to the king and saying something about their accomplishments as adventurers. Alex listened closely when Thrang introduced Cat, Nellis, and Barnabas, because he didn't know as much about them yet. When Thrang introduced Alex, Thorgod stopped him before he could list Alex's accomplishments.
"Ah, the young wizard," Thorgod said with a quick glance at Thrang. "The one you and Halfdan had told me so much about?" "Yes, the same," answered Thrang, beaming at Alex. "A great honor," said Thorgod with a bow. "I had hoped Thrang would find a wizard for this adventure, but I did not dare hope that it would be you."
"The honor is mine, great king," said Alex, bowing to Thorgod. "Master Silversmith was good enough to invite me on this adventure, and I am pleased to be in your fair city."
"Yes, well, we do what we can," said Thorgod with a laugh. "Perhaps you will tell me the truth of Thrang and Halfdan's stories, if time allows."
"It would be a pleasure and an honor, great king, though I am sure Thrang and Halfdan had been most truthful in their tales," answered Alex.
No doubt they have, though it is always good to hear the story from a different point of view."
Alex bowed to Thorgod once more as Thrang, looking proud and pleased, continued down the line. Thorgod stopped again when they reached Thrain, asking about his grandfather and Vargland. Once all the introductions had been made, Thorgod returned to his pavilion, speaking in a low voice to Thrang. Thrang appeared to agree with the king, and was smiling as he returned to the company.
"Now that the formalities are complete, let me offer all of you some refreshment," said Thorgod, taking his seat in the pavilion. "Tonight we feast and sing. Tomorrow you begin your work."
As he finished speaking, Thorgod clapped his hands. Dozens of dwarves instantly appeared from various places around the walled-in space. While Alex and his companions looked on in wonder, the dwarves set up several round tables and covered them with food. A dozen more tables and chairs were set up, and silver lamps were placed at the center of each table.
"An old dwarf custom here in Benorg is to welcome friends with a small gathering so they can mingle without the formality of a traditional feast," Thrang explained. "Thorgod wants us to mingle with his people, so they will have a chance to get to know us."
"An interesting custom," said Nellis. "We do something similar in my homeland, but not on such a large scale."
"Well then, let's mingle,"
said Barnabas with a smile. He moved away from the others, heading for one of the main tables that was filled with food. Alex soon discovered that he was something of a legend in Benog. It seemed that all the dwarves knew who he was and what he had done on both of his previous adventures. He talked and mingled with the dwarves, feeling very much at ease among them, relieved that they were so willing to accept him. As the night grew darker, more lamps were lit and placed around the walls, illuminating the open space. Alex eventually gave in to the pleading of some of the younger dwarves and conjured several small weir lights. He sent the balls of light dancing around the park, changing their colors as they went. All of the dwarves laughed and clapped as the weir lights whirled past them, and even King Thorgod watched them with wonder. As the evening wore on, Alex put out the weir lights one by one until there was only one light left, floating above his own head. As one of the servants came forward to lead Alex and his companions to their rooms, Alex sent the last light dashing through the crowd before shooting it up into the sky, where it vanished from sight. They were led out of the pavilion park to a large guest house nearby, which Thorgod declared was theirs for as long as they needed it. The house was impressive, stocked with everything they might need or want. There were bedrooms and baths for everyone, as well as several small sitting rooms and a large common room that could comfortably seat as many as 30 or 40 people. It was late, and Thrang decided that it was time for all of them to be in bed. Thrain was unhappy about the order because he had been having such a good time at the feast. Thrang insisted, however, reminding him that they all had a great deal of work to do in the libraries and archives the next day.
"I'll need your eyes sharp tomorrow, Thrain," Thrang said. "You and I are the only ones who can read all the dwarfish letters. Archon may know a few of them, and I don't believe Alex has learned them all yet."
Not yet," Alex said, "though I have been studying. It was a difficult task, studying alone, without any dwarfs to help me. I will be glad for your help at the archives." The company said good night and headed to their various rooms. Alex did not feel sleepy, so he wrote a short message to Waylon to let him know how things were going. Once the note was sent, he remained seated at the small writing table, taking out one of his books about dwarf runes and writings and beginning to study. When morning came, Alex was tired from his night's work, but felt his time had been well spent. He had learned all the dwarf runes from his book and could read most of the writing with only a little hesitation. He sat down to breakfast with his friends, looking forward to spending the day in the libraries.
"Thorgood has had his people searching the libraries for us," Thrang announced. "They haven't found anything important yet, but with their help, I think we should find what we need quickly."
"Are you in such a rush to leave Benorg?" Alex questioned.
"No, not at all," answered Thrang. "But our adventure is not in Benorg, or in the archives of the city. The sooner we find what we need, the sooner we can continue with the adventure properly."
"And as most of us don't know how to read or speak as a dwarvish language, I, for one, will be happy for all the help we can get," Nellis said. After breakfast, Thrang led them out of the house and toward the mountains that stood behind the city. Alex admired all of the buildings in Benorg, which were quite beautiful and impressive to look at, and wondered how long it had taken the dwarves to build such a fine city. He listened closely as Thrang pointed out various buildings and explained what each of them was used for. The libraries were located in several huge underground vaults containing thousands and thousands of books and even more scrolls and pieces of parchment. Alex suspected it would take him 100 years or more just to look at everything the libraries contained, and even several hundred more to read it all, and he was grateful for the help Thorgood had offered them.
"Thorgood said that these last two chambers hold documents from the time of Albrek, so anything about him should be there,"
said Thrang, leading them through the underground maze.
"Well, that narrows the search a bit,"
said Barnabas with a short laugh.
"It narrows it a great deal,"
said Thrang, missing the joke.
"And with the help Thorgood has sent, it shouldn't take us more than a month or two to find what we need."
"Oh, is that all?" said Nellis sarcastically, elbowing Barnabas in the ribs. When they reached the second-to-last chamber, they found a dozen or so dwarfs busily sorting various documents. Thrang introduced his company to the chief librarian and then stepped aside to speak with a few other dwarfs. "I'm not sure what good I'll be, as I don't read dwarf or elf runes," Nellis said.
"I can read some dwarf runes, but no elf at all,"
Barnabas added.
"Then you can help move things about,"
Thrang said, looking up from his discussion with one of the other dwarfs. Alex and the others spread out through the enormous vault, looking for a place to begin. The chief librarian did indeed put Barnabas and Nellis to work moving stacks of documents. Archon sorted through a large pile of documents written in Elvish, and he was pleased to find that some of the books had actually been written by the elves of Thraxon. Thrain and Kat sat on the floor together at the back of the vault, looking through a large leather-bound volume she had found. Alex found a large table near one wall and started thumbing through the pile of documents that was stacked on it. He could read most of what was written on them, but there were some runes that were completely new to him. He tried not to read everything on every document. Instead, he skimmed the words he knew, hoping to find a passing reference to Albrek, or perhaps even a map. Searching the documents was tiring, but Alex enjoyed it more than the others did. His ability to read dwarf runes improved as the day went on, and he found that he could move quickly through the old pages as long as he remembered to skim them and not read every word. They stopped their search at noon for a quick meal, which Thorgood had sent down to the vaults for them. After lunch, the chief librarian ordered Barnabas and Nellis out of the vault, saying that they were just getting in the way. Thrain watched them go with a sad look on his face and then returned to the enormous volume one of the librarians had given him. Alex suspected that this was not Thrain's idea of an adventure. The documents in the vault seemed endless, as Alex and his friends returned day after day to the caverns. Barnabas and Nellis, still banned from the library, had taken to exploring the city, and on their 4th day in Benog, Thrang sent Thrain along with them.
"I need someone to keep an eye on those two," said Thrang. "I don't want them getting into any trouble."
"Well, if you really need me to," Thrain said, a hopeful look on his face.
"Go on, then,"
Thrang said gruffly. "That was kind of you," Alex said as Thrain left the library. He shifted a stack of documents off his table.
"Well, it's his first time out and all," said Thrang. "I really should have had this part of the adventure done before putting the company together."
"What, and deprive us of all of this?" Alex joked. Thrang laughed with Alex and reached for another stack of papers. Alex was actually enjoying his time in the vaults. He had found the dwarfs to be both helpful and willing to explain any of the runes he did not yet understand. They were also impressed that a man, especially a wizard, had taken the time to learn so much about their methods of writing.
"Not many men ever learn this law,"
the chief librarian said.
"It does my heart good to know that a wizard would take the time to learn our ways."
On their 10th day in the vaults, Kat finally found something that was useful. It was a piece of parchment almost too dirty to read. Placing it carefully under a bright light, Thrang and the chief librarian were able to piece together what it said. Some parts were impossible to make out, but other parts of the page were clearly legible.
"Ah, this is part of the tale of Albrek,"
said Thrang excitedly. "Does it say where he traveled?" Archon questioned.
"Just a moment,"
answered Thrang, looking back at the paper.
"Oh, the Isle of Bones,"
the chief librarian muttered. "Isle of Bones?" Kat repeated with a worried look on her face.
In a moment,
said Thrang, holding up his hand for silence. Alex looked over Thrang's shoulder at the parchment, reading as much of it as he could, but several of the runes were still unfamiliar to him.
"Ah, yes, of course,"
said the chief librarian, slapping his head as he looked up.
"This, right here, indicates that the full story of Albrek is written in the special history of the city. Oh, I never even thought of looking there."
Special history?" Alex asked.
"Oh, it's not secret or anything like that,"
the librarian said, moving toward the back of the vault.
"We just keep a record of special events, things that are outstanding in some way or another."
"And Albrek's search for new mines was outstanding?" Archon questioned.
"Well, the stories say that he took more than 500 dwarves with him,"
said Thrang as the librarian hurried away. "A large party to go looking for mines," said Kat.
Not really," said Thrang. "Mining is a labor-intensive job, after all, and you need to sink a shaft or two before you know if your mine is worth anything."
They waited in a tense silence for the librarian to return. When he did, he carried with him a thick volume bound in black leather. He set it on the table and began thumbing through the pages. He seemed to be looking for a certain page, flipping large groups of pages all at once and making dust fly from the book's cover. In a surprisingly short time, he had found what he wanted, and he and Thrang huddled around the open book. Alex, standing nearby, also began to read the book.
"Interesting," said
Thrang.
"It seems Albrek planned to travel farther than I thought."
"And?" Archon asked.
"The story's a bit confusion, but basically it says where Albrek was going, or at least where he planned to go,"
said Thrang.
"According to this, he was going to the Isle of Bones. After that, he was going south to the Lost Mountains, and finally to Galtok."
"What is Galtok?" Alex questioned. "What is the Isle of Bones?" asked Kat at the same time.
"The Isle of Bones actually has nothing at all to do with bones," answered Thrang. "It's a mountainous island in the Eastern Sea. We call it that because the mountains are rocky and remind us of the bones of the earth."
"And Galtok?" Alex asked again.
"Galtok is a dwarf name meaning gold rock or golden rocks," answered the librarian. The exact location isn't known, but the stories tell of a place where the morning sun shines on the rocks and makes them look like gold. All I can tell you is that it is supposed to be far to the south. That would make sense, because the Lost Mountains are also well south of here, Thrang added. It looks like Albrek went northeast to the Isle of Bones first, then south to the Lost Mountains. If he went farther than that, then he must have gone looking for Gal Tok.
Does the story say if he made it to any of those places? Archon questioned.
It mentions some of his group returning, said Thrang. They came back while Albrek was still on the Isle of Bones, so we know he made it that far.
It seems we know where we are going, said Kat, a slightly troubled look on her face.
Yes, we do, said Thrang happily.
How soon will we depart? Alex asked.
As soon as possible, answered Thrang. It will take at least a month to get to the Isle of Bones, maybe longer. Summer has already begun, and I'd like to head northeast while the weather is warm.
Tomorrow, then? Archon questioned.
The day after, I think, said Thrang. We should make sure we are well stocked with provisions and warm clothes.
He turned to the librarian.
It would also be useful to look at some of the older maps of Thraxon to get a better idea of Albrek's journey.
Does anyone live on the Isle of Bones? Kat asked.
Not that I've ever heard of, answered Thrang. It's a rugged island, and being as far north as it is, a very cold place in the winter-time.
Hopefully we'll be there while it is still summertime, said Alex. If all goes well, Archon added.
And if things go really well, and we find the Ring of Searchin on the Isle of Bones, we could be back here before winter sets in.
Thrang laughed.
Though I doubt it will be quite as easy as that.
Yeah, it never is, said Alex. Chapter 5. East by North. That night, as the company ate dinner, Thrang presented his plans for their journey. They would travel east from Bednorg and follow the main road, which would take them out of the mountains and into the open plains beyond. From there they would travel as directly east as possible, though they would eventually need to turn northeast to reach the Isle of Bones. How far away is the Eastern Sea? Nellis questioned.
About 200 miles, answered Thrang, if we travel straight from here to there. But since we need to go north as well as east, that will add at least 50 miles to our journey.
Is this Eastern Sea the border of Thraxon?
Barnabas asked.
Not at all,
Thrang said with a laugh.
In high summer, we could travel around the sea to the north, though few people have ever done so. And you can easily sail around the bottom of the sea to the south, though you would have to go extremely far south to do so.
Are there cities along the seacoast?
Asked Thrain, his excitement showing yet again. Thrang nodded.
There are, though I've never visited any of them. The southern coast is well populated, more than the north, but as I've mentioned, northern winters are hard, and not many people want to live in so rugged an area.
I wonder if there will be anyone at all on the Isle of Bones, Kat said. The troubled look Alex had seen before on her face had returned.
Why do you say that? Alex questioned.
Something about the place, said Kat, not meeting Alex's eyes. I cannot say why. It is just a feeling.
Any feeling a seer has is worth paying attention to, Archon said.
It may be nothing, said Kat, smiling weakly. I thought of another place when I first heard the name, so now I have the two linked in my mind. The other place was a terrible place, somewhere I hope never to go again.
If you feel there is danger on the Isle of Bones, we should know about it, said Nellis, his voice kind but firm.
No, nothing like that, answered Kat with a wave of her hand. Please, do not be troubled. A memory from my past has darkened the name for me, that is all.
Very well, then, said Thrang, glancing from Kat to Alex and back. We will leave the day after tomorrow, and we should easily reach the seacoast long before winter comes.
With Thrang's final words, the group began separating for the night. It was late, and everyone was thinking of bed and their last day in Benog. Alex stayed in his seat for a minute, watching Kat as she crossed the room toward the stairs leading to her room. He wondered what experience she was remembering that caused her such pain, but he knew better than to ask. Perhaps he would ask later, when the time was right and they were alone. They woke the next morning to a light rain. Alex didn't know when they would be coming back to Benog, and had wanted to spend the day wandering the streets and seeing at least some of the city. He hoped Thrang would offer to show them around the city, but he said he needed to talk to Thorgood again and finish preparing for their journey. Arkon offered to accompany Alex into the city after breakfast, despite the rain. Alex jumped at the chance and quickly found a hooded cloak to wear. He considered inviting Thrain to come along and show them what he had discovered during his days of exploration, but Thrain was busy repacking his magic bag. Nellis, Kat, and Barnabas were likewise busy with their own preparations for the long journey ahead of them. "Just the two of us, then," said Alex to Arkon. "Two strangers in a strange city," said Arkon, "though I doubt we will find any trouble among our friendly hosts."
"And don't you two start any trouble either," said Thrang with a grunting laugh. "I don't want any of Thorgood's people turned into farm animals."
"Oh, and here I was hoping to practice my craft," said Alex. Arkon laughed and followed Alex into the street. The rain was still light, and the air was warm and full of sweet smells. They wandered the streets of the above-ground city for a time, entering a few of the shops they passed along the way. The dwarfs were all friendly, though many seemed shy of Alex and his staff. Alex asked Arkon about it as they left a shop where Alex had bought several bags of dwarf candy. "I expect a lot of people are shy of you and your staff," said Arkon. "A wizard with a staff makes a great difference to most people, which is not always a disadvantage." "I have noticed a difference in the way people look at me," said Alex with a hint of unhappiness in his voice. "Do not let it bother you," Arkon said. "There have never been many wizards, and to see a wizard as young as you are is somewhat unexpected." "Wayland said that most wizards are at least 30 or 40 years old before they take a staff," Alex said. "That is true," Arkon said, "or at least it is for all true wizards." "Do some false wizards take staffs at a young age?" Alex questioned. "There are some people who carry staffs who are not wizards," said Arkon. "You will find in your travels that some magical people wish to be called wizard, but do not know what the title truly means. It is a matter of pride for some, power for others, and foolishness for all who do not deserve the staff or the title." "And some people take a staff just to give the appearance of being a wizard," said Alex, considering Arkon's words. "They do, though many of them can actually use the staff, as you could have if you'd taken one on your first adventure," said Arkon. "Not knowing what a true wizard is does not mean the staff will not work." "That is true. However, it won't work as well as it might if someone took the time to become a true wizard." "I would not know about that," said Arkon. "I have known a few wizards, and have always chosen not to associate with pretenders." "Is it easy to spot the pretenders?" "There are ways to know, but it is not always easy." "Can you explain the ways?" Alex asked, wondering if he would be able to detect a false or pretend wizard. "You would know," said Arkon in a definite tone. "Power knows power, and like knows like. You would see the pretender and know that they were not what they pretended to be. And if they had any magical ability at all, they would know you for what you are as well." "Perhaps, and perhaps not," said Alex softly. "Though I hope I never run into a pretender." "You might not," said Arkon. He directed Alex toward the entrance to the underground part of Benog. "Few pretenders would want to be caught by a true wizard. I believe there are some harsh penalties for pretenders." "There are," said Alex, remembering what Wayland had taught him. "The punishments are usually left up to the wizard who finds a pretender." Posing as a wizard is a dangerous game to play, Archon agreed. Alex was a little surprised that Archon knew so much about wizards and their rules, but then he remembered that Archon was several 100 years old, perhaps even 1,000 years old, and the elf knew a great many things. The two of them spent the rest of the day exploring as much of the city as they could, returning to their home in time for their evening meal with the rest of the company. The others were already seated around the table, and Thrang was glaring at Thrain. While Alex and Archon had been exploring, Thrain had taken everything out of his magic bag, looking for a logbook he wanted to use as they traveled. Thrang had stumbled over some of Thrain's gear as he was rushing around the house, and had hurt his ankle. Nellis and Barnabas had been quick to intervene, helping Thrain store his gear and explaining more clearly how to use his magic bag. "That ankle isn't going to keep you out of the saddle, is it?" Nellis asked Thrang as they ate.
"It will take more than a bad ankle and Thrain's foolishness to keep me from this quest,"
said Thrang in a grumpy tone. Thrain went red and slouched in his chair, his boundless enthusiasm dampened by Thrang's dark mood. "It's your own fault, you know," Alex said to Thrang.
"My own fault?"
Thrang said hotly.
"How could it possibly be my fault?"
"Well, if you'd explained the magic bag properly, Thrain could have found his logbook without taking everything out of his bag," said Alex in a matter-of-fact tone.
"I explained everything,"
said Thrang loudly. After a pause, he admitted,
"Though I may not have been as clear on some things as I should have been."
"That's as close to an apology as you're likely to get," Archon said to Thrain.
It was my fault,"
said Thrain, sounding and looking sorry.
"I should have asked for help, and not scattered things about like I did." "Oh, no serious harm was done,"
said Thrang, his voice softening.
"Just ask for help the next time you don't understand something."
I will,
said Thrain.
I promise."
"Now that is settled, do we have anything else to discuss?"
Barnabas questioned.
"I'm bone tired and would like to go to bed. I imagine we'll be leaving before the sun comes up."
"We will,"
said Thrang, his voice returning to normal.
"We should all get a good night's rest. We have a long road ahead of us, and who knows when we will have such a fine place to stay again."
"Cat might know," said Alex with a grin. "I'm a seer, not an oracle," said Cat.
"Then I suppose we'll have to trust to luck," said Nellis.
"And a good night's sleep is always a lucky thing,"
Thrang added, draining his mug and setting it on the table with a thump. Alex went to his room and stretched out on the bed. His excitement about the adventure was beginning to grow inside him once more. The dust-covered papers and books in the library had been interesting, and he was glad his ability to read the dwarf runes had improved. But for him, being on the road was the best part of any adventure. The next morning they were all up early. Thrang was eager to get underway, and the night's sleep, what little there had been of it, seemed to have healed his sore ankle. After a large breakfast, Thrang led the group to the stables, where their horses had been groomed and saddled and were waiting for them. Several dwarfs were moving around the stables, ready to help the company with any last-minute details. Before the sun had fully risen, the company had left the city of Benog behind them. Alex thought it odd that Thorgod had not come to see them off, but he kept his concerns to himself. They rode east through the mountains, enjoying the warm sun and talking about past adventures. Barnabas told them a story about one of his own adventures, but Alex only half listened, as his mind was already racing ahead of them to the Isle of Bones. The Isle of Bones was a strange name. Of course, dwarf names did not always translate well into the common language. Alex thought a better translation would have been the place where the earth's bones can be seen, but that was a bit much. He wondered how the translation he read from the runes had changed into the Isle of Bones. Thinking about the name made him think about Cat, and he wondered again why she seemed so nervous about traveling to a place called the Isle of Bones. They camped early that night. Alex helped Nellis and Archon look after the horses, while Barnabas prepared their evening meal. Watching from a distance, Alex saw Thrang help Thrain practice starting and extinguishing the campfire before starting it for good. Alex wondered how many adventures Thrang had been on, and how many first-time adventurers he had helped train.
Well, I've lost count,
said Thrang when Alex asked him.
A fair few, I'd say, but I've never sat down and counted them out on my fingers.
More than all your fingers and toes put together, I expect, Archon said with a laugh.
Oh, quiet,
said Barnabas, joining in the fun.
He'll lose count, and then we'll all have to take off our boots for him to add it up.
Thrang laughed along with the rest of them, and they finished their meal in high spirits. After the others had gone to bed, Alex and Archon remained beside the fire. After some time, when Alex felt certain that the others were asleep, he asked Archon if he knew anything about Kat's worries or about her dark feelings when she'd heard the name of the Isle of Bones. Perhaps it is best that you asked me about this, said Archon after a moment of thought. There are places I have heard of and seen that would trouble a seer more than most adventurers, so I feel I can guess what is troubling Kat. What sort of places have you heard of? Most of them are desolate places, answered Archon. The Valley of Bones, the Tower of Bones, the River of Bones. Alex nodded in understanding. Places where a great many people died, places where no one remained to bury the dead. Or did not wish the dead to be buried, said Archon. Yes, there are places like that. Most of those places are evil in one way or another, and all of them are very sad. I would not question Kat too closely about this if I were you. Some memories are best left in the past and forgotten, if possible. Then I'm glad I asked you about it first, said Alex. I wouldn't want to trouble Kat or cause her to remember such dark places. You are kind, said Archon. You have some connection to Kat already, though I cannot see what it is. To be honest, I can't see what it is either, said Alex with a slight laugh. I feel as if I've known her for years, and at the same time, I don't think I know her at all. That is strange, said Archon, and then remained silent. The next morning, the company was up early once again, each of them sipping a bit of Thrang's dwarf cure for soreness as they stretched and walked off their discomfort. Alex reminded himself to make some of this secret potion himself, so he would always have it on hand if he needed it. By the end of their third day's ride, they came to the edge of the mountains, and the road they had been following turned sharply to the south. Since their journey required them to travel east, they left the road and halted for the night at the edge of an open plain that spread out before them. Alex looked out over the country they would be traveling across, admiring the peaceful scene of rolling hills covered with tall grass. Several hills appeared to be rocky toward their tops, and Alex wondered if the rocks might be ruins of some earlier time.
No, they're just rocks,
Thrang answered when Alex questioned him.
No one has ever lived on these hills, at least as far as I know.
I'm surprised,
said Barnabas.
It looks like a nice place to live.
Men do live in the plain, but farther to the east,
said Thrang.
I think they like a little room between themselves and the dwarf realm.
Is there any trouble between men and dwarves in Thraxon? Alex asked.
No, but a little distance helps keep the peace,
Thrang laughed.
Don't want neighbors to live too close or overstay their welcome.
Wise words, said Kat, though your people seemed happy to have us in their city. But we were not there long, Archon said, and we are on a quest for their king.
The nature of our quest is not known in Benog,
said Thrang, stroking his beard by the firelight.
People know that we are doing something for Thorgood, but exactly what we are doing is something only Thorgood and I know, though I suspect Thorgood may tell a few of the dwarf lords about our quest before we return.
Do his ministers not know then? Nellis questioned.
Well, yes, Thrang admitted. They had to agree to the terms of our contract, after all. I dare say they will keep quiet, though. They won't want anyone to know how generous Thorgood has been to us. It might make people think Thorgood has lost his bargaining edge.
Is it not the sign of a great king to be generous?
Barnabas asked. Men see it that way, as do elves, said Archon. Dwarves are not stingy, but they are more careful with their wealth. To be overgenerous might be seen as a sign of weakness in the king.
Thorgood is not weak,
said Thrang, staring into the fire.
He knows our quest will be a hard one, possibly dangerous. He is willing to pay a fair price for what he has asked us to do.
Dangerous, said Cat. You've said nothing about known dangers.
Simply the normal dangers that accompany any adventure,
said Thrang, his eyes still fixed on the flames.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Still, the king must suspect something, Cat went on.
Albrek did not return from his travels,
said Thrang, speaking more to himself than to Cat.
The only members of his company to return came from the Isle of Bones, and they went back there after a short visit to Benog. Where Albrek went and what he did after that is unknown. Something must have happened to him to keep him from returning or sending word, but who can say what?
The book in the library seemed to say more than simply where Albrek was going, Alex said, thinking back over what he had read.
Yes,
said Thrang, shaking himself from his thoughts.
The tale said that 50 of Albrek's people returned to Benog, bringing a fair amount of wealth with them. Those 50 reported to the king and then returned to the Isle of Bones with 200 other dwarves.
So Albrek had 700 dwarves with him, said Nellis.
The dwarf said that Albrek had planned to leave between 100 and 200 dwarves on the island to work the mines he had found there,
Thrang said.
Once the 50 had returned to him and everything was in order, he was going to lead the rest of the group to the Lost Mountains and continue searching there.
And no one ever returned from the Isle of Bones again, or from the Lost Mountains? Cat questioned.
Nothing more was ever heard from them,
said Thrang, sinking once more into his own thoughts.
However, it's not unusual for new settlements to remain isolated for long periods of time. If the dwarfs on the island chose their own king, the new leader would not want the king of Benog making a claim on his new realm.
Is that likely?
Barnabas asked.
If Albrek was still there, no, answered Thrang. But if Albrek had already gone south, who can say?
Well, we won't know what happened until we get there, said Archon, stretching out on his blankets.
And we won't get there if we don't get some sleep, added Thrang.
Alex's companions rolled themselves in blankets and went to sleep. But Alex sat by the fire, keeping watch and thinking about Thrang's words. Closing his eyes, he pictured the writing in the old leather book from the library. The runes had sounded hopeful, even happy. There was nothing in the story, or at least in the part of the story he had seen, that would make him think there had been any problems at all. There was a chance, however, if the dwarves had found some wealthy mines, that some of Albrek's followers might have become greedy. All of the dwarfs Alex knew were both kind and generous, but he had to admit that he didn't know that many dwarfs, even though this was his third adventure. He suspected that some dwarfs, just like some men, could be corrupted by wealth and dreams of power. If that had happened on the Isle of Bones, there was no telling what they might find when they reached it. A new dwarf realm might be waiting for them, or the ruins of a dream gone badly wrong. That night, after he had finished his watch, Alex dreamed about the Isle of Bones. He could see the beginnings of a beautiful dwarf city made of stone. The city faced south, and the sun warmed its stone houses all day long. In his dream, Alex wandered the newly made streets and entered the huge stone caverns in the mountains close to the city. It was a wonderful place, but nobody was there. The caves and mines of the city were empty, and he could see no sign that anyone had lived there for hundreds of years. When Alex woke the next morning, his dream was already fading. He lost the dream completely as he rolled out of his blankets and found that it was starting to rain. Barnabas was at the fire, cooking their breakfast and looking unhappily at the cloudy sky.
"Unusual," Thrang said as they ate. "It doesn't often rain this time of year, but when it does, it doesn't last."
"Perhaps our wizard friend can push this little storm away," Cat joked. "A clear day here might mean a flood somewhere else," said Alex, "and a little rain never hurt anyone." As the day went on, however, Alex began to doubt the wisdom in his own words. The rain grew steadily worse as they traveled and showed no sign of quitting. By midday, they were all soaked to the skin, and Alex had to start their cooking fire because neither Thrain or Thrang could coax anything more than smoke from their pile of wet branches. "A little rain never hurt anyone," Archon joked. Of the entire group, he seemed the least bothered by the rain. "Oh, shut up," said Alex. They ate quickly and resumed their journey, moving slowly across the muddy grasslands. Thrain muttered something about the weather, and Nellis and Barnabas teased him about adventures not being all sunny days and dragon hordes. When they stopped for the night, the rain finally started to let up. They set up their tents and took care of their horses. Everyone changed into dry clothes and felt their spirits lift once more. Barnabas cooked their evening meal, and while they ate, Thrang told a story about one of his early adventures, where he had experienced some remarkably bad weather. "Rained for 30 days and nights, did it?" Nellis joked.
"And I'll bet crossing the road was more like fording a river,"
Barnabas added.
"Laugh if you will,"
said Thrang, brushing aside their jokes.
"I'll tell you this, though. It took me 6 weeks to get all my gear dry after that adventure, and that's a fact."
"You should have taken your gear out of your bag," said Cat with a smile. "Or at least dumped out the water," Alex added.
"Maybe I should have added a swimming pool to my bag and saved myself the trouble,"
said Thrang with a laugh of his own. It was a merry night, and they were all happy to see the moon rising over the open grassland. Alex spent his watch looking at the sky and not really thinking about anything. The clouds were drifting to the west and south, and before his watch was over, there were more stars than clouds in the sky. As he went to his tent, he took one more look at the sky. The clouds seemed to be shifting again, and he feared they might have more rain the next day. Chapter 6. The Lost Fiddler. Alex's premonition that more rain was coming proved correct, as a light mist was falling when he woke. The clouds were not as dark as they had been the day before, so he hoped that the rain would not last. Thrang looked at the sky and grumbled to himself about it being strange weather for that time of year.
"Perhaps we will have rain for 30 days and nights,"
Barnabas joked as he cooked their breakfast over the fire.
"Oh, I hope not,"
said Thrain, glancing at the clouds, worried.
"It will clear off,"
said Thrang, as he rubbed his chin and looked at the sky.
"Storms don't last long this time of year, and a few days of rain won't ruin our adventure."
"I imagine we'll experience worse things than rain before this adventure is over," Alex said, stamping his boots. "And if rain is the worst thing we meet, then I say 30 days of it would not be so bad." As they broke camp and were preparing to leave, the sun broke through the clouds, flooding the land with golden light. Their spirits rose along with the sun, and they talked happily as they continued eastward. The land they rode across was still completely uninhabited. Alex remembered Thrang's words about how men lived farther east, but he still thought it odd that there weren't at least a few farms or a path in the open land. He kept looking at the ground from time to time, but if there had been any tracks, the rain had washed them away. "Do you sense something?" Cat questioned after the third time Alex looked around. "No," answered Alex. I just thought there might be some tracks about. It seems a fair land to be so empty. It is not empty, said Cat. There are many birds and beasts living in this land. But no people, said Alex. Not that people always make a land better, but it seems a little odd.
It wouldn't seem odd if you saw winter here, said Thrang. We may not be that far north, but winters in this open land are hard. It would be difficult to farm here during the cold months.
How many months of the year are cold? Alex questioned, remembering that the Thraxan calendar had 15 months instead of 12.
Normally only 6, said Thrang. Of course, there are 2 months of spring and 2 of fall when the weather is unpredictable.
5 months of summer, then, said Archon.
Yes, in a normal year we can expect 5 months of fair and warm weather, said Thrang. Though some years it is less and some more. Luckily, it is still early summer. We passed the last days of spring on our way to Bernog.
That means we will have at least 4 months to reach the Isle of Bones and search it before the weather starts to change, said Cat.
Yes, that sounds about right, agreed Thrang. Though it shouldn't take us more than a month to reach the island.
Alex wondered how long it would take to search the Isle of Bones once they got there. He assumed it must be a fairly large island, or it wouldn't be worth trying to mine there. He worried that it might take a long time just to find any sign of Albrek's party. As the days passed and they continued riding just north of due east, they discussed the size of the island and several other things, but there were no real answers to many of their questions. One of the most important questions, however, was how they would get to the island once they had reached the Eastern Sea. Luckily, Thrang had an answer for that one.
There are cities and villages along the coast, he said. We can hire a boat to take us there and bring us back when our search is done.
How did Albrek get to the island? Alex questioned.
I don't know,
said Thrang in a thoughtful tone.
The records didn't say anything about him taking boats of his own, so I have to assume that he hired boats to carry him and his people to the island just as we will.
Perhaps the dwarfs built boats when they reached the sea, Archon offered.
Perhaps, said
Thrang, considering the idea.
Though I don't know of any dwarf who's ever built a boat big enough for that. We're landfolk, and not much for riding water and waves.
I'll remember that when we make our own crossing, Alex teased. One evening, as they were looking for a campsite, the unmistakable smell of smoke filled the air. Archon rode up a small hill to the south of the company in order to take a look around. Alex wondered where the smoke was coming from and if there might be trouble close at hand. Archon soon returned with a smile on his face. A town a mile or so ahead of us.
How large a town?
Questioned Thrang. Perhaps 30 houses, answered Archon. If we turn south here, we will come to the main road.
I don't remember there being a town so near the mountains, Thrang said, though it has been a long time since I or any of my people have come this way.
Did it look like there was a tavern in the town? Nellis questioned. I believe there was, Archon answered.
It would be good to sleep indoors if we can,
Thrang said.
Let's stop at this town and see if the tavern will put us up.
An excellent idea,
said Barnabas.
And remember,
said Thrang, turning in his saddle to look at them all,
our honours are bound together. Small towns are not always friendly to outsiders, so try not to cause any unwanted trouble.
They all agreed and followed Thrang as he and Archon led them to the main road. The town was not impressive to look at as they rode into it. A handful of small wooden houses were clustered together along a single dirt road. Alex noticed a few fields that looked well cared for, but nothing that could be called a proper farm. "The Lost Fiddler," read Nellis, nodding to the sign outside the tavern.
"He must have been lost to find himself here,"
said Barnabas. Thrang dismounted and entered the tavern, returning with a thin, balding man and a red-faced boy. "7 of you," the thin man said, a look of surprise on his face.
Not many travellers in these parts."
"Can you put us up for the night?"
Thrang questioned. "Yeah, we have room," said the thin man, "if you don't mind doubling up."
"That will be fine," said Thrang, "though we will require one single room for one of our company."
The man nodded. 3 doubles and a single. That won't be a problem. Ned here will take care of your horses." Ned seemed more cheerful than the tavern owner, and bowed politely to them. Alex whispered softly to Cherie, and then followed Thrang and Archon into the tavern. The smell of cooking meat and smoke met him as he entered the building, and he realized how hungry he was. "If you like something to eat or drink, Rose can get you what you need," said the thin man, pointing toward the bar area. "I'll see to your rooms." With these final words, the man hurried off, and Alex and his friends walked into the bar. A few locals were sitting at the tables around the room, and a group of 3 rough-looking men was standing together at one end of the bar. Another man stood alone at the far end of the bar, and something about him caught Alex's attention. Rose, a middle-aged woman with dark brown hair, welcomed them and asked what she could get for them. They all ordered drinks and whatever she had to eat, not wanting to make things difficult for her. "I can fix most anything," said Rose, smiling at the group. "How about some steak and eggs, and perhaps a few potatoes?"
"That would be nice,"
said Thrang. Rose nodded and hurried off to get their drinks. Alex and his friends sat down at 2 small wooden tables, speaking softly to each other while they waited. Alex's attention returned to the man standing alone at the bar. He sensed something about the stranger, but he couldn't make up his mind exactly what it was. He didn't think there was any danger, but still, there was something vaguely magical about the man. Rose returned with their drinks and a basket with fresh bread, butter, and jam. Alex helped himself to the bread and let his eyes wander around the room. The locals glanced at them from time to time, as did the 3 men standing together at the bar. Only the man standing alone seemed to pay no attention at all to the company, which Alex thought was a bit odd.
"Walsh, the landlord, says the town's only been here for about 30 years,
Thrang said. "It looks 100 years old," said Archon. "The weather has been hard on the wood and the people." Thrang nodded.
"They would have done better to build from stone."
Alex was only half listening to his friends. Cat had gotten up from the other table and was approaching the solitary man at the bar. He wondered what Cat was doing, and without thinking about it, he nervously shifted his staff in his left hand, ready to use it if necessary.
"Alex,"
said Thrang, a bit louder than normal. Oh, sorry, what?" Alex looked away from Cat and back to Thrang.
"I was just asking if you thought the weather would hold,"
Thrang said, looking unhappy about having to repeat himself. Yeah, it should," answered Alex absently. "The weather should be good for the next few months."
"Away, witch!"
the man at the bar shouted in a commanding tone. All eyes turned to the bar. Cat backed away from the man, turning and hurrying to the back of the bar. She sat at a separate table, obviously shaken. Alex looked quickly at his friends. They all looked as stunned as he felt, but none of them made any kind of movement. He felt a wild and reckless surge of anger rising up in him, and he gripped his staff in his fist.
"Alex, no,"
said Thrang, his voice low and urgent.
"What?"
Alex had started to rise to his feet, but Thrang's voice stopped him. "Don't," said Archon. "What are you saying?" Alex asked in surprise. "Did we not agree to uphold each other's honor?"
"This is different,"
Thrang whispered. "How?" Alex asked, confused. "He is not just a man," said Archon, nodding toward the man at the bar. "He's a paladin." "A what?" Alex asked, angry that his friends were trying to hold him back.
"A paladin,"
Thrang repeated.
"A holy or sacred warrior."
"And that means we should let his insult pass?" Alex said hotly. "They have powers of their own," said Archon, putting his hand on Alex's shoulder and guiding him back into his seat. "Some say they are the equal of wizards, if not greater."
I doubt that's true, said Alex, the reckless feeling getting the better of him.
Perhaps it's not true, but this is not the time to find out,
said Thrang, his voice full of fear.
The little one wishes to defend the witch,
one of the 3 men at the bar said loudly.
Listen to the dwarf and the elf boy,
the second man added.
They know better than to meddle in things that do not concern them. But the little one carries a staff,
said the third man with a laugh.
Perhaps he thinks himself a wizard, free to meddle when and where he chooses.
It happened too quickly for Thrang or Archon to say or do anything. In a flash, Alex was on his feet, his staff blazing like the sun and filling the room with light. The 3 men at the bar were picked up and thrown across the room, pinned to the wall by Alex's magic. The locals screamed and ran for the door, and Alex ignored them. He moved closer to the men he magically held against the wall, the reckless feeling burning inside of him and threatening to overtake him completely.
Enough,
the man at the far end of the bar said loudly.
Release them, wizard, and face me.
Alex did not release the 3 men, but he turned toward the man who had called Kat a witch. The man looked directly into Alex's eyes with a slight grin on his face, as if he had heard everything Thrang and Archon had said and was not at all amused by it. Alex moved to meet him, shifting his staff from his left hand to his right, ready to confront the paladin and whatever powers he might have. The room seemed to vanish around him, and all Alex could see was the stranger by the bar. He held the paladin's gaze and felt the contest of power and will begin. Alex immediately knew he was the stronger of the two. Time seemed to stand still. For Alex, there was nothing but the stranger in front of him and the recklessness inside of him.
You must bow to me,
said a voice in Alex's mind.
You must bow and acknowledge that I am greater.
No, Alex answered in his own mind, directing his thoughts back at the stranger. You will bow to me and apologize for your rash words. They stood, locked in combat that no one else could see, for what seemed like a long time, Alex resisting the words of the stranger and forcing his own will and words back at him. The end came as quickly as it had begun. There was a flash in Alex's mind, and he knew that he had overcome the stranger. He blinked once to clear his eyes, and the wild, reckless feeling slipped away from him. He stood in the middle of the room, though he didn't remember moving there.
Forgive me, said the stranger. Forgive my pride and arrogance.
Alex looked down and saw the stranger kneeling in front of him. He glanced at his friends, their faces frozen in fear and amazement. The 3 men he'd held against the wall had fallen to the floor, pale and gasping for breath. "What is your name?" Alex questioned the kneeling man.
"I am known by many names,"
the stranger answered, his head bowed almost to the floor.
"In this land, I am called Bane."
"Why did you attack as you did?"
"I felt your power when you entered," the paladin answered. "I heard your conversation with the dwarf and the elf. For a moment, I thought they would convince you to let my harsh words pass. I was already angry with myself for speaking too quickly to the seer, and I wanted you to confront me. Then my friends spoke out of turn, and you attacked them instead. I could not let them suffer for what I had done."
"Why did you not just apologize to my friend?" Alex asked, his tone softening.
"My pride would not allow that. It was also my pride that forced me to test myself against you. I thought myself more powerful, but I was wrong. Forgive me, Master Wizard. I have been a fool."
"Will you take back your hasty words and apologize to my friend?" questioned Alex.
"Gladly,"
said Bane, looking up for the first time.
"I know you could force me to apologize, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask the seer for her forgiveness."
"Then I will forgive you as well," said Alex, putting his hand out and helping the man back to his feet. "I am Alexander Taylor, but my friends call me Alex."
"Then I hope to be among your friends, young wizard," said Bane, smiling weakly. Alex nodded. "There's only one thing left for you to do before we can be friends." Alex glanced to the far corner of the room where Cat sat, looking as shocked as the rest of the company. "As you wish," said Bane, bowing and walking quickly toward Cat. Alex watched for a moment and then turned back to his friends at the table. Thrang and Archon still looked dumbstruck, as did Nellis and Barnabas. Thrain looked pale and terrified, like he wanted to run and hide. Alex sat down at the table, and that seemed to break the spell that was holding his friends motionless.
I don't know what to say,"
Thrang stuttered, looking at Alex.
"I've never seen or heard of anything."
"An impressive feat," Archon said, his voice a little shaky. "I have never heard of a paladin bowing to a wizard." "How did you—" Nellis stammered, unable to finish his question. "It was a test of will, but it's over now," Alex answered. "And I was only doing what Thrang asked us all to do."
"Yes, but a paladin,"
Thrang managed to say. At that moment, Cat and Bane walked up to the table. "My thanks, Master Taylor," said Cat, bowing to Alex. "I am in your debt." "As am I," Bane added, also bowing. Alex glanced at the three men who were struggling to get off the floor. "Perhaps your friends need some assistance," he said to Bane. The paladin hurried over to them and said something that Alex could not hear, and then returned to the table. "If it's all right," said Bane slowly, "they would like to ask your forgiveness as well." "Perhaps I should ask for theirs," said Alex. "I don't make a habit of throwing people around magically, and I'm afraid I've hurt them more than their words hurt me." "No, Master Wizard," said the first man, kneeling down with his two friends. "We spoke as fools, and you are right to punish us." "Forgive us of our rash words," said the second man in a pleading tone. "We did not think, and we are sorry that we offended you," the third man added quickly. "Then rise as friends," answered Alex. The three men stood up and bowed to Alex and the rest of the company. Bane nodded to his friends, and they quickly made their way out of the tavern. "And, all is well between us, then?" Alex questioned, looking from Cat to Bane. "All is well," answered Cat. "And I ask that you not place all of the blame on Master Bane. I offered help where it was neither needed nor wanted." "And I spoke too quickly without thought," Bane added. "In the future, I will not be so hasty." "Good," said Alex. "Now, I think we should eat. Bane, you're welcome to join us." Bane glanced at Thrang. "The leader of the adventure should be the one to invite guests," he said politely. Yeah. My apologies, Master Silversmith," said Alex. "I seem to have forgotten my place."
"What's that?"
said Thrang, looking between Alex and Bane.
"Oh, yes, we should be honored if you would join us."
"The honor is mine," said Bane, bowing to Thrang. "I would count it a great blessing to share a meal with your company." Thrang offered Bane a chair, and Alex suggested they push the two tables together into one long table. Bane and Thrang sat at opposite ends of the table, and Alex sat next to Bane. He wanted to talk to the paladin and find out more about him.
Changed the seating then, have you?" Rose remarked as she returned with a large platter. "And added a new friend as well. The two of you have scared away my regular customers, you know," she said to Alex and Bane.
"I am sorry," Bane said. "The fault is mine, and I will gladly compensate you for the loss of business."
"Oh, that's not needed," said Rose with a laugh. "Those old grums needed a bit of shaking up. They sit there every night and drink one mug apiece, and they never leave a tip. After tonight, I expect they'll be drinking a bit more for the next few days."
"If it's not too much trouble, there will be 8 for dinner," said Thrang. "And please, put the mugs on our bill."
No trouble at all,"
said Rose, putting the large platter of potatoes on the table. I'll be just a minute with the rest of it, and then I'll leave you be."
Rose moved surprisingly fast, and soon everyone in the company had filled their plates with hot food. Alex noticed that Bane made sure everyone had enough of everything before helping himself, and he smiled approvingly. He had never met a paladin before, and he didn't remember reading anything about them in any of his studies. "Have you traveled far?" Bane asked, looking at Thrang.
"Not yet,"
said Thrang, cutting into a steak.
"Our adventure is just beginning, and we have a long road to travel before its end."
"May I ask which direction that road lies?" Bane asked. "Of course, if you'd rather not say, I understand."
"We go east,"
said Thrang simply. "I have just come from the east," said Bane. "I had heard stories of trouble there, though I had none myself."
"What kind of trouble?"
Thrang questioned. "Rumors of bandits or maybe trolls," Bane answered. "I saw a few tracks in my travels, so I can't say which, if any, of the rumors are true." "Trolls have more wealth than bandits," Alex pointed out. "And are often more dangerous," Archon added. "Yes, and both are best avoided," said Nellis, his voice troubled. "Well, we won't go looking for them," said Alex. "I was just thinking if we had to face one or the other." "I doubt that either would be much trouble for Master Taylor," Bane said. "You are too kind," said Alex. "And please, call me Alex." Their meal went on with a great deal of talk, but not much laughter. Bane knew a great deal about the land of the East, and they all listened closely as he told them about the difficulties he had run into and rumors he had heard. "There are more dangers in Draxon than there once were," Bane concluded, pushing his chair back from the table.
"Not enough adventurers,"
said Thrang, nodding his head.
"If more adventures were going on here, many of the troubles you've heard of would be removed."
"Perhaps," Bane allowed, "though the people of the land have some responsibility as well. They should not wait for adventurers to come and solve their problems for them."
"True,"
said Thrang, stroking his beard.
"And the different peoples of Thraxon have not worked together for many years. I will mention it to King Thorgood when we return to Benog."
"Do you know the king well?" Bane questioned.
"Better than most," said Thrang. "I've been one of his ministers, and this is his adventure, in a manner of speaking."
"Then perhaps I could impose on you," said Bane, leaning forward intently. "I am on my way to Benorg, and I need to search its history. Perhaps you could send a message to the king, asking for his assistance in my quest."
"We know nothing of you or your quest," said Thrain carefully. "I would need to know something about you and what you are looking for before I could ask the king to help you."
Yes, of course," said Bane. "I will be happy to tell you anything I can." "But not everything," said Alex, looking at Bane. "You see much," said Bane with a nod. "Yes, there are some things I cannot tell, not even to a wizard like yourself."
"Then tell us your story, if you will," said Thrain. "If there are parts you must leave out, we will understand and not ask questions."
Chapter 7. The Paladin's Tale. Alex and his companions leaned back in their chairs, waiting expectantly. For several minutes, Bane said nothing. His head was bowed slightly, as though he was trying to remember something from the distant past. If Alex hadn't known better, he would have thought that Bane had fallen asleep. Bane lifted his head, and Alex was surprised to realize that Bane was actually a great deal older than he appeared to be. The paladin looked worn and tired, and his face had turned a slight grey color. "I was born in Govel," said Bane slowly, "before it was divided into two lands. I had an easy childhood, or at least as easy as any childhood can be. Nothing of great importance happened to me as a child, and I mention it only so you will know that I was once a normal man." Bane paused, a troubled look crossing his face, but it was quickly gone, and he continued his story.
When I was 16 years old, the wars in Govel began. At the time, I didn't know who started the wars or why. To me, war looked like a great adventure, an opportunity to win fortune and fame. With such thoughts in my mind, I left my happy home and joined one of the many armies that marched across the land. I was a boy pretending to be a man. I knew nothing of war and less of life. Sadly, I learned too much about both, for I had a gift. The art of war came naturally to me, too naturally in fact. I should have stayed at home, but that thought did not occur to me until it was much too late to go back. By the time I was 17, I had killed 20 men in a single combat, and many more than that in the massed attacks between the armies. War is bloody, dirty work, but I took to it willingly, and my fame began to grow among the soldiers of our army. I was respected as a warrior, though I was still a boy. The fame went to my head, and I became proud and arrogant, two things I struggle with even today.
Bain took a long drink from his mug. Alex could understand Bain's feelings and desires, as he had sometimes felt a similar thirst for battle when wielding his sword Moonslayer.
As my reputation grew, Bain continued, so did my responsibility. When I was 18, I commanded a squad of men. By the time I was 20, I commanded a company. In 4 short years, the army had become my life. I had almost forgotten the home and family that I'd once had. When I was 21 years old, our army joined with another, and we received a new lord to rule us in our deadly game. He was a wise man, cunning on the battlefield, and careful with the lives of his men. He had heard about me, and ordered me to stand before him. At the time, I thought it was the greatest moment of my life. He began to train me to be more than just the mindless leader of a company. He taught me tactics and strategies. He showed me how to win men's loyalty and to get the most out of them. Those were the good lessons he taught me. But there were other lessons as well.
A look of pain crossed Bain's face. He stared at the table in front of him, lost in thought. When he spoke again, his voice was tight, and he had some difficulty with the words.
Please continue listening on CD number 3. Albrecht's Tomb, CD number 3.
I learned to be cold and cruel, he said. In war, the ruthless often have the advantage. Under the training of my new master, I learned to put aside my own feelings, to do what needed to be done, no matter what. It was a hard lesson for me to learn because, up until that time, I had always thought that mercy and honor had a place on the battlefield. I did things that I will never speak of, things that should not have been done. My master praised me and my actions, but deep in my own heart, I knew I had done wrong. I hid my doubts and buried my feelings deep. If I did evil, it was only to bring about a greater good. Or so I told myself at the time. If the innocent had to pay the price for our victory, well, that was not my concern, because only our final victory mattered. The innocent would be taken care of once my master was king of the land. It was during this time that I began to understand what evil really is. My master seemed to change as time passed as well, becoming more desperate to win battles and less careful with his army. We were coming to the end, but I could not see it. All that mattered to me was that we fight. Victory could still be ours, if only we could keep going. The end of that time in my life is a bloody story, and I will not retell it now. Simply know that the end did come, and when it did, I was at my master's side, though even then I did not realize what was truly happening. I was blinded by the hate he had poured into me.
Bane paused, taking a few deep breaths and running his hands through his hair.
The end came, he repeated grimly. We were caught by our enemies. I tried to help my master escape, tried to run to the hills and start again. We would rebuild our army, even if it meant traveling to another land, but our attempt was in vain. We were cornered, not by soldiers, but by wizards. 4 wizards, true wizards like Master Taylor here, who did not seek power for themselves, but justice for the people of Govel. I was bound by their spells and made to watch what they did to my master. At first I thought they would torture him and make him pay for the dark deeds that he had done and that others had done in his name. Torture was not what the wizards were about, and that was something I had not expected. They spoke a magic spell together, and a shadow of darkness tore away from my master's body. I did not understand what I was seeing. I knew little of magic and even less about the dark creatures that exist in the known lands. The shadow spoke to the 4 wizards, but I did not hear what it said. Before the wizards could capture or destroy the shadow, my old master rushed at them, distracting them from their final task. The old man was destroyed, but the shadow that had been inside of him escaped. I thought the wizards would destroy me as well, but they did not. With a few kind words, they removed the darkness and shadows from my mind so I could see the truth, so I could understand the evil that had been done. I could finally understand what I had done in the name of victory, and for the first time in years, I could feel with the emotions of a man. It was an act of kindness, but still the guilt for my evil deeds overcame me. For a long time I wished for death, but that was not to be. The wizards helped me overcome my guilt and found ways to heal the wounds I had inflicted on the land and people of Govel. I travelled for many years in the company of one or another of these wizards, until finally the 4 of them came together once more.
Bane closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. He shook his head as if trying to wake himself from a dream.
Yes, these 4 great men asked me to take on a final quest, said Bane, half smiling as he spoke. They explained to me what the shadow I had seen was, though words failed to express its true nature and horror. I will simply say that it was a shadow of evil that could possess a person and use that person for its own ends. I have heard it called by many names in many lands, but the result is always the same: war and pain. I accepted the quest, thinking it would be a way to repay some of the evils I had done. I did not know then that my quest would last so long, but even now I feel the punishment is light compared to my crimes.
Bane stopped as a sudden cough racked his body violently. It was several minutes before he caught his breath again, but no one said anything or even moved.
So, my new masters gave me power, said Bane, rubbing his chin. They passed some of their own power to me and sent me into the known lands as a paladin. Now I hunt the shadow that possesses men, and my quest will not end until I find it and destroy it, or it destroys me.
There was a long silence as Bane finished speaking, and the only noise came from the fire burning in the hearth. Alex considered Bane's story, remembering something his own teacher, Waylon Vanken, had told him. "I see now why my friends were so concerned when I wanted to confront you," Alex said at last. "I did not recognize you for what you are, and I did not understand what they meant when they called you a paladin."
"A name for common people to use," said Bane. "Yet I know another name, a name that I will not speak in this company," said Alex. "If I had known that that was what you are, I would not have confronted you as I did." "And yet you proved the stronger," said Bane, a look of wonder on his face.
"How long have you been on this quest?" Archon asked quietly.
"A long time," Bane answered. "Sometimes it feels like forever, and I think the quest will have no end, but I cannot give it up." "Your story rings true," said Thrang after a moment. "I will gladly ask King Thorgood to assist you in your quest."
"You are most kind," said Bane, inclining his head to Thrang. "I think I may also be able to assist you," said Alex. "Perhaps more than the libraries of Benorg, unless I miss my guess."
"You know of the creature, the shadow of which I spoke?"
Bane questioned, a hint of excitement in his voice. "I believe I do," said Alex. "If it is the same creature, and I feel sure that it is, I have confronted it twice."
"Twice?"
Bane repeated in amazement. "It tried to tempt me," said Alex. "It wanted me to join with it. It made me promises of power, wealth, and fame."
"Promises it could not keep, unless it used the power in you to bring such things to pass," said Bane. "Will you tell me where these meetings took place?"
"The first was in Vargland," said Alex, glancing at his friends. "The shadow was controlling several wraiths there. I was not yet a trained wizard and did not understand what I was facing. It nearly destroyed me, and I was saved only because my friends called me back from the wall."
"More than one called you back?"
Bane questioned in surprise. "I called him back part way," said Archon, a pained look on his face. "I did not have the power to call him back completely." "Perhaps not," said Alex, "but you had the presence of mind to take me to one who could call me back, or, as you once said, demand that I return."
"A close thing, even for her," said Archon.
"Yes, it was," agreed Alex. "So you escaped it once when you were not trained, and then you met it again?" Bane asked. "By chance, it traveled with an adventurer who was part of the company I had joined," Alex explained. "I was still being trained and had not yet taken my staff, so I did not see or feel the shadow until it was almost too late."
"Ah, the adventurer. Were you able to save him?"
Bane questioned in a worried tone. "I was not," said Alex sadly. "He was lost, and the shadow escaped. That was in the far north of Norseland not long ago."
"Twice you have met the shadow, and twice you have overcome it. I think the shadow will avoid meeting you a third time," said Bane with a nod.
"Perhaps," Alex agreed. "I think I could hold it now, but I do not know how to destroy it."
"I have little doubt that you could destroy it if you needed to," said Bane in a confident tone. "You overcame me easily, and I was sent to be the shadow's bane."
"Yes, but your powers are not fully yours to use," said Alex. "I think your powers would have been greater if I had been evil. If I had accepted the shadow's offer, I would be less than I am. You would have prevailed."
"I wonder," said Bane softly. "I am glad that such a test will never come."
"As am I," said Alex. "Now that you have some idea where the shadow has been, will you still go to Benorg?" Cat asked Bane.
"Yes," said Bane. "I would still like to search the records of the city to see if there is any mention of the shadow. I doubt that the records will name it as such, but I will know just the same."
"I doubt that the shadow remained in Norseland anyway," Alex said. "It was going to look for a new servant, or perhaps I should say victim, though it may wish to return to Norseland once that victim is found."
"Why do you say that?" Bane questioned.
"It thinks there is something waiting for it there," answered Alex. Bane looked at Alex, confused. Alex smiled and told the story of the last time he'd met the shadow. As he spoke, he could feel his friend's eyes on him. He hadn't told him the entire story of this part of his last adventure, and he was a little embarrassed to be telling it now.
"It will be disappointed when it returns," Bane said with satisfaction, "though I am sorry that the adventure could not be saved."
"He made his own choice," said Alex. "I feel sorry for him, but he had to pay the price for the choices that he made."
"Ah, yes, as do we all," said Bane with a bleak smile.
"What happened to the 4 wizards who sent you on this quest?"
Thrain asked shyly. "That's not important," Alex interrupted. "What is important is that Bane is still on his quest. I, for one, will help in any way I can."
"You have already helped a great deal," said Bane. "More than anyone else I have met in my journeys."
But the wizards?"
Thrain persisted. "We should go to bed," Alex suggested. "Tomorrow we must start on the road again, and I know that Bane has a long journey ahead of him as well."
"Ah, yes, of course,"
said Thrain, catching the quick look Alex gave him.
To bed, and the road in the morning."
Alex and Bane remained seated as the others got up from the table and left for their rooms.
Aren't you coming, Alex?"
Thrain questioned. "I'll be along shortly," said Alex. Alex watched as Thrain pulled Thrain aside, whispering something in his ear. He felt a little sad for his young friend, but he knew there was nothing he could do about it just now.
"You were kind to deflect his question,"
Bane said once he and Alex were alone. "I knew the answer would trouble you," said Alex. "I will explain it to him later, if he still wishes to know."
"I suppose you wish to know the parts of my story I did not tell," Bane said.
"I won't pry," said Alex. "Much of what was missing I could see without your speaking it. Anything that I could not see is not important for me to know."
"Thank you," said Bane. "You have been both kind and helpful."
"So what will you do now?" Alex questioned. "I know your trip to Benor will be a short one."
"After hearing your story, I will admit I thought of going to Norseland," Bane answered. "I could wait for the shadow to return and hope to take it by surprise."
"Yet you have your doubts about that plan," Alex stated.
Bane nodded. "Time means little to the shadow, and,
Alex said.
I feel that something else is happening. Something is wrong in the known lands, something that I cannot clearly see."
"What do you mean?" Alex questioned.
"The shadow slips away and, at times, it seems to vanish completely. It is as if someone or something is helping it to escape me," Bane answered. "I feel as if some great conspiracy is taking place, yet I can find no proof or trail to follow."
"A conspiracy to hide this shadow?"
"Not just the shadow. I have seen things in many lands, things that should not be. Yet it seems that people don't notice the danger, or perhaps they don't care as they once did."
"What is this conspiracy? What is it they want? Power? Wealth?"
"I don't know," said Bane. "Sometimes I feel that I should know, but the answer remains just out of sight. I do know that things are changing, and not for the better. Kingdoms are weakening, and old friendships are being forgotten. Perhaps that is what the conspiracy wants, but I don't know why."
"If that is true, it must be a large conspiracy," said Alex. "And a large group is easily discovered."
"Not if they were patient," said Bane. "Not if they worked slowly over hundreds or even thousands of years. You know how long ago the wars in Golval started, Alex? You know how long I have been on this quest?"
"Long enough that you would notice things like a careful and patient conspiracy."
"Yes," said Bane. "I would ask you to do something for me."
"What can I do?"
"Talk to the wizards that you know. Pass on my thoughts to them," said Bane. "Alert them to what might be happening,
and ask them to act if they can." I'll do what I can," said Alex. Bain nodded and sat silently for several minutes, looking into the fire across the room. "I think it would be best if I am gone before your company wakes in the morning," he said at last. "Must you always travel alone?" Alex questioned quietly. "People's lives are too short, and I am too old. I am a paladin, and must always be on the move. I do not have time for ties to family or friends." "Very well," said Alex, feeling sorry for Bain. "I wish you good hunting in your quest." "Thank you," said Bain. "If ever I meet this shadow again, I will let you know," Alex promised. "And if you ever need my assistance, please feel free to call on me." Bain nodded, but Alex knew that the paladin was unlikely to ever ask for assistance. The ancient warrior had searched the known lands for many long years, and Alex knew that in all that time he was the first to offer him any kind of help. Alex stood up from the table and shook hands with Bain. He did not speak, but simply turned and left the paladin, sitting alone at the table. Chapter 8. Road to Danger. The next morning, Alex was up before any of his companions. He wrote a letter to Wayland explaining Bain's thoughts about a conspiracy, and then went down to the bar and took a seat at one of the tables. He knew Thrang and the others would be along soon, so he ordered breakfast for the entire company. While he waited, he wondered how far Bain had already traveled toward Benog.
"You're up early,"
Thrang said as he entered the room. "Or you're up late," said Alex.
"I'm surprised you slept at all,"
Thrang said.
"I thought you and your new friend would be up all night talking. I suspect there were things you needed to talk about that were best discussed in private."
Alex nodded. "And other things that were best not to speak of in front of the company."
"Like Thrain's question. Did you have to ask Bain, or did you already know the answer?"
"Once I knew what Bain was, I knew the answer to Thrain's question. Though what should concern us now are the rumors that Bain heard in his travels. I know I said trolls have more wealth than bandits, but I'm not in a hurry to meet either."
"Nor am I," said Thrang. "Bain said he saw nothing as he travelled, so perhaps we will not be troubled either."
"Bain travelled alone," Alex said. "There are 7 of us. We will be easier to spot than he was."
"He travelled alone?" Thrang questioned. "Then who were the 3 men with him?"
"Some things should not be asked," Alex answered softly. Their discussion was interrupted as the rest of the company entered the room, just as Rose arrived to serve breakfast. Alex noticed that Thrain looked dejected and not his normal happy self. Alex knew that it had taken a lot of courage for Thrain to ask Bain about the 4 wizards, and suspected he was unhappy at not hearing the answer. But when Thrain seemed reluctant to look Alex in the face, Alex sensed that there was more to the problem. "I see Master Bain has gone," said Archon, taking his seat. "He had far to travel," said Alex.
But he never answered my question,"
said Thrain quietly, his eyes fixed on the table in front of him. "I will answer your question," Alex said gently, "but when we are on the road once more, not here." "We should discuss the road ahead," Archon said.
"Alex and I were doing just that before you arrived," said Thrang. "We will need to be careful and choose our campsites well."
"But Bain said he saw nothing," said Nellis.
"But he did hear rumors,"
said Barnabas.
"The trouble with rumors is you never know what to believe,"
Kat said.
"There might be bandits or trolls along our path, or there might be nothing at all."
"Or there might be something even worse," Archon added.
"It's no use trying to guess what we might or might not meet," said Thrang. "We'll be careful as we go, and our road goes east."
The sun was coming up as they left the tavern, and Alex was pleased to see that Ned had taken good care of their horses. As Thrang settled the bill, Alex handed Ned a couple of silver coins and thanked him for looking after the animals. Ned seemed stunned by the generous gift, and thanked Alex several times before they rode away. "That was probably more than he makes in a month," Kat commented, riding beside Alex. "Then he is underpaid," said Alex with a laugh. Soon the small town was far behind them, but Thrang decided they should continue to follow the road simply because it was going in the right direction. Alex wondered about the wisdom of that decision, but he kept his thoughts to himself. After they had ridden for some time, Thrain drew up alongside Alex.
"If I was wrong to ask about Bane, I'm sorry," he said quietly.
"You were not wrong to ask," said Alex. "There is no secret that needs to be kept."
"Well then, can you tell me the answer?"
Thrain asked. "Bane is a paladin," Alex began. "But wizards use a different word, which is why I didn't understand when Thrang and Archon tried to warn me last night. The wizard word has much more meaning, of course, but paladin will do."
"Yes, we know he is a paladin," said Thrang. "But what happened to the 4 wizards who gave Bane his quest?"
"It is not a simple question to answer, even for me," said Alex. "To create a paladin requires a great deal of magical power. It's not as if the wizards could simply say, 'You're a paladin, go on this quest.' There's much more to it than that. To give Bane the power he would need, they had to let go of some of their own. The 4 wizards poured their own power into Bane. Once that was done, they were no longer wizards, but they were not simply men either."
You mean they gave up their magical powers so Bane could go on his quest?"
Thrain asked in a puzzled voice. "Yes," answered Alex. "So Bane has the power of all 4 wizards in him?" Kat questioned after a long pause. "Yes," Alex said again. "Yet you prove stronger in your test of will," said Archon, looking over his shoulder at Alex. "He bowed to you, not you to him." "That is true," said Alex. "However, Bane could not use all of his power against me. His full power can only be used against the shadow he chases, or against those who serve that evil." "Still, you were stronger than the 4, Kat said. "I am not evil, and I don't have the same restrictions that Bane has," said Alex. "I said as much last night while telling him about my meetings with the shadow."
"It was impressive to see,"
Barnabas said from behind Alex. "What was?" Alex asked, not sure what Barnabas meant.
"The contest of power,"
Barnabas answered.
"It was impressive to see."
"What exactly did you see?" Alex questioned.
"You don't know?"
Barnabas asked in reply. "I was a bit busy at the time," said Alex with a slight smile.
"Well, you passed through the table like a ghost," said Barnabas. "That alone was startling."
"And when you and Bane locked eyes," Archon added, "it was as if all light and sound had been drained from the world."
"All we could see was the 2 of you, standing there surrounded by shining white light, while the rest of the world was in darkness,"
said Thrain, his voice shaking slightly. "It seemed to me that nothing else in all the known lands mattered, but the outcome of your contest," said Nellis. "So I don't think any harm would have come if Bane had prevailed." "Perhaps no harm, but less good," said Kat, looking away from Alex and toward the east. "I didn't realize," said Alex, shaking his head. "For me, you all just melted away until only Bane existed."
"When Bane knelt, it was like the world snapped back into being," said Thrang,
rubbing his nose on the back of his sleeve. "I will have to be more careful in the future," said Alex. "I did not realize the effects of such a test on those not involved." For a while they rode in silence. Alex now understood the stunned looks on his friends' faces, and the reason Thrain was reluctant to look him in the eye. They had seen a contest of 2 great powers, powers that they did not really understand. Alex knew it was fortunate that his contest with Bane had been nothing more serious than a test. If it had been real battle, a battle that his own reckless feelings had almost started, then things might have turned nasty. When they stopped for the midday meal, Archon surveyed their surroundings. This road seems little used, but the grass and weeds have not grown over it. Perhaps grass and weeds grow more slowly here, or perhaps the rain from last week has washed away any tracks, Nella suggested. Perhaps, said Archon, looking east along the road. There is a strange feel to this road, but I cannot make out what it is. Should we perhaps leave the road and travel across open ground? Alex questioned, voicing the thoughts he'd had earlier in the day.
The road goes in our chosen direction,
said Thrang, stroking his beard in thought.
To leave it would slow our progress.
And to stay on it might lead us to danger,
Barnabas said. We don't know there is any danger, said Cat. If there is, it will find us as easily in the open as along the road.
We will stay on the road for now,
said Thrang, his voice final.
If there is danger, then we will meet it when it comes. If there is no danger, we will move quicker on the road.
They all agreed, though Archon's comment about a strange feel to the road stuck in Alex's mind. He, too, felt there was something strange about the road, but he also understood Thrang's point about wanting to travel as quickly as possible. When they camped for the night, Alex felt more watchful than he normally did. There was nothing definite to trouble his thoughts, but something in the back of his mind continued to nag at him. He kept his worries to himself and listened while the others talked around the campfire. When the others went to their tents, Alex stood and looked into the darkness. There was danger ahead. He was certain of it. "May I speak with you?" Cat asked. Alex turned to look at her, unsurprised by her presence. He had half expected her to remain at the fire when the others went to bed. "Of course," he said. "I wanted to thank you for what you did," said Cat, her voice halting as she spoke. "At the tavern." "I did only what I said I would do," said Alex. "Yes, but to face a paladin, that was a risk." "I didn't know what a paladin was. If I had, I may have been more hesitant to face him." "You would not have hesitated," said Cat, sounding sure of her words. "To hesitate is not in your nature." "You know me so well already," Alex laughed. "I am a seer, and I often know things about people without knowing them for long." "Can you see the possibilities, like an oracle?" Alex questioned. Cat shook her head. "There are different kinds of seers. Some see as oracles do, only not so clearly. That is not my gift." "What is your gift?" Alex asked. "I have a gift for finding," said Cat. "It is my strongest gift, though not my only one." "You also have a gift for knowing the intentions of others," said Alex. "If Bane had been evil, you would not have approached him as you did." Cat smiled and nodded. "A useful gift, though at times it is unwelcome." "Bane has many demons to fight. He was not angry with you, but with himself." "I do not blame him," said Cat, "but I do thank you for your actions." Alex nodded and smiled at Cat. She was different than he thought she would be, and yet at the same time, almost exactly what he thought she would be. It was difficult to explain, and he did not try. Cat returned his smile and then headed to her tent. Alex watched her go, then turned to look into the darkness again. He knew there was nothing there, but for a long time he stood watching just the same. The following day passed with no sign of danger or other travelers. Alex began watching the road more closely, looking for anything, a footprint, a track, even a bit of garbage that would show that other people had used it. There was nothing to be seen, however, and his thoughts remained troubled. After 3 days of following the road, Alex had given up on looking for any signs, and he turned his thoughts to other things. At first, he spent his time practicing some methods that relaxed his mind, but allowed his body to function as normal. He found this very restful, though it removed his need to sleep at night. After a few nights of not sleeping, he decided to practice some sensory exercises instead. They were supposed to help him know when someone was coming or if danger or enemies were close. He found these exercises much more difficult to do than relaxing his mind, and he guessed that having so many people around made it more difficult than it would be if he were alone. On their 7th day of following the road, Thrang stopped them next to a stream, the first they had found since leaving the mountains.
"We have travelled far already, and a little extra rest will do us good," Thrang said. "We will camp here."
"I would guess we are getting close to the Eastern Sea," said Nellis, looking across the grasslands. "I think we've travelled at least 150 miles from the mountains." "Closer to 200, said Archon, jumping lightly from his saddle.
"As you are so light on your feet, perhaps you can hunt us up some fresh meat,"
Barnabas said to Archon. "I have seen little to hunt, but I will try," Archon answered. "May I come along?" Thrain asked, his enthusiasm for the adventure having returned over the past several days.
"Don't go too far," Thrang warned, "and keep both eyes open for trouble."
"We'll do that," Archon laughed. "And perhaps, if we have a spare moment, we might look for game." Thrang grunted as Archon and Thrain walked away from camp. Alex knew that Thrang was worried about Thrain. It was true that this was Thrain's first adventure, and the young dwarf didn't know a great deal about the dangers that came with adventures, but as long as he was with Archon, he should be all right. Alex walked forward and stood by his dwarf friend, who was still looking north at where Thrain and Archon had disappeared. "He'll be fine," Alex said. "Archon is with him, after all."
"Yes, I suppose he will," said Thrang. "And I suppose I'd better get a fire going, since Thrain has managed to sneak off before doing it."
Alex laughed and helped Thrang gather wood for their campfire, an easy task because there were more trees along the stream than there had been along the road. They soon had a large pile of wood, and Thrang ignited a small fire and began heating water for tea. Alex left the campsite and climbed a small hill to the northeast, wanting to get a good look at the countryside. Kat asked if she could walk with him, and he happily agreed. The hill was small, and it took them only a few minutes to climb to the top. Alex leaned on his staff and looked around, taking in the change in landscape to the east and the distant mountains to the west. He glanced at Kat and saw that she was gazing north with a look of expectation on her face. "What is it?" Alex questioned, his voice lowered so as not to startle Kat. "Something strange," answered Kat in a slow and dreamy voice. "Evil intentions, but I cannot name the source." "Are we in danger?" "I do not think so," Kat whispered. "Not now. Not yet." The dreamy look suddenly left Kat's face, and she blinked and rubbed her eyes. She gave Alex a questioning look, and he explained what had just happened. "A trance?" Kat questioned. "Not exactly," said Alex. "I think you were seeing, or at least feeling something that was there. I couldn't tell if you were looking at something in the future, or at something that is some distance away from us." "But that's never happened before," said Kat, a note of worry in her voice. "If it had, would you know?" "No, I suppose not." "You'll need to learn how to remember such things," said Alex. "Perhaps I can help you with that. For now, I think we should mention this to the others." "No," Kat said quickly. "Not yet. Not until we know if my words hold any meaning." "By the time we know, it might be too late for your words to do any good." "If we remain watchful and careful, we should be fine." "As you wish," Alex agreed. He thought Kat's prediction or premonition was a good thing. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that they were not in any immediate danger. So he was willing to do as Kat requested and not mention what had happened to any of the others. The two of them walked back to the camp in silence, but they had not been back for long when Thrain came rushing back to the camp alone. He looked worried and afraid, and it took several minutes for him to catch his breath before he could speak.
A huge snake, Thrain managed to say at last. Arkon told me to come back and let you know. He said it was a nag something, and that he was going to follow it.
A nagus? Alex questioned.
Yes, that's what he said,
Thrain answered, still breathing hard and looking terrified.
What's a nagus?
Thrain asked. As Thrain said, a giant snake, answered Alex, looking north. They have a human-looking head, and they can speak to people if they choose to. Are they dangerous? Cat questioned, looking slightly panicked. They can be if they are startled or angered, said Alex. They are also known to protect treasure, or hoard treasure if they have not been given one to protect.
And Arkon is following this thing?
Thrain asked, looking back to Thrain.
Oh, yeah, he said he would return shortly, Thrain answered. He didn't seem to think there was any real danger.
There may not be, said Alex, but some nagus are evil, and they have been known to attack unsuspecting travelers. That would explain why Arkon sent Thrain back to warn us, Nella said. Yes, but not why he chose to follow the serpent in the first place, said Alex.
I'm sure he had a good reason, said Thrain. Arkon would not do anything foolish. Should we look for him?
Barnabas questioned, glancing between Alex and Thrain.
He didn't say anything about needing us to come after him, did he?
Thrain asked.
No, said Thrain. He said he would return shortly and told me to hurry back.
Then we will wait,
said Thrain, his hand going to his beard as he thought.
If Arkon does not return soon, then we will go and look for him.
I would suggest that I go and look, said Alex, taking his eyes off the northern horizon to look at Thrain. If all of us happened upon the nagus, it would feel threatened and might attack.
Very well,
Thrain agreed.
I know from experience that you can take care of yourself in any situation.
The others settled back around the fire, but Alex stayed where he was. His eyes returned to the horizon, and he tried to use his powers to sense what was ahead of them on the road. The concern and high emotions of his friends at the fire made this difficult for him, but slowly he managed to expand his thoughts to the north. He was surprised to feel Arkon's mood, and more surprised that the elf was not overly concerned with the creature he was following. Alex stretched his thoughts further, his hands gripping his staff with the effort. He could sense the nagus moving unconcerned between the trees and through the tall grass, apparently unaware that Arkon was following it. After several minutes, Alex let his mind relax, shaking the blood back into his hands. He was not worried about Arkon, but a small part of him was worried that the nagus might still prove to be dangerous. With his heightened senses, he could hear his friends talking around the fire.
How long should we wait?
Barnabas questioned.
What exactly did Arkon say?
Thrain asked Thrain.
Only that he would return shortly,
Thrain answered, still pale from the shock of seeing the giant snake. It will be dark soon, Nehlis pointed out. Arkon can see in the dark, Cat commented.
But we cannot,
said Thrain, sounding worried and irritated. They all stopped talking and sat staring into the fire. Alex continued to study the northern horizon, his senses on alert. Cat joined him by his side. Could this be what I spoke of? Cat questioned, her voice low so the others could not hear. Perhaps, answered Alex. Then its intentions are evil, and it is waiting for a better time to attack us, Cat said softly. Yes, Alex agreed. I was thinking of the rumors Bane heard. A nagus would make travelers vanish, just as bandits or trolls would. So you think the rumors had something to do with this nagus creature? I do, said Alex. Just then, Arkon appeared, hurrying toward the camp with a grim but satisfied look on his face. Thrain explained then, Archon asked, as soon as he could make himself heard over the questions of the others.
He did, said Thrang, and a foolish thing it was for you to go off following a giant snake.
I had my reasons, said Archon calmly.
And what might they have been?
Thrang questioned, a note of anger in his voice. I wanted to see where the creature made its home, answered Archon. I thought the Nagus might be the source of the rumors Bane had heard.
I was thinking the same thing, Alex added.
And did you find the pit where this serpent sleeps?
Thrang asked. Yes, and my suspicions were verified, said Archon. Bones and debris littered the ground in front of the serpent's cave. I fear it has been waylaying travelers for some time now.
And would waylay us too if it had a chance, said Thrang.
It may have already seen us, said Cat.
What's that? Thrang asked. How? When?
Cat explained what had happened on the hill, and that she now felt certain that the evil intention she had felt came from the Nagus, and that it was only waiting for a convenient time to attack them.
What should we do?
Barnabas asked. Attack it first, Nella suggested. It is growing dark, and the Nagus would have great advantage in the dark, said Archon.
Yet we cannot remain here, said Thrang thoughtfully. If the Nagus has seen us here, we should move. Then at least it will not find us where it expects us to be.
There is some wisdom in that, though where to move to is a problem, said Alex. The Nagus can move swiftly, and it will try to follow us wherever we go. If it doesn't find us here, it will be on guard, making it harder for us to attack it.
What then?
Thrang questioned, looking at Alex. Perhaps we can draw it in, Alex suggested. It knows we're here, but it doesn't know that we know it's here.
How difficult are these things to kill?
Thrang asked, fingering his axe. They are powerful creatures, and some have stings in their tails, said Archon.
Their teeth are long and sharp, and they can raise as much as half their body off the ground, Alex added.
Dangerous at both ends, then,
Thrang said.
Still, we must do something before this creature attempts to attack us.
It's a difficult problem, said Alex, thinking it through. I would suggest not being in the tents where we are separated and vulnerable to attack. But if we are all in the open, then the Nagus will see us and might wait for another time to attack.
There are also the horses to consider, said Archon. If it cannot get at us, it may go for the horses.
Well, we must do something,
Thrang repeated, looking worried and desperate.
And we must do something now.
Chapter 9. The Nagus. Alex sat alone beside the fire, watching as the flames began to fail. All of his senses were alert, and his mind searched the ground around their camp for any sign of the Nagus. The others were crowded into 2 of their 4 tents, waiting for any sound that would indicate the Nagus was attacking. It was a desperate plan, but they couldn't think of anything else to do. As a precaution, Alex had put a hiding spell on their horses, so at least the Nagus would not be able to find them easily. It was not a difficult spell, but there were 7 horses, and it had required more time than Alex would have liked. Still, the horses should be safe, and once the Nagus appeared, his friends would be close at hand. The Nagus was both cunning and intelligent. No simple tricks would deceive the giant serpent, and they didn't have time to plan anything too difficult. So Alex sat alone as bait, watching the fire and waiting for the Nagus to arrive. He worried that his ability to feel the Nagus was limited, and he hoped that he would have time to act before the Nagus could attack him. Suddenly, the hair on the back of Alex's neck stood up. The Nagus had arrived. Alex could feel its eyes looking at him from the darkness, searching the camp. Alex remained still, as if dozing by the fire during his watch. He needed the Nagus to come closer before he tried anything, or else it might escape into the darkness. Concentrating, he could feel the snake moving, circling the camp, and looking for the best place to attack. Alex stayed still, focusing his mind on the Nagus. He knew exactly where it was, and he was impressed and a little surprised by the snake's patience. The Nagus was considering every possibility before it attacked, as if it half expected some trick. For a moment, Alex wondered if the creature had seen Archon following it earlier, but he didn't think that was the case. This was a careful creature by nature, but it was also ruthless in its desire to destroy. The movement was quiet and quick, and almost before Alex realized what was happening, the Nagus was closing in on him. He spun around, lifting his staff as he turned. Without waiting to get a clear view of his enemy, he cast a freezing spell and called out for his friends to join him. The freezing spell caught the tail of the Nagus, immobilizing the last third of the giant snake. Unfortunately, its front 2/3 was still very mobile, and the spell had infuriated the Nagus. It had expected easy prey, but now it had to face 6 warriors and a wizard. The Nagus lunged toward Alex, and he dove left to avoid being caught in its massive jaws. Alex rolled quickly to his feet, his hand frozen halfway to his sword. For a moment he stood, undecided about what to do. He could cast another spell using his staff, or he could draw his magic sword and attempt to fight the Nagus physically. As he debated what to do next, he heard the sound of Archon's bow and Thrain's crossbow. Archon's arrow hit the Nagus squarely in the body, but it broke on the thick scales of the serpent. Thrain's bolt, however, sank deep into the Nagus's body, just behind its head. The Nagus screamed in pain and rage. Rising up, it turned away from Alex, angling toward Thrain. Thrain was too busy reloading his crossbow instead of paying attention to the Nagus, and was unaware of the danger. Alex launched himself toward his friend, knocking Thrain away just as the Nagus's head struck the ground where Thrain had been standing. Alex rolled away from his friend, turning to see what the serpent would do next. Raising his staff, he prepared to cast another spell, but the Nagus was too quick for him. Its massive head shot forward, missing Alex but striking his staff instead. The staff shuddered in Alex's grasp, and he was thrown backward, slightly dazed. By the time Alex was back on his feet, the Nagus was closing in on him. Nellis and Barnabas were staggering to their feet, having dodged the attack. Archon and Cat were firing arrows, trying to find some soft spot on the monster where their arrows could do some good. There was a loud twang, and the Nagus rose up once more, screaming for a second time. Thrain had managed to fire a second bolt, this one striking the Nagus in the eye. Alex didn't wait to cast a spell. Instead, he drew his sword and ran forward. The reckless feeling he had experienced when he faced Bane returned once more, but now it was directed toward this snake that dared to attack him. The Nagus's head was 10 feet in the air, so Alex swung his sword at the massive body in front of him and felt his blow slice through the scaled armor of his enemy, cutting the body almost in half.
"Quickly!"
Alex heard Thrain shout from behind him. The head of the Nagus dropped toward the ground, unable to lift its broken body. Thrain charged with his axe, striking the head of the serpent as it tried desperately to crawl away. The Nagus jerked wildly, and Thrain was thrown back. Alex ran to the head as well, lifting his sword for a final blow. The Nagus wriggled madly on the ground, trying to twist its body over its head for protection, but its frozen tail made that impossible. Alex brought his sword down with all the strength he had. For a moment, the Nagus continued to move, but Alex knew that it was already dead. The reckless feeling was slipping away from him, but he realized how close it had come to controlling him completely. Barnabas and Nellis put their weapons away and helped Thrain to his feet, commenting on his bold attack. Alex smiled at Thrain, who looked pale and afraid, but determined to stand his ground.
More dangerous than a dragon,
Thrang said, retrieving his axe from the severed head of the Nagus. Not as bad as that, said Archon. It moved faster than I thought it would, said Alex.
Lucky you were able to partially freeze it,
Thrang said, wiping his axe on the grass. You saved me, said Thrain, walking up to Alex. It would have killed me if you hadn't knocked me out of the way. You would have done the same for me, said Alex. He looked around at his companions. It appears that we are all unhurt. Yes, it does, said Nellis, standing close to the fire. I don't suppose any of us wants to spend the rest of the night so close to that thing, Cat said, a look of disgust on her face as she pointed at the dead Nagus.
We will have to move camp,
said Thrang.
Even dead, this creature is unpleasant to be near.
They went to work at once, taking down tents and packing their things. Alex removed his hiding spell from their horses, as Thrang asked Thrain to put out the fire. Archon suggested they move closer to the Nagus' cave and search it once the sun had come up.
That would be best,
agreed Thrang.
I have no desire to be searching caves in the dark. Who knows what other creatures we might find?
I doubt there are many creatures that would share a cave with a Nagus, said Alex. They followed the stream north for about a mile before setting up a new camp. The night was warm and clear, and since they didn't plan on staying there long, they didn't bother setting up their tents again. None of them felt tired after their fight with the Nagus, so they spent the last hours of darkness sitting around the fire and talking.
A masterful final blow,
Barnabas said to Alex.
You were quick in the attack.
A useful trait for the person who is the bait, Cat laughed. I was almost too slow, said Alex. The Nagus moved much faster than I thought it would.
But not fast enough,
Thrang laughed.
Though it was a close call for some of us. Young Thrain here was so busy thinking of attack, the creature almost had him. You should pay more attention to your enemy,
Thrang said to Thrain. In the heat of battle, it is easy to forget the danger, Alex said, glancing at Thrain, who looked a little embarrassed. True enough, Archon added. I have often seen warriors take terrible wounds, simply because they were trying to attack and forgot their defense.
All you say is true,
said Thrang, his voice softer.
And Thrain did draw first blood. That's not bad for a first-time adventurer. Not bad at all.
The last few hours before sunrise passed quickly, and their talk dwindled to silence as the new day arrived. As the company ate breakfast, Alex noticed that Thrain still seemed a little shy of him. He wondered if the contest of power with Bane and the fact that Alex had saved Thrain's life had made Thrain unsure of their relationship. Alex remembered the wild, reckless feelings that had almost overcome him while fighting the Nagus and facing off against Bane. It was something he had never felt before, not even when he was fighting goblins with his magic sword. He considered asking Waylon about it, but he knew Waylon would tell him to control his emotions. The trouble was, the feeling wasn't really an emotion. It was a sense of power, greater power than he had ever experienced before, and a recklessness that came from knowing he could not be defeated. It was strange, and it scared him, more than he liked to admit. After breakfast, Archon led them through the trees to a wide clearing full of wreckage. Broken wagons, carts, and bones were scattered over the ground. To one side of the clearing, a large cave opened into a small hillside, its dark opening looking like a patch of midnight that morning had forgotten to wipe away. "Why would so many people bring carts and wagons here?" Nellis questioned. "The Nagus tricked them," said Alex. "It must have made promises to these travelers to lure them close to its den." "Then why did it not do the same with us?" Cat questioned. "Travelers are easier prey than adventurers are," Archon answered.
Yes,
agreed Thrang, looking around the clearing.
Archon, Alex, and I will enter the cave. The rest of you search the wagons and carts.
"For what?" Thrain asked.
Treasure, of course, Thrang said. The Nagus could not easily move items from carts and wagons. It would be best for us to make a complete search.
The others did as Thrain asked, dismounting from their horses and beginning their work. Alex and Archon rode forward with Thrang to the cave opening and tied their horses to a broken wagon wheel just outside the dark entrance.
We'll need torches,
said Thrang. Alex smiled and with a wave of his hand conjured up several weir lights and sent them into the cave.
Oh, yet another good reason to bring a wizard along, said
Thrang with a grin. I find them easier than torches, and faster, said Alex.
Hafton said you used them to great effect on your last adventure together,
Thrang said. They have many uses, said Alex. Right now they will make our search quicker. I don't want to spend any more time in this cave than we have to. Nor do I, said Archon. Thrang nodded his agreement and led the way into the cave. The weir lights moved ahead of them, lighting the cave better than a dozen torches. Fortunately, the cave did not extend deep into the hill. It took only a minute or two for the three of them to find the main chamber, and when they did, they stopped in surprise.
You said these creatures hoarded treasure,
Thrang said to Alex.
But I did not expect this.
The floor of the chamber was covered with wealth. Gold and silver coins were scattered everywhere, making it appear as if the cave floor was solid metal. The weir lights reflected brightly off the treasure.
It will take at least 2 days to get all of this out in the open,
Thrang declared. Yet well worth the labor, Archon said. Yes, but I don't wish to remain in this dark place for 2 days or more, said Alex.
So you would leave all this behind?
Thrang asked, stunned. That's not what I said, Alex answered. If you will allow me, I can quickly move all of this into my bag, and then we can find a better place to do the sorting and dividing. Not going to try and put one thing in your bag at a time, then? Archon laughed. You two have taught me well, said Alex with a bow, remembering the trouble he'd had the first time he used a magic bag. Now, if you wouldn't mind standing back, I wouldn't want to accidentally add the two of you to my bag. Thrang and Archon both laughed and stepped behind Alex. Alex lifted his bag and concentrated on the room in front of him. He had done something similar before, so he knew it would work now. He spoke softly so Thrang and Archon would not hear the secret password to his magic bag, and in one shimmering moment, the chamber was emptied.
I've never seen that done before,
Thrang said, an astonished look on his face.
Piles of bags or stacks of wealth, yes, but never an entire room in one instant.
Useful if you are in a rush, said Archon. Thrang insisted on checking every corner of the empty cavern, so Alex sent the weir lights dancing around the room as Thrang searched. He even made a couple of them circle Thrang's head. Archon stifled a laugh when Thrang stood up too quickly and the weir lights bounced off his head, spinning wildly around the chamber.
Well, it seems you've done your work well,
said Thrang at last, swatting at one of the weir lights that had returned to circle his head.
Let's get out of this hole and see what the others have found.
They left the empty cave, and Alex put out the weir lights as they returned to the bright morning sunshine. The others were having more difficulty with their search than Alex, Thrang, and Archon had had. Many of the wagons and carts had been tipped over, making it difficult to see what was under them. Alex noticed that his friends had stacked a fair-sized pile of bags and boxes already, and he wondered how much wealth the Nagus had managed to hoard.
Any treasure in the cave?
Barnabas questioned.
Yes, a fair amount,
answered Thrang.
Master Taylor has put it in his bag for now, thinking it would be best to sort and divide later.
There is wisdom in that, Nella said, lifting a broken cart to see what was under it. The bones of the dead are all around this place.
The sooner we are away from here, the better,
said Thrang.
What have you found so far?
It turned out the others had searched about 1/3 of the clearing. Alex, Thrang, and Archon joined in the search and were soon sweaty and dirty with the work. Alex was surprised by the amount of treasure they had found in the broken wagons and carts, and he wondered who would be traveling with so much wealth in this open and empty country. He had little time to ponder, because Thrang soon called him away from the cart he was searching.
"Look, magic books,"
said Thrang, holding up a large leather-bound volume.
"A strange find, and something you should have a look at."
Alex took the book from Thrang, looking at it for several minutes, before noticing the pile of 9 or 10 other books that Thrang had recovered from a broken-down wagon. "With your permission, I would like to add these to my bag," said Alex slowly, looking at Thrang.
"They are yours, of course,"
said Thrang.
"None of us has any use for magic books, and they should not be left about for just anyone to find."
Alex bowed to Thrang and began looking at the books more closely. After several minutes, he put the books inside his bag and began walking around the clearing in a wide circle.
"What are you doing?"
Thrang questioned, dragging a heavy chest out from under one of the wagons. Looking for something," Alex replied. As the others finished their search, Alex continued to wander back and forth across and around the clearing.
"Well, that's done,"
said Thrang, loudly enough for Alex to hear him.
"Now, if Alex will add all of this to what we've already taken from the cave, we can find a better place to do our sorting."
"In a moment," said Alex, finally spotting what he was looking for and hurrying toward it. He moved carefully into the trees on one side of the clearing, and when he returned, he was carrying 2 staffs.
"The Nagus was even more dangerous than I thought,"
Thrang said in a whisper. "We were lucky to defeat it," Nellis added.
"But a wizard?"
Barnabas questioned. "Perhaps," said Alex. "It is a wizard's staff, but the person carrying it may not have been a true wizard." "How did you know it was there?" Kat asked. "The books," said Alex. "They are too advanced for most, and I thought it unlikely that just anyone would be carrying them."
"But a wizard would stand a fair chance against the Nagus," said Barnabas.
"A true wizard would, yes," said Alex. "But we don't know who carried the staff, so we cannot say that he was a wizard." "Alex is correct," said Archon. "There are some who carry a staff and pretend to be wizards. This staff might have been carried by one of those."
"Yes, but a staff,"
Thrain said breathlessly. "A staff is a tool and a symbol of a wizard, not the power of the wizard," Alex explained, looking at Thrain. "The power is in the wizard, not in his staff."
"What will you do with this second staff?"
Thrain questioned. "I will take it with me," said Alex, "and send a message to Waylon and the Council of Wizards. They might be able to tell us who the staff belonged to. If they can't, then I will have to assume the person who carried the staff was a pretender."
"Very well, then,"
said Thrang, looking at the staff with interest.
"We should move on, so if you will add this pile to what we've taken from the cave."
"As you wish," said Alex, reaching for his magic bag. They moved back to the road and continued to head east. At midday, Thrang began looking for a spot to camp. He wanted to sort the treasure they had taken from the Nagus, and he wanted a good place to do it. After a half an hour of searching, he found a spot that suited him, and they set up camp once more. Barnabas began cooking a meal for them, and Alex marked out an area to gather their treasure for sorting.
"Will it fit there?"
Thrain questioned as Alex scratched a circle in the dirt with his staff. "It might be a little tight," Alex said with a laugh.
"Leave room for us to sort," Thrang said. "Don't pile it so high that we're in danger of being buried if a pile tips over."
Alex laughed again and finished scratching his circle. When they had all finished eating, Thrang gathered the company near the circle and asked Alex to produce the treasure. Alex bowed and spoke softly into his bag. In a rush of sparkling light, the treasure of the Nagus appeared in the circle he had drawn. The late afternoon sun reflected brightly from the enormous pile. "You're sure you did not add some of your own treasure?" Archon teased, smiling at Alex. "Of course not," Alex laughed. "It looks like our work is cut out for us," Cat said. "It will take 2, maybe 3 days to sort all of this."
"Then let's begin," said
Thrang happily. "And you were worried we wouldn't find any treasure," Alex said to Thrain. Thrain blushed slightly, but didn't reply. Thrang set them to work sorting the treasure into piles. He was pleased as the various piles grew larger and larger, while the pile in the center seemed to remain the same size. As the sun was setting, he asked Alex to conjure the weir lights so they could continue their work. Alex laughed and suggested that a meal and a good night's sleep might be a better idea.
"Yes, of course,"
said Thrang, glancing at the treasure.
"I suppose this is safe enough here."
"Unless something worse than the Nagus comes looking for it," Archon said.
"Oh, don't say that,"
said Thrain, glancing over his shoulder into the gathering darkness. That night was a happy one around the campfire. Nellis and Barnabas joked that Thrang had prevented them from attacking the Nagus when he jumped in front of them. Thrang replied that he had to jump in front of them because he was afraid that they would bungle the job. Alex commented on how well Thrain had done, and Archon and Cat were both quick to agree. Thrain blushed at the praise, pleased by the attention. It took them 2 full days to sort and divide everything they had found in the cave and the clearing. Thrang insisted that all the odd numbers go to Alex, since he was the one who actually killed the Nagus. Alex wasn't happy about it, but he accepted Thrang's decision simply because he knew it would do no good to argue. On the morning of the 3rd day, after their battle with the Nagus, they resumed their journey. The weather was warm and dry, and they all knew they would soon reach the Eastern Sea. What would happen once they reached the sea, however, was something that none of them could tell. Chapter 10. Dunstall.
"See there,"
said Thrang, pointing to the east.
"The Eastern Sea."
Alex and his friends paused at the top of a small hill in the road. As they looked to the east, they could see the unmistakable glimmer of sunlight on the water in the distance. "There is a small city at the edge of the water," Archon said, shading his eyes with his hand. "I see several sails on the water as well."
"That would be Dunstall,"
said Thrang.
"Not the largest of cities, but we should be able to find a ship there to take us to the Isle of Bones."
"Do the people of Dunstall often travel to the island?" Cat questioned.
"I do not know,"
answered Thrang.
"If any of Albrek's people are still on the Isle of Bones, I would guess that ships from Dunstall make the trip often."
"And if none of Albrek's people remain?" Archon asked.
"Then we may have some difficulties,"
Thrang answered, looking slightly worried.
"Though I imagine we can find someone to take us if the price is right."
"Take us? What about bringing us back?" Alex asked. Thrang didn't reply, but simply prodded his horse forward. Alex and the others followed, their eyes on the sea and the distant city in front of them. The city of Dunstall was more a large town than a city, but it looked inviting enough, sitting on the shore of the Eastern Sea. "Thraxon must be a peaceful land," Alex said.
"Why do you say that?"
Thrang questioned. "The city has no wall," said Alex.
"Some of the people around the Eastern Sea don't build walls to protect their cities,"
Thrang said.
"Or at least, the smaller cities like Dunstall don't. If trouble comes, they simply get in their boats and sail away."
"What about their homes and riches?" Cat asked.
"Their wealth is the sea, and their homes are their boats,"
Thrang answered.
"At least that's what the old dwarf songs say."
"Yet they have houses on land," Archon pointed out.
"Well, old dwarf songs don't always give the whole story,"
said Thrang. As they approached the city, they found that, even without a wall, Dunstall was well guarded. Watchtowers stood at several points along the road and in the fields around the city. Each of the towers contained a bell, and as they passed by, each bell would ring once. When Alex and his friends were about half a mile away from the city, the meaning of the bells became clear. A large company of well-armed men on horses rode out to meet them, and Thrang stopped in the road, waiting for the men to approach.
"Greetings, travelers," said a rugged-looking man riding up to Thrang and looking at him closely. "Not many people come from the west, so we must ask your business before we allow you to enter our city."
"We mean no trouble to your fair city," said Thrang. "We are hoping to find passage here to the Isle of Bones."
"There is little hope of that," said the man, as his horse moved back and forth in front of Thrang. "Few of our people hire out their boats, and fewer still would sail to that island."
"And why is that?"
Thrang questioned. "For what reason do you seek the Isle of Bones?" the man countered.
"We are looking for lost dwarfs," said Thrang. "Many of my people came this way long ago, and I have come with my friends in search of them, or at least to find out what happened to them."
"There are some old stories about dwarfs," said the man thoughtfully. "Perhaps they are true, perhaps not."
Alex noticed the man's eyes moving quickly over all of them, deciding if they were a danger to the city or not.
"You are a strange company," the man said, "but we will allow you to enter the city."
"You are most kind," said
Thrang.
"Perhaps we will find what we seek here, or at least we may hear some of the stories you have spoken of."
"You are more likely to hear stories than to find passage to the Isle of Bones."
The man gestured.
"Come, we will find you a place to stay."
The man rode back to his companions, and Thrang and the rest of them followed at a distance. As they entered the city, the armed men quickly disappeared down side streets. The commander of the group led Alex and his friends to a large, 2-story tavern with lots of chimneys poking out of the roof at odd angles. A large, round-faced man in an apron was standing in the doorway, watching as they approached.
"The Sea Mist is the only tavern large enough for your entire company," the commander said, nodding toward the tavern. He bowed to Thrang. "May the wind blow true for you," he said formally, before riding off deeper into the city. Thrang dismounted and took a couple of steps toward the door of the tavern when the man in the apron spoke.
"Passed old Topmast's test, then, did you?" "Most do, though he doesn't get to test people as often as he'd like."
Yes, well,"
Thrang began, surprised by the man's sudden words.
"I'm Ishley Prow, owner and keeper of the Sea Mist," the man said. "You can call me Ishley, if you like."
"I see, Ishley,"
said Thrang, trying to regain his train of thought.
"You'll be wanting rooms and stables for the horses, I expect. I'll get one of the lads to take care of the horses for you, and then we can discuss rooms and rates and all of that,"
said Ishley, turning away from Thrang and yelling back into the building. A pair of young men who looked like they might be Ishley's sons appeared in the doorway.
"Very good, then," Ishley went on. "Both of you, take care of these horses, and I'll skin you alive if they don't receive the best of care."
The boys nodded and hurried forward to take the horses from Alex and his friends, leading them around the corner and toward the back of the tavern. It appeared that they knew what they were doing, and Alex decided that he didn't have to worry about Cherie or the boys being skinned alive.
"Now then, if you'll follow me, we can see about your rooms,"
said Ishley, smiling and waving his hand toward the door.
"We may be here some time,"
said Thrang, looking flustered by Mr. Prow's quick way of speaking.
"You see, we are looking to hire a boat to go over to the—"
"Well, this is a good place to hire a boat, seeing as we're so close to the sea,"
Ishley interrupted.
"Of course, I don't know why you'd hire a boat if you weren't near the sea. But to each his own."
"Of course,"
said Thrang, and tried again.
"You see, we wish to sail to the Isle of Bones, and—"
"Not many sailors here in Dunstall are keen on hiring out their boats. I suppose old Topmast told you that,"
Ishley went on, either not hearing or not caring what Thrang said.
"Well, yes, he did," Thrang said. "However, we would be willing to pay, and we—"
"Don't mind doubling up, do you?"
Ishley questioned, still not listening.
I have a nice single room for the lady, and if the rest of you don't mind doubling up, it will make things easier."
"That will be fine," said Thrang with a resigned sigh.
"I'll show you to your rooms, then,"
Ishley continued.
"let you freshen up a bit, and then we'll talk about dinner. We can make whatever you'd like, but fish is our specialty."
Alex was amused by the exchange between Thrang and Ishley, and you could see from the looks on his friends' faces that they were too. Only Thrang seemed unhappy about how things were going, but just as he was about to attempt another question, Ishley offered up some useful information.
"Speaking of dinner, most of the captains stop in for a drink now and again,"
Ishley remarked.
"They normally start turning up about supper time. Your best bet of finding a boat would be to talk with some of them. Not that I'm saying they'll hire out, of course."
"Is their business so good that they can turn down paying customers?" Thrang questioned.
"Course, there are a few who might be interested,"
Ishley went on, as if he hadn't heard Thrang.
"Might cost you a bit. I doubt they take less than 9 or 10 gold coins a day."
"Payment is not a problem,"
said Thrang.
"However, we don't know anyone here, so if you could tell us what—"
"And here are your rooms,"
Ishley interrupted.
"Feel free to join the common room whenever you're ready."
"Yes, but—"
Thrang tried again.
"I'll leave it to you then,"
said Ishley.
"And if I happen to see any of the captains, I'll be happy to let them know you're looking for a boat. I can't say I hold out much hope, but you never know."
"Thank you,"
said Thrang as Ishley hurried away. "You tried valiantly, my friend," Archon laughed.
"Oh, I don't think he heard a word I said,"
Thrang grumbled. "At least he knows we're looking to hire a boat," said Kat hopefully.
"And he did say some of the captains might be interested, though the price seemed a bit high,"
Barnabas added. "Getting a boat to take us to the island seems a small problem. It's getting one that will bring us back that worries me," said Nellis. Alex agreed with Nellis. Since it sounded like only a few sailors might be willing to go to the Isle of Bones, Alex thought that meant they were unlikely to find any of Albrek's people there. Thrang suggested that they all wash up quickly and then meet back in the common room.
Please continue listening on CD number 4. Albrek's Tomb, CD number 4.
Alex was sharing a room with Archon, and it only took them a few minutes to wash up and change their clothes. The two of them entered the common room a short time later and sat at a table to wait for the others. "Ishley seems to talk fast and listen little," Alex commented, looking around the common room. He kept his voice low so only Archon could hear him. "I think he hears quite a bit more than he lets on," said Archon. "After all, he did say the ship captains would be here later, and that there might be a few who would take the job." "Who might be interested in the job," Alex corrected. "I have my doubts. I would like to know what stories are being told about the Isle of Bones." "No doubt they are bad," Archon allowed. "The man that Ishley called Topmast looked grim when Thrang mentioned the island." "I noticed," said Alex. "It has made me doubt that any of Albrek's people are still on the island." "Where would they go if not back to Benorg?" Archon questioned. "South with Albrek, perhaps," Alex answered. "Or perhaps they didn't go anywhere at all." "A dark thought for such a sunny day," said Archon. "Dark or not, it is a possibility that Albrek's people died on the island," Alex insisted. "I hope your guess is wrong, but we will not know until we reach the island," said Archon. Thrang entered the room, followed closely by the rest of the company. He looked around the sparsely filled common room as he joined Alex and Archon at their table.
"Too early for much business," Thrang said, "though I don't doubt things will pick up as the day grows old." "You think we should wait?" Alex asked. "What else can we do?" questioned Thrang, a puzzled look on his face.
"We could go down to the docks," said Alex. "There are a few ships there. Perhaps we can find one to take us to the Isle of Bones."
"Perhaps,"
said Thrang, stroking his beard as he thought.
"However, if all 7 of us go, we may have a hard time getting anyone to speak with us. We are strangers, after all, and most men are not over fond of strangers."
"Then only 1 or 2 of us should go," Archon said.
"It might speed things up,"
said Thrang, considering the idea carefully.
"Still, I'm not sure it's a good idea."
"No harm will be done," said Alex. "And I want to know what stories the men of Dunstall are telling about the island."
"Yes, as do I,"
Thrang said thoughtfully.
"I suppose you'd best go and see what you can learn. Take Barnabas with you. If the people here have reason to fear the Isle of Bones, they may blame the dwarfs for that fear."
"Very well," said Alex, bowing slightly. "We'll find out what we can and return before the evening meal."
"Be careful,"
Thrang said as Alex and Barnabas headed for the door.
"Sailors can be a rough crowd, and they tend to be a bit superstitious."
Alex and Barnabas left the tavern and made their way toward the waterfront.
"I would expect more trade to be going on,"
Barnabas said as they approached the docks.
"If the sailors of Dunstall are so busy, there should be a great deal more happening at the warehouses."
"It does seem odd," Alex agreed, noting how few people were moving about the city. "Perhaps this is a slow time of year for them, or maybe most of the ships are away at other cities."
"Perhaps, but it still seems strange,"
said Barnabas. They reached the docks, but only a few people were walking around. Alex noticed that 2 small ships were tied up to one of the docks, but nothing appeared to be happening on either of them. He saw several men sitting near the back of one of the warehouses, talking to each other and playing cards. "Perhaps they can tell us something," Alex suggested, nodding toward the men.
"I was thinking the old fisherman might be a better bet."
Barnabas pointed in the opposite direction to where an old man sat in the afternoon sun, mending his nets.
"He could probably tell us what stories there are about the Isle of Bones, and give us some idea as to who we might hire to take us there."
"You think he will know more than the others?" Alex questioned.
"I think that he will be more willing to talk to strangers since he is alone,"
Barnabas answered. Alex considered Barnabas's words. It was likely that one man alone would be more willing to talk to them than a group of men who seemed only interested in their card game. He nodded his agreement, and the 2 of them walked toward the old fisherman.
"Good day, master,"
said Barnabas in a jovial tone.
"Not so good when you've got nets to mend,"
said the old man, glancing up at Alex and Barnabas before returning his attention to his nets.
"You're new here, and landlubbers as well."
"Your eyes are keen," said Alex. "We are looking for a ship to aid us in our travels."
"Lots of ships in these waters,"
said the old man. "That's true, but we are looking for a ship that might take us and several of our friends to the Isle of Bones," said Alex.
"Ah,"
said the old man, looking up at them once again.
"Not likely to find anyone to take you there. They're all too superstitious for that."
"Can you tell us why they would be too superstitious to travel to the Isle of Bones?" Alex asked.
"'Cause that island is haunted, of course,"
the old man answered, returning to his nets.
"Haunted or cursed or something."
"If nobody goes there, how do you know it's haunted?"
Barnabas asked politely.
"A fair question,"
said the old man, pausing in his work.
"The answer is a long one, however, and I have nets to mend."
"Perhaps we could help you with your task if you could take the time to explain," said Alex, taking a step near to the nets.
"Help me?"
the old man asked, and then laughed out loud.
"You 2 have never mended nets. I don't know how you could help me."
"I could put a spell on your nets, so they would never need mending again," Alex offered.
"Oh,"
said the old man, looking hard at the staff in Alex's hand.
"I suppose you're a wizard, then."
"I am," said Alex, bowing slightly.
"I don't know much about wizards, but you look awfully young to be one,"
commented the old man. "I assure you that I am a wizard, though I am young," said Alex in a serious tone. Maybe you are, maybe you aren't. Not my place to argue the point, said the old man. And it would be rude to say that you don't know what you're talking about.
And dangerous.
Barnabas glanced quickly at Alex to make sure the old man's words hadn't angered him.
Yes, I suppose that's true,
the old man agreed. So then, said Alex, do we have a bargain?
I'm not sure,
said the old man thoughtfully. After a moment, he shrugged.
I suppose there's no harm in telling you what I know, which is little enough.
If you wouldn't mind, said Alex.
Well, to begin with, not many people from around here have ever gone to the Isle of Bones,
the old man began.
Not much reason to go so far north when the fishing is fine here. There are only a few towns along the coast north of here, so not much trade goes that way either.
That makes sense, said Alex.
Course, now and then somebody gets it in their head that fishing might be better up north. Not many fishermen up there, so there should be plenty of fish, or so you'd think,
the old man went on.
I was up north once, years ago. Went with an uncle of mine who had that idea about better fishing. Anyway, we spent a week, 10 days, sailing all around that island. Didn't catch many fish, but that wasn't the worst of it. All the time we were there, it felt like someone was watching us.
Did you land on the island?
Barnabas questioned.
We thought about it,
said the old man, shifting his position slightly.
Heard the old stories about dwarf mines on the island and piles of treasure for the taking. Don't know if any of that's true, but we talked about taking a look.
But you never did, said Alex.
No, we never did,
said the old man.
That feeling that someone, or maybe something, was watching us got worse when we sailed closer to the island. It was like someone was keeping an eye on us for some reason. None of us were keen on staying close to that island, let alone going ashore.
So you think the island is haunted?
Barnabas asked.
There's something going on there, that's for sure,
said the old man, lowering his voice.
I figure there must be something living on that island, because we didn't catch any fish. You'd expect good water like that to have loads of fish, but if there were fish, we couldn't find them.
Did you see anyone or anything on the island, or was it just a feeling of being watched? Alex questioned.
Didn't see nothing, not a sign, no boats or ships, nothing,
the old man answered, his thoughts trailing off.
Course, there was a harbor. We saw that clear enough.
And now the men of Dunstall avoid the island, believing it is haunted, said Alex in a thoughtful tone, watching the old man.
For the most part, said the old man. Now and then, someone still talks about going to the island, but not many ever do more than talk. In fact, old Bill Clinker was talking about going up north just last fall. Doubt he'll ever do it. He'd had plenty to drink along with his talk, if you know what I mean.
Yes, of course,
Barnabas said with a smile.
Well, that's that,
said the old man, returning his attention to his nets. You've certainly given us something to think about, said Alex. I don't suppose you know of anyone besides Master Clinker who has thought of going north.
Oh, I suppose most of them have,
the old man answered with a slight laugh.
We all heard the stories when we were young. Old dwarf mines left abandoned, piles of gold and jewels lying about for anyone to pick up. But there's a difference between thinking about it and actually doing it.
I suppose we could buy a boat and sail there ourselves, said Alex, looking out at the water.
If you know how to sail, you might,
said the old man, chuckling.
But if you don't, it would be a fool's journey.
Perhaps, agreed Alex. Now, I will repay your kindness and put a spell on your nets so they won't need mending in the future.
Oh, no,
the old man laughed.
Wizard or not, nets need mending. It's best to leave them as they are, so an old man like me has something to do.
Then how can we repay your kindness? Alex questioned. "Well," said the old man, looking straight into Alex's eyes, "if you ever get to that island and find out what is there, you could come back and tell me." "That I will do," said Alex, bowing to the old man. Chapter 11. Across the Open Sea. Alex and Barnabas decided not to ask anyone else about the Isle of Bones. The old fisherman had made it clear that most, if not all, of the men of Dunstall believed the island was haunted, or worse.
"It seems their old stories confirm that dwarves were on the island at one time,"
Barnabas observed as he and Alex walked back to the tavern. "Yes, but it also sounds like they haven't been there for a long time," said Alex. "I would guess they've been gone almost as long as Albrek has."
"Perhaps Albrek's tomb is on the island, and we will find the Ring of Searching soon,"
said Barnabas hopefully. "Perhaps," agreed Alex, though he had his doubts. The fact that the people of Dunstall knew that there were dwarf mines on the Isle of Bones made sense. If Albrek had sent a great deal of treasure back to Benorg, it would have been noticed. Of course, the wealth might not have passed through Dunstall, but even then, stories would have spread along the coast, and everyone would have heard them by now. What didn't make as much sense was that the people didn't seem to know anything about when or if the dwarves left the island. The old fisherman's story hadn't said anything about the fate of the dwarves, only that they were no longer there. What that meant, Alex didn't know.
"Haunted?"
Thrang said, after listening to what Alex and Barnabas had learned.
"That's going to be troublesome, to say the least,"
Thrang sighed.
"I agree that it doesn't sound like there are any dwarves left on the island. However, we still need to go and see for ourselves."
"It will be difficult for us to go to the island if everyone here is afraid to sail there," Archon said. "Perhaps we should travel to a city farther south, where stories of a haunted isle are not told."
"That would take time,"
said Thrang.
"We would have to travel some distance. Besides, I'm sure the stories are told all along the coast."
"Perhaps along all the coasts of the sea," Kat said. "Such stories are common in seaports, and most sailors believe them."
"Then what can we do?"
Nellis asked.
"We could buy a boat and sail it ourselves,"
Thrain suggested with a doubtful tone in his voice.
"And if we had wings, we could fly there,"
Thrang snapped, his mood having taken a dark turn the more they discussed the situation. "Thrain's suggestion might be the only one that will work," said Alex, cross with Thrang for taking his bad mood out on Thrain. "I'd consider the same thing myself."
"I hate to have come this far and not make it to the island, that's all,"
said Thrang, softening his tone.
"Perhaps we can still talk someone into taking us,"
Barnabas said.
"The old fisherman said that the younger captains sometime talk about going north. He mentioned a Bill Clinker by name. He said Bill had talked just last year about going to the island."
"But he also said Bill had been drinking at the time," Alex pointed out.
If we could just find someone who wanted to go,"
said Thrang thoughtfully.
"Perhaps you could magically encourage their desire, Alex."
No," said Alex after he considered Thrang's idea. "I will only agree to that option if there is no other way for us to reach the island." "We should talk to the captains when they come in," Archon said. "We still might be able to find someone." "And if we said that they didn't have to wait for us at the island, but drop us off and return at a prearranged time to pick us up again, they might agree," Alex added.
If,
said Thrang, taking a deep breath and blowing it out loudly.
"Oh, I suppose we have to try something, though, and sitting here talking about it won't help."
"Perhaps we can arrange a meeting with Clinker," said Archon. "Perhaps we could appeal to his pride or encourage his natural desire, without using magic, of course."
"Yes, that might work,"
said Thrang.
"At least until we're at sea. But then what? If we get halfway to the island and he loses his nerve, we'll be right back here, or worse."
"The only thing we can do is try," said Alex.
Unless we take the time to learn to sail, which I'm sure will take longer than finding someone to take us."
"Very well," said Thrang, sounding both depressed and desperate. "I'll talk with Ishley, and I'll have him arrange a meeting with this Clinker fellow."
Thrang's talk with Ishley seemed to go better than expected, or at least Ishley seemed to pay more attention to what Thrang was saying. Ishley nodded and said he would see what he could do, and then asked a series of questions about what Thrang and his company would like for dinner. Thrang wasn't convinced that Ishley had heard a word he'd said, but Alex thought the innkeeper had probably heard more than Thrang meant to say. As Alex and his friends were eating their evening meal in the common room, Ishley appeared at Thrang's elbow and whispered something in his ear. Thrang nodded and thanked Ishley. Once Ishley had left, Thrang addressed the rest of the company in a lowered voice.
"Ishley says that Master Clinker will meet with myself and 2 other members of our company," said Thrang happily. "Apparently, he's asked that Alex be one of the 2, but Ishley doesn't know why."
"Obviously, because he's a wizard," Archon said.
"Yes, perhaps,"
said Thrang, slightly distracted.
"Ishley has reserved a small room for us to meet in. I think Archon should be the 3rd member of our company to meet with this Bill Clinker."
"When is the meeting?" Alex asked, setting his mug on the table.
"Now," said Thrang. "Master Clinker is already waiting."
The others wished them luck as Thrang, Archon, and Alex left the common room and headed to a back room. When they entered the room where Bill Clinker was supposed to be waiting, the lamps were burning low. Thrang hesitated at the doorway. Alex wondered if perhaps Thrang had led them to the wrong room, but then someone spoke.
"Come in, please," said a voice.
Thrang moved forward, followed closely by Archon and Alex. As Alex shut the door behind them, the person who had spoken turned up the lamp. Alex was stunned to recognize the man sitting by the table. It was the same man who had granted them entrance to the city, the same man Ishley had referred to as Topmast. The man seemed amused by the surprise, but he didn't laugh.
"Forgive my secrecy," he said. "There are some here in Dunstall who would be upset if they knew we were speaking together."
"And why is that?"
Thrang questioned, moving to a chair next to the table.
"The Isle of Bones has a legend all its own," the man answered. "Most say that it is haunted. Some say worse. Those that fear the worst would not like the idea of my taking you to the island."
"I take it that you are Bill Clinker,"
Thrang said, clearing his throat.
"I am."
"And Ishley has told you what we are looking for?"
"He has."
"Are you willing to take us to the Isle of Bones?"
"Perhaps," came the slow reply. "I have not made up my mind, but I am willing to discuss the possibility."
"May I ask you something?" Alex asked.
"Of course."
"You say that your name is Bill Clinker, but Ishley referred to you as Topmast. Can you tell us why you are known by 2 names?
"Ishley has a long memory," answered Bill with a smile. "When I was younger, I always wanted to stand lookout on my father's ship. The lookout's position is on the topmast of the ship, so Ishley started calling me that as a joke." "The top of the mast is a daring place to be," Archon said. "Yes," said Bill, "but youth is a time of pride and the belief that nothing can hurt you."
"Are you more cautious now?" Alex questioned.
"A little, though not as much or as often as I should be," Bill answered.
"There are 7 of us who wish to go to the Isle of Bones,"
Thrang said, returning to the point of their meeting.
"We will require some time on the island, after which we will require passage back to Dunstall."
"When we first met, you said you were looking for lost dwarves on the Isle of Bones," Bill said carefully. "Is there more to your journey I should know about?"
"Our business there is our own,"
said Thrang, not offering any more details.
"A dwarf, an elf, and a wizard," said Bill thoughtfully. "I think some of the old tales are true. I think you are seeking the treasure that the dwarf lords left behind."
"We are seeking a single item," said Alex, holding up his hand to keep Thrang quiet. "The item is small and unimpressive,
but it is of considerable worth to the person who sent us looking for it.
And if you happen to find treasure along the way, well, that's considered part of your payment,
said Bill with a knowing smile.
That is the customary agreement for adventurers,
answered Thrang, his voice tight.
No offense meant, said Bill. I know something of adventurers after all. What you seek and what you find is none of my affair. My only concern is what it will cost me to take you to the Isle of Bones, and what profit I can make from such a journey.
Cost? Archon asked.
My time and labor is a cost, said Bill. The trip will cost me both at least, and probably more. I've mentioned that some here in Dunstall would not want me talking to you. What they will think of me would cost me my reputation as well. You know your business and your people, said Thrang in a thoughtful tone. We need to make this journey and can pay you a fair price for your time and troubles.
A fair price, Bill repeated.
For you and your crew, Alex said. We understand how few people are willing to sail to the island and how hard it might be to find a full crew.
That is correct, said Bill.
What price will you consider fair?
Thrang questioned.
I will think on it,
Bill answered, rubbing his chin.
Meet me here tomorrow night, after your evening meal. I will give you my answer then. I would prefer an answer now,
Thrang began, but Alex cut him off. Thrang glanced at Alex and then back to Bill, looking a little put out by the delay.
Very well,
said Thrang after a brief pause.
We will meet you here tomorrow night. I will wait until you leave,
said Bill, turning the lamp on the table back down. Thrang nodded and led Alex and Archon out of the room. Outside the common room, Thrang stopped and turned to Alex.
Why did you not let me press him for an answer now?
Thrang questioned. He is unsure, and pressure to answer quickly might cause him to say no, said Alex. There are several things he needs to think through, besides the price. The members of his crew will have to agree to this voyage as well.
He is the captain. The crew should go where he says,
said Thrang in a firm tone. It is not as simple as that, said Archon. We know the people here believe the island is haunted, and that they would prefer that no one travel there. Perhaps they fear some evil will be brought back from there.
Yes, of course, said Thrang. I suppose there are stories of such things happening, and the people here would naturally be careful. They have a pleasant life, after all, and anything that might endanger that life would make them nervous.
Exactly, said Alex. So we will wait and see what Master Clinker decides. Thrang was still unhappy about waiting, but he agreed that Alex and Archon were probably right. The next day passed slowly for them all, and Thrang spent most of it pacing back and forth in the common room. Alex and the others spent their time telling stories of previous adventures, all of which Thrang listened to with great interest. When it was finally time for their evening meal, Thrang was too anxious for an answer to eat. He picked at his food, continually glancing toward the doorway. We will know soon enough, Alex pointed out. You might as well eat something. Starving yourself won't help.
I know,
said Thrang, setting his fork on the table.
They say that dwarfs are patient, but waiting has always been a burden to me.
As soon as Alex and Archon finished eating, Thrang insisted they wait in the small meeting room. Alex thought he was being a bit silly, but he didn't say anything. He didn't think Bill Clinker would show up for some time yet. The captain would want to be careful to time his arrival so as to remain unnoticed. Alex was surprised then to find Bill already in the small room, waiting for them. He looked tired and pale, as if he had not slept much since the day before. Alex could tell from the look in his eyes and the cool, determined expression on his face that Bill had made his decision.
If you agree to my terms, we can leave in the morning.
Bill spoke slowly, as if he had spent the day practicing the words.
Let me hear what your terms are,
said Thrang, moving to a chair.
First, neither I nor any of my men will set foot on the island, said Bill. We will provide you with a rowboat so you may leave the ship and travel to and from the island, but we will not go with you. That is agreeable, said Thrang.
What else?
For myself, I will ask 10 gold pieces for each day we are away from Dunstall, Bill continued. That includes the days we wait at anchor for you to return from the island.
Very well,
Thrang agreed. I estimate that it will take 3 days to sail to the island, and 3 to return, Bill explained. It may take longer if storms come up, but that is a chance you will have to take.
Yes, of course,
said Thrang.
How long are you willing to wait for us at the island?
We will not wait at the island, said Bill. We will sail a short distance away and anchor. We will return to Dunstall after 2 weeks and 1 day, with or without you.
Very well,
Thrang agreed grudgingly.
What else?
For each of my men, I will ask 1 gold coin for each day we are away. Those are my terms. Do you accept? How many men do you have? Archon questioned. There will be 12 besides myself, Bill answered. That comes to 462 gold coins, if everything goes well, Archon said, looking at Thrang. Those are my terms, Bill repeated.
Very well, we accept,
said Thrang. Payment in advance, Bill added quickly.
Half when we reach the island, and the other half when you pick us up,
said Thrang. Half now, Bill countered, and the second half when we return to Dunstall.
Done,
said Thrang, holding out his hand for Bill to shake, sealing their bargain. Thrang took out his magic bag and counted out the gold. He handed Bill the 231 gold coins, counting them slowly so Bill knew exactly what he was getting. With the payment made, Bill shook hands with all of them and gave them directions to his ship. Be there an hour before sunrise, he said. With favorable winds, we can be well on our way by the time the sun is up.
We'll be there,
said Thrang. Bill left the room without another word.
Well, we have a ship,
said Thrang after a moment. The price was higher than I thought, Archon said.
A small matter, if we find what we are looking for on the island,
said Thrang. We don't know how large the island is. It may take more than 14 days to search it, Alex pointed out.
Cat's gift for finding things should speed up our search,
said Thrang.
And we know that Albrek City was on the southern end of the island. We will start there.
And if there is something there? Something worse than ghosts? Alex asked.
Yes, well, that's why we've got you with us,
said Thrang with a grunting laugh. Alex managed a weak smile. His thoughts returned to the wild, reckless feeling he had felt when facing danger on this adventure. A touch of fear entered his mind as he thought about what it might mean, but he didn't say anything to his friends. That night, Alex dreamed about the Isle of Bones, but it was not a normal dream. He was flying over the sea, desperate to reach the island for some reason he could not name. He knew that all his questions would be answered if only he could reach the island. But whenever he flew near the island, it vanished in front of him. When he finally woke, he felt exhausted, but sleep was the last thing he wanted. Instead, he lay awake on his bed, forcing his mind to relax and wondering what his dream might mean. When morning came, Thrang's spirits were high, and his happy mood rubbed off on them all. They ate a large breakfast at the tavern, and when they had finished, Thrang made arrangements with Ishley for their horses to remain stabled at the Sea Mist. Ishley agreed and said he would only charge them if and when they returned from their voyage. If they did not return, he would take the horses as payment. The eastern sky was beginning to change from black to dark blue when Alex and his friends boarded Bill Clinker's ship, the Seeker. Alex thought the name was a good omen. The Seeker was not a large ship, but it was still larger than a regular fishing boat. Instead of cabins on board, there were only a couple of small rooms below deck that Alex and the others would have to share.
Could be worse,
Thrang said.
At least we'll be out of the rain and the night air.
I thought it did not rain this time of year,
Barnabas joked.
It's not likely to, but at sea, who knows,
said Thrang.
If it does rain, at least we will stay dry."
Alex went back up on deck to watch the crew cast off. The work looked hard, but Bill's crew seemed to know what they were doing. Soon the sails were out, and they were moving slowly away from Dunstall. Alex watched the city grow small behind them, wondering what they would find on the Isle of Bones once they got there. The wind grew stronger as the sun came up, and Alex moved to the bow of the ship to see where they were going. He found that the rolling waves under the ship helped relax his mind. Unfortunately, when he returned to his room, he saw that this was not the case for most of his friends. Archon seemed all right, but everyone else had become seasick almost as soon as they had set sail. Thrain was the worst off, but none of the others looked very healthy. Alex reached for his magic bag to see if he had something that might help. He made a potion to help calm their seasickness, but unfortunately, it did not remove the sickness completely. Even worse, the potion tasted so bad that Alex's friends thought they would rather be sick. "Not all potions can be sweet as honey," Alex told them.
"A drop of honey would help that mixture of yours,"
Nellis said.
"I suppose it would,"
Alex agreed.
"However, honey would make it completely useless, so there's no point in using it."
The 3 days at sea were a great deal of fun for Alex, even though his friends remained sick and in their rooms below deck. Alex made a point of checking on his friends several times a day, and he always offered to make more of the seasickness potion, but no one ever took him up on his offer. Alex made friends with Bill's crew and helped them to do the work of sailing the ship. He learned a great deal in those 3 short days, and he won the respect of the men and their captain. Archon also helped with sailing the ship, and he proved very good at running up and down the rope ladders to set sails and tie lines. On the afternoon of their 3rd day at sea, the Isle of Bones appeared on the horizon. Thrang managed to come up on deck. He stood looking silently for a long time at the island where they hoped to find some sign of Albrek. Finally, he turned away and with Archon's help returned to his room.
"Your friends do not take to the sea so well,"
Bill said to Alex as they watched Thrang and Archon descend below deck.
"They are used to dry ground under their feet," said Alex. "Yet you take to the sea and the work of sailing as if born to it," Bill observed.
"I've never sailed before, but I find that it feels natural," said Alex.
"Tell your friends that we will put you ashore in the morning,"
said Bill, returning to his work.
"We will anchor south of the island tonight, well away from the shore."
"There may be a harbor on the southern end of the island," said Alex, remembering the old fisherman's story. "It would be helpful if we could find it and start our search from there."
"We shall see,"
said Bill as he walked away. Alex stood on the deck for a while longer, looking north to the Isle of Bones. He had a strange feeling about the island, as though something inside him was calling him toward the island. Or perhaps not calling him toward the island, but calling him from the island. He thought about this for several minutes, trying to decide which it was, but the feeling was gone. Turning away, Alex headed below deck. He knew the news that would be going ashore in the morning would please his friends, especially Thrang. Alex knew that Thrang was hoping to find dwarfs on the island, and while Alex thought that was unlikely, part of him hoped Thrang was right.
Oh, one more night on this rolling monster,
said Barnabas, looking pale and a little green in the lamplight. You should come up on deck and get some fresh air, said Alex, looking around at his friends.
The movement is too noticeable on deck,
Thrain complained.
At least here, I can only feel it. I don't have to see it as well.
You'll have a hard time getting into the rowboat tomorrow, Archon said with a laugh.
That trip will be a short one, with the promise of dry land at the end,
Nella said.
And the promise of another sea voyage at the end of 2 weeks,
Alex pointed out. Don't mention that now, said Kat sourly. I'm not sure I'll ever feel right again.
Have none of your adventures included sailing? Alex questioned.
Not until now,
Barnabas replied. And not again if I can help it, Cat added. Alex smiled and once again offered to make his seasickness potion. They all thanked him, but refused, so he left them and returned to the open air of the deck. Archon followed, and the two of them stood together, watching the sun sink in the west. Tomorrow they would reach the Isle of Bones and face whatever was waiting for them there. Chapter 12. The Isle of Bones. Morning came early so far north, and Alex and Archon were already on deck helping prepare for their departure from the ship. Bill had guided the ship close to the southern coast of the island during the early morning hours, looking for the harbor Alex had mentioned. Your friends are slow to emerge, Bill said. They still haven't found their sea legs or tamed their stomachs, Alex said. They are lucky the weather was so fair, said Bill with a smile. If the weather had been rough, or if we'd run into a storm, then they would know what sickness really is. Harbor! 3 points off the starboard bow! A sailor called from the topmast. Bill's eyes went to the point the sailor had called out. Soon, even Alex could see what the lookout had spotted. A large stone pier appeared along the edge of the island, reaching out into the water. Bill corrected their course slightly and made for the far end of the pier. Bill expertly guided the ship into the harbor, and the crew quickly rolled up the sails as the ship grew still on the calm waters. It seems that someone has sailed here at one time, said Bill, studying the pier. It would take a great amount of work to build this harbor, and I don't imagine it was done quickly. It probably took several years, said Alex. The dwarfs were supposed to have been here for some time. You will find no living dwarfs here, said Bill, a note of sadness in his voice. If there were dwarfs on this island, we would know about it. That may be, Alex answered, but Thrang still has hope. Alex moved forward to help the sailors lower the large rowboat that would take him and his friends to the shore. As they eased the boat into the water, Thrang appeared on deck with the rest of the company. They all looked happier than they had in days, and Alex knew they were looking forward to being on solid ground again. It didn't take long for Alex and the others to climb over the side of the ship and into the rowboat. Alex thanked Bill and the sailors for all their help before waving goodbye. They all wished him and the others luck in their quest. We will return to this spot in 2 weeks' time, Bill called. We will wait for 1 day and then leave. Do not forget your days, or you may remain here for the rest of them. We'll be waiting, Thrang called back, gripping the side of the rowboat tightly. As Alex and his friends rowed away, the sailors on the Seeker quickly let out their sails. By the time the rowboat had reached the island, Bill had maneuvered the Seeker out of the harbor and was sailing away. Alex felt strangely alone as he looked across the sandy beach, trying to get a feel for the island and some idea of where the dwarfs might have mined. He could see several tall rocky hills nearby, but little else. Dark green pine trees seemed to be growing everywhere on the island except on the beach, which was wide near the harbor. Oh, it's good to be on dry land, Thrang said as they dragged the rowboat high up on the beach to prevent the tides from pulling it away. Oh, no more rolling about on the water. Oh, please, said Cat. No talking of rolling about. Thrang was eager to start searching, but only Alex and Archon felt well enough to do much exploring. The others were still weak from seasickness and hunger. Even Thrang, for all his desire, had to walk slowly and rest often. We should be able to find some sign nearby, Archon said, his tone hopeful. If the dwarfs built the harbor, they would have built something else close by as well. Perhaps Archon and I should look around a bit, Alex added. The rest of you should take things slowly until you've recovered from our voyage. Yes, that might be best, agreed Thrang.
If you find anything or run into trouble, call out. We'll come along as quickly as we can."
Alex and Archon left the others and started off across the sand. The beach was wider than Alex had thought and much steeper than it looked. It was difficult to walk in the dry, loose sand, and both he and Archon had to stop to catch their breath once they reached the edge of the trees. "I would guess," Archon began, pausing to breathe deeply. "I would guess we will find a path into the trees somewhere close." "By now, the trees would have grown over any paths," said Alex. "If Albrek's people made a road of stone, we might be able to find that." "Stone roads are slow work," Archon pointed out. "Though, if they built the pier for the harbor, perhaps they built a road as well." "I would think they'd need a stone road all the way to the sea," said Alex. "It would be hard work carrying supplies across the open sand, and I would guess they had a lot of supplies and other things to carry." "Which way, then?" Archon questioned, looking at the trees in front of them. "Left?" Alex guessed. "There were some hills that way. Perhaps that's where the dwarfs began their mining." Archon agreed, and the two of them walked along the edge of the trees. Alex thought about the dwarfs coming to the island looking for mines and hoping to become rich. According to the story from the archives of Benorg, some of those hopes had come true. But then why weren't there any dwarfs here now? It seemed unlikely that the dwarfs, having found mines here, would suddenly decide to leave. "Here is something," said Archon, bringing Alex back from his thoughts. Archon hurried forward and bent down to pick up something from the ground. Alex followed him, wondering what his friend had found. When Archon stood up, he held something shiny in his hand. He looked at it for a moment and then held it out to Alex. Alex lifted the egg-shaped sapphire from Archon's hand, holding it up to catch the sunlight. "No dwarf would let that drop by accident," Archon said, his eyes fixed on Alex and not the gem. "A sign?" Alex asked. "A strange place for a sign." Alex looked at the empty beach around them before turning his attention to the trees. He noticed that some of the taller trees were scarred on the side facing the beach and looked as if they had been burned at one time. He moved forward to take a closer look at the burned trees, Archon walking beside him. "Strange," Alex commented. "Very strange," Archon agreed. "Some of these burn marks look like letters or runes, but it is impossible to tell for sure." "Let's continue," said Alex, returning the gem to Archon. "Maybe we can find an answer to this riddle." Archon placed the gem in his pocket as they continued walking along the edge of the beach, their eyes scanning the ground in front of them. If the egg-sized sapphire had indeed been meant as a sign, then there might be others. After walking several hundred yards, they both stopped at the same time. They were standing close to the trees, and without noticing it, they had walked into a grove hidden from the beach. Trees grew almost all the way around them, and to their right, between the pine trees, was an unmistakable stone path. "Odd that this path should be hidden from view," Archon said. "Maybe the dwarves didn't want just anybody finding the path to their homes," Alex suggested. "Or perhaps the trees have grown since the dwarfs left." They were both silent for a moment. "I feel uneasy," said Archon. "So do I," said Alex. He knew there was no reason for him to be nervous, yet the feeling was there all the same. "I don't know why, but something about this island doesn't feel right." "Should we call the others?" "Let's look along the path a bit first," said Alex, stepping forward. Alex and Archon walked along the stone path through the trees. They hadn't gone very far when they spotted a fair-sized bag lying on the path. Alex bent down and picked up the bag, which seemed unusually full. He looked at Archon and then back to the bag in his hands. Slowly, he untied the knots that held the bag shut and was amazed by what the bag contained. "Nobody would drop these," Alex said, holding the bag open so Archon could see the hundreds of small gems inside. "A single sapphire, maybe, but this?" "The puzzle is a hard one," said Archon, gazing along the path. "I feel uncertain about this place. I feel like we are being watched, but I know there is no one near." "Yeah, I feel it too," Alex agreed. "Let's go a little farther, just to see if the trees start to thin. Then we'll go back and get the others. Maybe Cat can help solve this puzzle for us." Archon nodded his agreement. Alex walked slowly beside his friend, pondering his own feelings. He had felt strangely alone as he watched the Seeker sail away, but not at all uneasy. Now he felt both alone and uneasy, and he didn't like it. There was something wrong here on the Isle of Bones, and Alex wasn't sure he wanted to know what it was. In the back of his mind, however, was a longing he didn't understand, a strange desire to be here and to find the answers to questions he couldn't remember. It was confusing, and he struggled with his thoughts, trying to keep things clear in his mind. They walked for about a half a mile, picking up 3 more bags, all containing riches of some kind as they went. With each bag they picked up, Alex's uneasiness grew, and he began to wish they had never come here. Finally, the trees around them started to thin out, and they reached the edge of a small valley. They could see several stone houses in the distance, though they looked like they'd been empty for a long time. Alex reminded himself that Albrek had been there nearly 2,000 years before. "Let's return to the others," said Archon, a sad note in his voice. "Thrang will want to know what we found, and I would feel better if we were all together." Alex agreed that it would be best to continue the search as a group, and he hurried back along the path with Archon. When they reached the beach, Alex's feelings of unease were almost gone. "I feel much calmer here," Alex said as the two of them walked back toward the rowboat and their friends. "Yes," said Archon, "it is as if a great worry has been lifted from my mind. It reminds me of something from the distant past, but I can't remember what." "What do you think it means?" Alex questioned. "I wish I knew," was Archon's only reply. The others were all interested in what Alex and Archon had found. Thrang seemed troubled when they showed him the bags of treasure they had found along the path. He looked at the 4 bags, scowling at the items and stroking his beard in thought.
"Not things you drop carelessly,"
Thrang said at last.
"Or throw away without good reason," Nellis added.
"We were thinking the same thing," said Archon.
"And the village looked deserted?"
Thrang questioned, his scowl remaining. "From what we could see, yes," answered Archon, glancing at Alex.
"It's more than what we found," said Alex, leaning against his staff and gazing back toward the woods. "The feelings of unease, our troubled thoughts, even the feeling of being watched, they all seemed so strong when we were near the village."
"And now they are gone," Archon added. Alex turned to Cat.
"Do you feel anything strange? A presence, perhaps?"
"There is something," Cat began and paused. "There is something here that does not wish to be found."
"Something?" Thrang asked. "What do you mean?"
"It is confusing," said Cat, rubbing her head. "I can't seem to focus on what it is. Whenever my thoughts get near, it moves away."
"How long have you known that something was here?"
Alex asked. "Not long," said Cat. "After you left to look for a path, I started to worry, but the feeling didn't seem to be my own. My thoughts wandered for a time, and I felt confused, even lost."
"I don't like this at all,"
Thrang said, looking around at each of the members of the company.
"But there's nothing we can do about it, so we'll just have to carry on."
"Carefully," Archon added.
Yes, carefully,"
Thrang repeated. It was still early in the day, so Thrang decided they should follow the path through the woods back to the deserted village. If their feelings of unease increased, they would return to the beach and make camp for the night. If the feelings were not there, or not very strong, they would explore the village. Alex was not excited about returning to the village, but he knew Thrang was right. All that they could do was carry on. They set out for the stone path that Alex and Archon had found, but Alex lagged a little behind the rest of the company, trying to sort out his feelings. His uneasiness reminded him of something, but he couldn't remember what it was. As they walked back through the trees, Alex concentrated on his feelings and thoughts. He wanted to know exactly when the uneasy feeling started, or when his thoughts became confused. This time, however, there was no uneasy feeling. In fact, there was nothing at all. The sun was bright and warm, and the walk along the path was pleasant. Alex began to wonder why he'd felt uneasy before. There seemed to be nothing to trouble his thoughts now. But the fact that he didn't have the same feelings now bothered him.
"Is this as far as you came?"
Thrang asked when they reached the edge of the trees and looked down at the dwarf village. "We thought it best to continue as a group," answered Archon, "though now that we are all here, I don't feel troubled at all." "Neither do I," Alex added, walking up from behind. "It's as if our earlier feelings did not exist."
"Cat,"
Thrang began, looking hopefully toward her.
"Do you still sense something?"
"Nothing," said Cat, closing her eyes. "There is nothing here, or at least nothing that I can sense."
"Then we'll continue to the village," said Thrang, sounding relieved. "Perhaps we can find some clues there that will tell us what happened to Albrek's people."
"Clearly none of them remain here,"
Barnabas said.
"The village is deserted."
"But where could they have gone?" Thrain questioned, looking from face to face for an answer.
"They could have gone anywhere,"
said Thrang, trying to sound hopeful.
"Thraxon is a large land after all, and just because they didn't return to Benorg doesn't mean they didn't go someplace else."
"It's been a long time, and they've sent no word to their old home," Nellis said, his eyes fixed on the village.
"That doesn't prove anything,"
said Thrang, starting to walk toward the village.
"We won't find out anything if we don't go and look."
Alex followed Thrang as soon as he moved forward, but the others hesitated for a second. Thrang pretended not to notice, but Alex saw the troubled look on his friend's face. Alex understood the company's concern because he had many of the same concerns himself, but he also understood Thrang's determination. They had to find out what had happened here, and the only way to do that was to search the village for clues. The walk from the trees to the village was a short one, but every 10 or 12 yards along the path there was another bag, sometimes more than one, containing some kind of treasure. The scattered treasure was troubling because none of them could think of a reason for why it was there. Thrang muttered to himself as they walked. Alex stopped looking for the bags in order to focus his attention on his own feelings, but they remained neutral, and he had no reason to think they would change.
"It doesn't make sense,"
said Thrang, stopping to pick up yet another bag.
"Dwarves don't throw their treasure away."
"What if they were pursued?"
Barnabas asked.
"If something was chasing them, they might have thrown these things away to lighten their load."
"That is a possibility," Thrang allowed. "But I don't know what would have scared a village full of dwarves into throwing their wealth away."
"I don't suppose there are many things that would pursue a village full of dwarfs," Nellis added. "Dwarfs, as a rule, do not scare easily. If they were running, something terrible must have made them run." "Perhaps they had run out of food and were forced to leave the island," suggested Archon. "I don't suppose they could grow much here."
"No, not this far north,"
said Thrang, continuing along the path.
"If they were short on supplies and winter was coming, they might abandon their treasure. Of course, they'd try to come back later to claim it."
"I don't think they'd throw it along the path," Cat commented. "They would have hidden it somewhere they believed was safe." Alex listened to all the ideas but didn't comment. He thought the idea of dwarfs being pursued was the most likely explanation, but he couldn't think of anything that would chase the dwarfs away and leave their treasure lying on the ground. Even dwarfs fleeing from a host of goblins would have been an ordered escape, and besides, goblins wouldn't have left treasure behind. It was a mystery he couldn't solve, and that troubled him more than anything else that had happened that day. When they reached the outskirts of the village, they paused, looking at the long rows of empty houses.
"Let's split up and search the houses," said Thrang. "Alex, you go with Cat and Barnabas. Search the house on the left. The rest of us will search this one on the right. If anyone runs into trouble, call out."
Alex nodded and moved toward the house on the left with Cat and Barnabas. It was obvious the run-down house had been abandoned for a very long time. They had some trouble opening the house's heavy wooden door because the hinges had almost rusted shut.
"I'm surprised the door is still so solid when the hinges have rusted it closed,"
Barnabas said. "The wood has a binding spell on it," said Alex, looking at the door. "Dwarves are known for the binding spells they can put on wood to make it almost as hard as stone." "You'd think they'd rust-proof the hinges as well," said Cat with a slight smile. Cat's smile made Alex smile as well, and he felt better than he had all day. He let his mind relax as they began looking around the ancient house, but he wasn't sure what they were looking for. He knew, and he was certain Thrang also knew, that the dwarves would not have left their records in one of these houses. They would have built an underground chamber, or at least a special stone building to keep their records safe.
"Not much here,"
said Barnabas after several minutes of wandering around the house.
"Nothing of value, and the furniture has all but turned to dust."
"Wait, there is something," Cat said, staring at a blank wall. "A hidden room?" said Alex, walking toward the wall. "I suppose the owner of the house would need some place to keep his treasure." "Yes, it is well hidden," said Cat. "I can't see it, but I know it is there." Alex looked at the wall for several seconds and then reached out to tap it with his staff. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the outline of a door appeared on the wall.
"Ha ha! Lucky we brought a wizard along,"
Barnabas laughed. "Lucky we have a seer to find hidden doors," said Alex. "Finding the door is not difficult, but getting it open might be," said Cat. It took Alex 3 tries to open the door. Behind the door was a small room filled with piles of treasure that looked as if they had been searched through in a hurry. To Alex, it looked like the owner of the room had been in a terrible rush to find something, and then left quickly without straightening it up. Barnabas and Cat both seemed happy with the discovery, even if Alex was troubled. Absent-mindedly, he picked up a golden necklace. Why? That was the only thing he could think of. Why would the dwarfs leave all of this behind?
"We should get the others,"
said Barnabas after several minutes. "Yes," Alex agreed, returning the necklace to a nearby shelf. "Thrang will want to know what we found." "I sense you are troubled by this," Cat murmured. "I can't find a reason for it," Alex answered, turning to go. "No one leaves their wealth and their home for no reason." The others followed Alex out of the house. Nellis and Archon were waiting for them in the street, but they were alone. "Where are Thrang and Thrain?" Cat asked, looking up and down the street. "They believe they found a hidden room," said Archon. "They're trying to find a way to open the door." "They'll have a hard time with it," said Alex. "We found one as well, and it was guarded better than I expected." "I would guess that all the houses have hidden rooms," Archon said thoughtfully. "And I would guess that Thrang will want us to open them all," said Alex. Alex found Thrang and Thrain inside a house, standing next to a blank wall and looking unhappy. Thrang knew only a few opening spells, but he had tried them all. Alex explained about the hidden room they had found in the other house, and smiled when Thrang insisted on trying one more ancient dwarf spell. Thrang stood still for a moment, deep in thought. He took a step back and spoke the words, but nothing happened.
I suppose you'll have to do it then,"
said Thrang, looking at Alex hopefully. Alex bowed slightly and touched the wall with his staff. Once again, the outline of a door appeared, and this time Alex was able to open it on his first try. Thrang and Thrain both hurried into the small treasure room as Alex watched from the doorway.
Did the room in the other house hold this much treasure? Thrain questioned.
About, said Alex with a shrug.
Oh, I suppose we've added to our wealth then,
Thrain said with a laugh. That is true, but the real question remains, said Alex, turning away from the room.
What question is that?
Thrain called after him. Why? Said Alex, walking out of the house. Chapter 13. Salanor.
Why what?
Thrain questioned, following Alex out of the house and into the road. Why has all this been left? Said Alex. Why are there no dwarfs here? Why do we feel troubled and then not troubled? There is something wrong here, and I want to know what it is.
Yes,
said Thrain, nodding his head.
I agree that none of this makes any kind of sense. I suppose we should look for the colony's records and leave the treasure hunting for later.
That would seem the wisest course, said Archon.
Yes, well,
Thrain said, looking down the stone-paved street.
I suppose we'll have to move farther into town. It's customary for the archives to be built near the center of the settlement, unless the dwarfs built most of the city underground.
It looks like most of this city is above ground, Nella said. Cat, if you sense anything at all, please say so at once, Alex said to the seer. Whatever I sensed before has either left or hidden itself very well, said Cat, sounding both relieved and unhappy at the same time. Alex could not explain it, not even to himself, but he knew there was something on the island, and even if Cat could not sense it, it was still there. Whatever it was, Alex couldn't do anything about it, not unless it wished to reveal itself to him. So he settled on the next best thing, finding the records of the city and whatever answers they might hold.
Come on, then,
said Thrain, starting off down the road that led to the center of the deserted town. Alex and the others followed, looking from side to side as they went. They didn't bother picking up the small bags anymore. There would be time for treasure hunting after they'd found out what had happened to the dwarfs. Fortunately, the village was fairly small, with only about 60 stone houses. Each of the houses had an area of open land around it, which seemed odd for a dwarf colony, or at least it did to Alex.
They must have expected the colony to grow,
Thrain said in a thoughtful tone.
As a rule, dwarf houses are closer together and often share walls.
The treasure we've found so far would indicate that this was a promising place, Nella said. If the dwarfs here had found so much wealth, others would surely have come to join them.
Yes, said Thrain, but it appears that no one ever did.
The discussion ended as Thrain spotted what he was looking for. A large stone building made of white marble stood alone in the center of the town square. Polished bronze doors still gleamed brightly in the afternoon sun.
Locked,
Thrain said, pushing on one of the doors.
I suppose we should have expected that.
The bronze has not tarnished,
said Barnabas in surprise, rubbing one of the doors with his hand.
A little dwarf magic,
said Thrain, a note of pride in his voice.
The dwarfs of this village took great care in building their storehouse.
This looks too grand to be a storehouse, Nella said.
A common name for such buildings,
said Thrain, pushing on the door again.
The dwarfs would have used this building to store supplies as well as their records. There is also a chance that they stored community treasure here as well.
I suppose we should find a way to open the doors, said Alex.
If you would, Master Wizard,
said Thrain, bowing to Alex. Alex stepped forward and put one hand on the bronze doors. He could feel the dwarf magic vibrating through his fingers and palm as if the door had a life of its own. This was deeper magic than the hidden rooms in the dwarf houses, deeper and much more powerful. For several minutes he stood motionless, letting his mind explore the spell that held the door shut. Slowly he stepped back and then lifted his staff and knocked on the bronze door twice. For a moment nothing happened. Then the shining bronze seemed to dim. The others looked in wonder as what had once been solid and locked bronze doors melted away, vanishing completely.
"Oh, amazing," said Thrain, a stunned look on his face. "An interesting spell," Alex commented. "Whoever put it here knew what they were doing."
"Well then," said
Thrang, looking at the dark open space in front of him,
"I suppose we should look inside."
Alex could see how nervous Thrang and the others were, but he knew there was no danger. He stepped forward into the darkness and, seeing no source of light inside the building, conjured up several weir lights. Thrang hurried in behind him and then smiled as the weir lights moved along the dark passage, showing them which way to go.
"Strange there are no windows,"
Thrang said, walking at Alex's side. "The dwarves might have been afraid of being robbed," said Alex. "The door was impressive, though I wouldn't think that the colony's records would require so much protection." Thrang didn't comment as they continued to walk into the darkness. A short distance into the building, they came to a broad staircase that led steeply into the ground.
"It seems the building is only a marker,"
said Thrang, walking down a few steps.
"Perhaps the dwarfs here had a great deal more than archives to protect."
The stairs went down for a long way before opening into a vast hall. Alex magically lit the torches and lamps along the walls and then turned to look at Kat. "Any idea where the archives might be?" asked Alex. "Lower down," said Kat after a moment's thought.
"That sounds right,"
said Thrang as he started off into the hall.
"This would be a feasting hall. Kitchens and stores would be on the left, and perhaps some private rooms there on the right. There should be another staircase at the far end of the hall that will lead us to a second level. That is where the archives should be."
"There is a third level as well," said Kat thoughtfully.
"Oh,"
said Thrang, looking back in surprise.
"The only reason for a third level would be to store treasure. We'll have a look there after we find the archives." "And after a meal,"
Barnabas said. "It has been a long day already," Archon added, smiling at Thrang.
Yes, of course,"
said Thrang, as if he'd only just remembered that none of them had eaten since that morning.
"Barnabas, Nellis, Thrain, perhaps you would be so good as to return to the surface and set up our camp. The rest of us will go to the archives and see if there are any records of what happened. We will not explore the third level until tomorrow."
Barnabas and Nellis nodded and started back to the stairs. Thrain took a step, then turned back, as if to argue about leaving.
"You can see it all tomorrow, Thrain,"
said Thrang in a kind but stern voice. Thrain nodded and reluctantly followed Barnabas and Nellis back up the stairway. Thrang smiled as he watched the young dwarf go, and then turned back toward the hall and started across it. Alex held back a laugh as he caught Archon's eye. He knew how excited Thrain was to explore this abandoned dwarf building, but he also knew that Thrang was right to send him back for the time being. There might still be dangers here, and Thrain was not yet ready to face the unknown. They found a second set of stairs at the end of the hall, and once again they went down them. The weir lights Alex had conjured had been hovering above his head, and now they rushed down into the darkness to light the way. At the bottom of the staircase was a solid-looking iron door. Alex stopped around Thrang, who was pushing on the door, and placed his hand on the cold metal. The dwarf magic was stronger here than it had been in the bronze door. After a few moments of thought, Alex spoke a few words in the dwarvish language, and the door slowly creaked open on its own. "Impressive," Archon said. "Yes," agreed Alex. "The dwarves who lived here must have had at least one wizard with them."
"There have been few dwarf wizards,"
Thrang said thoughtfully.
"I know of one who lived in Thraxon at about the same time as Albrek. His name was, Langwin, but there aren't many stories about him."
"It seems we found the Hall of Records," said Kat, looking around the room that was filled with books. "I would say the door at the far end of the hall leads to the lowest level of all."
"Yes,"
said Thrang, looking in the direction of the door.
"First things first, however. Let's see what the records have to say about the colony, and if there is anything about why the dwarfs left."
Left, or were destroyed, Alex thought, but didn't say.
Alex lit the lamps and then joined the others in looking through the records. There were far fewer records here than there had been in the archives of Benorg, and it didn't take them long to find what they were looking for.
"Here now,"
said Thrang, looking down at a large leather-bound book that was sitting on a stone table.
"This is a listing of what the colony had mined. It seems they found some rich mines here, including at least one mine of true silver."
"The amount produced drops after the 3rd year of mining," Alex said, looking over the information. "For the first 3 years, the numbers increase, and then they drop off by quite a bit."
"Yes, that would make sense,"
said Thrang, running his finger down the page.
"If Albrek took most of his people south, there would be far fewer dwarfs here to do the mining."
So it would seem that Albrek left the Isle of Bones after 3 years and went where? Archon frowned.
"To the Lost Mountains, no doubt,"
said Thrang.
"We know that was his plan from the start, but it would be nice to find something written to confirm that fact."
"It will take some time to go through all these records," Alex said. "Kat, do you have any impression about where we should start?" Kat was silent for a minute, her eyes closed. Slowly, she moved to one side of the room and put her hand on a huge volume. "This one," said Kat, blinking several times as if to focus her eyes. Archon and Thrang lifted the book onto one of the stone tables. Alex had never seen a book so large, and he wondered why the dwarfs would make something that no single dwarf could move alone. His thoughts about that were soon forgotten as Thrang began reading from the book.
Yes, this is the complete history of the colony,"
said Thrang, turning the pages.
"We should learn what happened here when we see where the history stops."
Thrang paged quickly through the book, looking for the place where the writing stopped. It took only a few minutes, but those minutes seemed to last for hours as Alex and the others waited.
"Ah, here we are,"
said Thrang, turning back a few pages from the end of the writing. For several minutes, Thrang read in silence, Alex and Archon skimming the words over his shoulder. Kat stood back, looking around the room and waiting to hear what had happened.
It sounds like things were going fine, and then all at once every dwarf on the island started feeling uneasy and tense,"
Thrang summarized, taking his hands off the page so Alex and Archon could finish reading. "That sounds similar to the way Alex and I felt earlier today," Archon said. "Yeah, too similar," Alex added. "Something on the island was affecting the dwarfs."
"But what could it be?"
Thrang asked.
"The record gives no clue at all, and the writing stops without explaining anything about what happened. Kat is unable to sense anything on the island, so what could the trouble have been?"
"I don't know," said Alex, pacing back and forth. "Yet there is something here, something that doesn't want to be found."
"Whatever it is, it seems to be leaving us alone,"
said Thrang, closing the book with some effort. He sighed in frustration.
"We're not here to find out what happened to the colony. We're here to find the tomb of Albrek."
"So you think we should continue our quest and not worry about what happened here?" Alex asked.
"We should worry about it, but not let it get in the way of our quest,"
Thrang answered.
"We have 2 weeks on the island, so we should make good use of them. Tomorrow we will explore the 3rd level and gather all the treasure we can find in the time we have. As long as these troubled feelings don't return, I don't know what else we can do."
"And if they do return?" Archon questioned.
"Then we'll do what we have to do to protect ourselves and complete our adventure,"
said Thrang. "Very well," said Alex, refocusing his thoughts. "We should all pay attention to our feelings, though. Hopefully, we won't have any problems before the Seeker returns." They all agreed, and Thrang led them up the stairs toward the deserted dwarf village. As they went, Alex tried to relax his mind, but something was poking at his thoughts. The troubled feelings he'd had earlier in the day still reminded him of something, but even now he couldn't think of what it was. When they climbed out of the dwarf ruins, they found that Barnabas had their dinner nearly ready. Nellis and Thrain were watching the empty space where the bronze door had been and seemed relieved when Alex and the others emerged.
"What happened?"
Nellis questioned.
"I'll explain as we eat,"
said Thrain, moving toward the campfire.
"We've learned some things, but not everything."
Barnabas served the food, and Thrain slowly recounted what he had read from the giant book. Alex had a hard time paying attention to the story or his food. He was still trying to remember what it was he had forgotten and what his strange feelings reminded him of. He knew the answer would come to him eventually, but for now his thoughts were cluttered and confused. As the others prepared to sleep, Alex remained by the fire. They all agreed it would be a good idea to keep watch, and Alex had drawn the first shift. Archon also remained by the fire, but remained still and quiet. Alex listened to the breathing of his friends as he watched the fire burn down, still trying to relax his mind. "You seemed troubled," Archon said at last. "The feelings we had earlier today remind me of something, but I can't remember what," said Alex, shifting his position slightly. "Yes, I feel the same way, though I don't know why. Perhaps an answer will come to you in your sleep. Often our minds find answers when we stop looking for them." "Yes," Alex agreed. "I suppose I should try to sleep." Archon said nothing more, and Alex slowly moved away from the fire and lay down on his blanket. Closing his eyes, he forced himself to relax, and before he knew it, he was asleep. How strange, Alex thought in his dream. He felt awake even though he knew he wasn't. He was sitting on a beach, possibly the beach they had landed on that morning. The wind blew his hair, and the smell of the sea reminded him of the sailors he'd met on the Seeker. For several minutes he remained seated, and then he slowly rose and looked toward the land. It looked exactly as he remembered it from earlier in the day, with one large exception. Sitting directly behind him was an enormous dragon.
Please continue listening on CD number 5. Albrek's Tomb, CD number 5.
So you are what Cat could feel, the presence that moved away when she got too close, said Alex.
I thought it best that we meet in your dreams,
said the dragon, its voice softer and friendlier than Alex had expected.
I hope you will forgive my intrusion, but meeting face to face would have been difficult.
I'm surprised to see you here, said Alex, watching the dragon for any sudden movement and trying not to look into its eyes.
And I am surprised that you are so young,
said the dragon. Alex was not afraid, though he thought perhaps he should be. This dragon was much larger than Slathbog had been, and even if this was only a dream, he knew the dragon still had a great deal of power.
I require your assistance, young wizard,
the dragon said.
I can offer several things in return for your services.
Why do you require my help? Alex questioned.
Because you are what you are,
the dragon answered.
You are a wizard of great power, and I need that power to accomplish my goals.
Why would I agree to help a dragon? Alex asked. I've met one of your kind before, and I doubt your goals will be something honorable.
Yes,
said the dragon, its voice sounding thoughtful.
You met Slathbog and destroyed him, as was right. And because of your encounter with Slathbog, you mistrust me, which shows wisdom on your part. However, I am not like Slathbog. I do not hoard wealth, nor seek out the lesser races to destroy them.
Alex considered the dragon's words for several minutes before he replied. It seemed to be true that this dragon did not care about the dwarf treasure scattered across the island. Still, Dragons were dragons, and Alex knew he had to be careful. "What is it you wish of me?" he asked.
A spell.
The dragon answered.
A spell to hide this island from all who seek it.
"Why do you wish that?" Alex questioned, surprised by the dragon's request.
So the past will not be repeated,
said the dragon, sounding strangely sad. "It was you, then," said Alex, as he considered how dangerous a dragon might be in a dream. "You destroyed the dwarfs that lived here."
Yes, sadly, yes,
said the dragon.
I did not mean for it to happen, and while most of the blame is mine, the dwarfs still share some of it.
"Will you tell me what happened?" Alex asked.
Long ago, I chose this place to hide,
the dragon began.
I had grown tired of my long travels and wanted only to sleep and to dream. This island was a good place, far from the lesser races and secluded by the sea. For hundreds of years I slept here, and then the dwarfs came.
Alex remained quiet.
At first I was not aware of them,
the dragon continued.
The dwarfs dug their mines and found their treasures, and I remained asleep. Then they opened new mines and looked for more treasures. That is how dwarfs are, so I cannot blame them for that. The mining was noisy, and it slowly woke me from my long sleep. They had a wizard with them, and he was the first to realize I was here.
"So you destroyed the dwarfs before they could attack you?" said Alex.
No, nothing like that,
answered the dragon.
The dwarfs attacked me while I was not yet fully awake. Their wizard, a dwarf named Languin, had great power. He believed that he could drive me away or even destroy me. When I woke fully, it was to his attack. Startled by his magic, I thought only of defending myself. But my anger began to burn inside of me, and being a dragon, my rage got the better of me. I swept down on my attackers and destroyed most of them before I was able to shake off my madness.
"You destroyed most of them, but not all?" Alex questioned.
No, not all. Languin and some of the other dwarfs hid themselves in the underground archives. I tried to apologize, to make things right, but Languin would not speak to me, even in dreams.
"So he and his people are still down there?" Alex asked, stunned by the idea. The dragon shook his head.
They died off until only Languin was left. Even then, alone in the dark, he would not speak with me, though I tried many times.
"So we will find the remains on the 3rd level when we go there tomorrow," Alex said, wondering how much of the dragon's story was true.
"Yes,"
answered the dragon.
"Perhaps that will convince you I speak the truth, though there is an easier way, if you dare."
"You would have me look into your eyes," Alex said, feeling a strange desire to look, despite knowing the danger.
"We are in a dream, so our powers are not what they might be,"
the dragon said.
"And I will give you something to protect you if you will trust me."
"What can you give me for protection?" Alex asked. He wanted to trust the dragon, yet he knew that trusting any dragon could be fatal.
"I will give you my true name,"
the dragon answered. Alex considered the offer. He knew that dragons often had many names, but they each had only one true name, a name that gave them their power and made them what they were. He also knew that having that true name would give him power over the dragon, power to control and command the dragon to do whatever he wanted it to do. "How will I know the name you give me will be your true name?" Alex asked.
"You will know,"
said the dragon with what might have been a smile on its face.
"I am Salanor, oldest remaining of my race. I am the Lord of Dragons, the most ancient, the guardian of the past.
Salanor, Alex repeated, feeling the incredible power of the name even in his dream. Yes, I will trust you. I will look into your eyes. Even before he looked, Alex knew that Salanor had told him the truth. As their eyes met, Alex could feel Salanor's power, and he could see some of the details of the dragon's long life. Salanor was far more powerful than Slathbog had been, and Alex knew that he could not defeat this dragon, not in the same way he had defeated Slathbog, and not in any other way he could think of. Then, to his surprise, Alex realized that Salanor could not defeat him either. They were equals, an even match.
There is more to you than I thought,
Salanor said, sounding pleased and perhaps a little proud.
It is good that we have met this way. If we had been forced to battle, I think we both would have lost in the end.
I'm glad we have not met as enemies then, said Alex, letting his mind move closer to Salanor's. The mixing of thoughts was amazing, and for a moment Alex considered breaking away and forcing himself to wake up. At times, Alex had felt that his own mind was cluttered and full, but that feeling was nothing compared to what he felt now. And he sensed something else as well, the same wild, reckless feeling he had felt twice before on his journey.
Open the third level for your friends, then come and talk with me,
said Salanor, blinking and breaking the link between the two of them.
There are things we need to speak of, things you will need to know.
I will come, said Alex.
Until then,
said Salanor, turning to leave the beach of Alex's dreams.
I will see you soon, young Dragon Lord.
Dragon Lord, said Alex, waking up with a start.
What's that?
Thrang asked, turning away from the cooking fire to look at Alex. Oh, nothing, said Alex, looking around to see if anyone else had overheard him.
Well, come and get your breakfast, said Thrang. We have a long day ahead of us.
Alex got up, still thinking about his dream. He knew that it had been real, though he had never actually spoken to anyone in a dream meeting before.
We'll go down to the third level this morning,
Thrang said as they finished breakfast.
It should be worth our time to look around and perhaps find a bit of treasure.
I have something to do after I open the door to the third level, said Alex.
Oh, what is that?
Thrang questioned, a puzzled look on his face. I have to go and talk to someone, answered Alex. Who are you going to talk to? Thrain asked, looking even more puzzled than Thrang did. A friend, Alex answered with half a smile.
That's no kind of answer,
said Thrang, standing up and running his hand down his beard. Well, then, a dragon, said Alex, and almost laughed at the shocked looks on his friends' faces. That's where the uneasy feelings are coming from, and what Cat could feel but not get close to. There is a dragon on the island, and I'm going to talk with him.
How do you know about the dragon?
Nellis asked, looking worried and pale. Because I spoke with him last night in my dreams, said Alex. I don't have time to explain everything, but I can tell you there is no reason to worry. I'll open the door to the third level, where you should find the remains of some dwarfs and the dwarf wizard Langwin. Once that is done, I will be leaving for a few days.
You're going to talk with the dragon?
Thrang repeated, looking confused. The risk is great, said Cat, looking from Alex to Thrang and back again. No, it's not, said Alex. Enough talk. Let's go and open the door to the third level. Or perhaps I should show Thrain how to open the hidden doors to the houses first. You seem determined to go, Archon said. I am, and I'm sure there is no danger, said Alex. Thrang and the others looked as if they wanted to argue, but Alex wouldn't hear any of it. He turned and walked into the stone building behind their camp, and the rest of them had no choice but to follow. The door to the third level was better protected than either of the previous two. It appeared that Langwood had spent most of his time casting spells on the third door to protect himself and his comrades from the dragon. Just as Alex thought he had removed all of Langwood's spells, however, he started sneezing uncontrollably.
"Oh, I didn't expect that," Alex said, shaking off the effects of Langwood's spell. "A strange spell to put on a door." "Not so strange," Thrang laughed. "Dwarves often use such spells if they're afraid of someone sneaking up on them. The sneezing would alert them to an enemy's presence."
"Yes, I see," said Alex, wiping his nose. Returning to the door, he removed the sneezing spell and quickly checked for anything else he might have missed. Confident that he'd removed all of the magic from the door, he told his friends to move to the sides of the short hallway. He carefully pushed the door open with his staff, and a volley of arrows came flying out of the darkness, clattering against the stairs behind them. "You should be careful as you search the third level," Alex said, checking his staff for arrows. "How did you know about the trap?" Archon questioned, looking at the open door in concern. "I thought Langwood might do something like this," said Alex. "He was afraid, and he couldn't be sure that his magic would be enough to protect him from a dragon."
"The same dragon that had trapped him," said Thrang, looking Alex in the eye. "The same dragon you want to talk to. The same dragon that killed my people on this island."
"I told you I would explain later," said Alex, his voice stern and slightly cold as it echoed into the darkness of the third level. "Langwood acted foolishly. He was only trapped here because he would not listen to reason."
"Yes, but a dragon?" said Barnabas softly.
"Enough," said Alex, trying to stay calm. "I know what I'm doing." "We are concerned for your safety as much as our own," said Archon soothingly. "We are not questioning your ability or belief." "Forgive me," said Alex, taking a deep breath. "I know you don't understand and would like an explanation, but there isn't time. Believe me when I say that I will be safe and that the dragon will not bother you. Langwood's traps might be another story, though, so be careful."
"Very well,"
said Thrang, though he still looked unhappy.
"We'll all go up while you teach Thrain to open the hidden doors. We'll need to make torches anyway before we can search the third level, since we won't have your weir lights."
With Thrang's words, they all moved back up the stairs. Alex felt bad that he couldn't tell his friends everything he knew, but he wanted to hurry to his meeting with Salanor, and telling his friends about his dream would only lead to dozens of questions that he didn't have time to answer, even if he knew all the answers. Thrain quickly learned how to open the hidden doors once Alex had explained how it was done and taught him the correct magical words to use. Thrang also paid attention, and with some effort, he was able to open the hidden doors as well. With that task completed, Alex walked into the street and turned to look at his friends. "I don't know how long I'll be gone, but I promise to return before the Seeker gets here to take us back to Dunstall," said Alex. "I suggest you spend your time gathering everything of value here, including the archives. Once we leave this island, no one will ever be able to return."
"Why not?"
Thrang asked. "I'll tell you this much, and then I have to go," said Alex, leaning on his staff. "When we leave here, I will be casting a spell that will make the island impossible to find. The dragon has asked me for this favor. He regrets what happened to the dwarfs here, and he doesn't want anything like that to happen again. I agree with him, and as he was here first, the island is rightfully his." "How do you know all of this?" Archon questioned. "The dragon told me," said Alex, turning away. "I'll answer the rest of your questions when I return." Alex walked quickly through the empty dwarf village and into the woods without looking back, making his way toward the low, rocky hills. He knew where he would find Salanor, and he hoped that the dragon was as friendly in real life as he had been in the dream. Of course, knowing the dragon's true name gave Alex an advantage. He still wondered why Salanor had done that. Usually dragons closely guarded their true names. Still, Alex knew that Salanor had told him the truth, and there was little chance the dragon would change his mind now. Selenor's cave was extremely well hidden, and it took Alex more time to find it than he thought it would. Selenor had cast several spells over the entrance of his cave in order to remain hidden from anyone or anything that might come to the island, and the dragon's magic was impressive. It was only because Selenor had told him where to look that Alex was able to find the cave at all. Alex spent the next 11 days and nights with Selenor, learning from the ancient creature and telling his own story to the dragon. Time seemed to melt away, and Alex didn't remember sleeping or eating at all. He wasn't even a little bit tired or hungry. When it was finally time for him to go, Alex was reluctant to leave the dragon behind. There was so much that Selenor knew, and so many more questions that Alex wanted to ask. Selenor also seemed sad that Alex was leaving, but he promised to visit Alex in his dreams from time to time.
"You are now a dragon lord,"
said Selenor as Alex was preparing to leave.
"If ever you need me, you need only call my name."
"You have been very kind, my friend," said Alex. "I hope I will never need to disturb your rest."
"There are a few more things,"
said Selenor, turning his giant head toward the back of the cave.
"There are books that you should take with you."
"Books?" questioned Alex. He'd never thought of dragons as reading or writing books.
"Ancient writings,"
said Selenor.
"Mysteries and knowledge that have long been lost. You may need what they hold."
Alex went to the back of the cave and found a small gap in the wall. Moving through the gap, he entered a second cavern full of old-looking books. The number of books in the cave surprised him, and he wondered how they might have gotten there. Selenor could never have slipped through the gap, not even when he was a very young dragon. Alex picked up one of the books and glanced through its pages. The writing was different from the magic letters he had learned, but yet also strangely familiar. Without taking time to look at all the books, Alex held up his magic bag and moved them to his own library. "The books aren't written in letters that I understand," Alex said when he returned to the main cave.
"They are not so much read as experienced,"
said Selenor.
"When you read these books, it will not be like reading. It will be as if you are there."
"I don't understand," said Alex.
"In time you will,"
answered Selenor in a confident tone.
"And now, one last thing before you go."
"Yes," said Alex, looking up at Selenor's ancient face.
"Your family,"
said Selenor.
"You need to find your family to find yourself."
"But I have no family," said Alex, turning away.
"Ho, ho, ho, ho. We all have families,"
said Selenor with a booming dragon laugh.
"Your parents had families before they were your parents. Seek them out. They will need you, and you, I think, will need them as well. I will tell you this as a final gift in parting,"
Selenor went on.
"There was a time, a long time forgotten by most, when dragons and men were of one race. Not all men, but the great and noble men. The men who later became kings and rulers in the known lands had the blood of the dragon in their veins. I was there, so I know what I say is true. I also know something about you that you have not yet guessed."
"What is that?" Alex questioned nervously.
"You are of my own bloodline,"
Selenor answered.
"Both of your parents had dragon blood in their veins, and it flows very strongly in you as well, my child. In fact, I think that you alone among wizards could take the dragon form without fear of losing yourself."
"But the dragon form is warned against by all wizards," said Alex.
"That is because most wizards would lose themselves in the form of a dragon. They would feel what it is to be a dragon and forget that they were ever men."
"And you think I should take this form?" Alex asked.
"Not until you are ready,"
said Selenor.
You will find great power in the dragon form, greater than you have now, greater than any I have ever had. Yet, even with this power, I think you will be able to return to your human form at will. Unless I am much mistaken, you have two true forms, man and dragon.
Alex wanted to ask more questions, but Salanor lowered his head to the cave floor and closed his eyes. Alex bowed to the great dragon and then left him in his hidden cave. It was a long walk back to the dwarf village, and as he went, Alex considered everything Salanor had told him and the promises he had made to the dragon. The first promise was a small thing, really, and one that Alex had decided to do before ever meeting Salanor face to face. Cast a spell on the Isle of Bones to hide it from any who might come looking for it. The other two promises Alex had made were more complicated, and he needed time to consider exactly what they meant. Salanor's words about his family filled his mind as well, and Alex wondered why he had never thought to ask about his parents' families before. The idea that he might have living grandparents, aunts and uncles, even cousins, was something new. He wondered how he could find them. There was one other promise that had come as something of a surprise to Alex, hardly something he'd expected the dragon to think about.
Always go to your friends in their times of need,
said Salanor in a serious tone.
If a friend calls for your help, go as quickly as you can.
Of course he would, wouldn't he? If any of his friends were in trouble, of course he would go to them. That's what friends did. It seemed natural, the kind of thing he would do without thinking. So why had Salanor made him promise to do it? As he approached the deserted village, Alex reflected on Salanor's parting words. Salanor thought that Alex could take the dragon form and still return to his own form again. That was something no wizard had ever done, at least as far as Alex knew. Most wizards would not even try to take the shape of a dragon. Every wizard Alex had read about who had tried had either flown away as a dragon or gone completely mad and died. As he walked along, lost in his thoughts, Alex thought he could hear Salanor's voice echoing inside his own mind.
Through your friends and your family, you will find your true self,
the dragon's voice said softly.
Go to them when they need you.
What did that mean? Alex knew who and what he was, didn't he? Well, no, he didn't. He was still learning about what he was, and he had no real idea about who he was. Ionin, the Oracle of the White Tower, had told him on his first adventure that he was a mix of races. He'd always thought of himself as human, but that wasn't exactly true. Somewhere in his family's history, there were other races, elves, dwarves, and apparently even dragons, according to Salanor. Could that be part of the reason Salanor had told him to look for his family? Was there something in his future that the dragon could see? The questions were enough to drive him crazy, so he tried to push them to the back of his mind. There would be time to think about them later. Right now, he had to get back to his friends and prepare to leave the Isle of Bones behind. Chapter 14. The Road to Caused Sin. Alex soon left the woods and entered the empty dwarf village. It was a depressing sight now that he knew how sorry Salanor was that the dwarfs had been destroyed. Alex could see that his friends had been busy while he was away, because when he entered the town, square piles of treasure glimmered all around him. Some of the piles were stacked almost as high as he was tall, and it was like moving through a giant maze to find the company's campsite. It was almost midday, and Alex quickened his pace, hoping to reach his friends before they started their meal. "Well, look who's back," said Nellis, looking up with a smile as Alex approached the camp. "Been hiding and getting out of the real work." "Yeah, something like that," said Alex, returning the smile. "Though 11 days and nights with a dragon is no easy task."
I think I'd rather sort treasure than spend any time with a dragon,
Barnabas said as he stacked wood on the campfire. I would say both have been profitable, answered Alex. Where are the others? They'll be along soon, said Nellis. Thrang's had us all working down on the 3rd level for days. The colony was rich then, said Alex.
Yes, they were doing well, that much is clear. Took us nearly a week to collect what you see here, and that's just what came out of the houses.
Barnabas shook his head.
I'm not sure we'll be able to get Thrang to leave.
The Seeker returns tomorrow, and we must leave on it, said Alex. Thrang will argue that point, said Nellis, taking a seat beside the campfire. Dwarfs aren't keen on leaving treasure behind. Perhaps I can help with that, said Alex, sitting down by Nellis.
I hope so, Barnabas said. Thrang's been moody since you left.
Moody is hardly the word for it, said Nellis, looking troubled. Thrang's temper has gotten steadily worse, and so has young Thrain's. What do you mean? Alex asked. The look in their eyes, said Nellis, trying to explain. It's a wild, hunted kind of look. I've seen it in men who have spent too much time in the wild, or adventurers who have been on one too many adventures.
It is true, Barnabas added. They are both consumed, I think. The treasure, the loss of their people who lived here, and then you heading off to talk with the dragon. Well, it's changed Thrang and Thrain. They won't listen to reason anymore.
They will have to listen, said Alex. We must leave tomorrow, or remain on this island forever. Thrang's been mumbling something about revenge, Nellis added. He's convinced himself that your dragon friend is to blame for what happened here. Even Orkon can't talk to him about it. Well, he'll have to give up any ideas of revenge, said Alex, feeling more than a little worried. Even if Thrang were to call all the dwarfs of Thraxon to his aid, I doubt he would do more than inconvenience this dragon.
What's that about revenge?
Said Thrang's voice. Alex looked up and saw Thrang and Thrain coming around the piles of treasure. I said revenge is a dangerous game, said Alex, and is often more dangerous to those looking for it than to anyone else.
I see you've come back then,
said Thrang, his voice colder than normal.
I suppose you've heard what this dragon has to say about my people? I suppose he told you that their destruction wasn't his fault at all.
No, actually, that's not what he said, said Alex. As soon as the others are here, I'll tell you exactly what he said, if you care to hear it. For a moment, Thrang didn't speak or move, but simply stood with a look of mixed rage and fear on his face. Alex could see that Thrang had been worried about him, but he could also see that he had made up his mind about Salanor, and about all dragons for that matter. Alex, said Orkon happily as he walked into camp, I thought we might have to come looking for you. I said I would be back before the Seeker returned, said Alex, and it looks like you've all been busy while I was away.
We won't be leaving on the Seeker tomorrow,
said Thrang, his voice tight.
There is far too much treasure to collect still, and I won't leave the island until we have it all.
I've never known you to be greedy, Thrang, said Alex, his tone calm and even.
Greed has nothing to do with it, Thrang snapped. The treasures of this island were gathered by my people. It is my duty, and yours as assigned member of this adventure, to collect it all before we leave.
Kat moved up beside Orkon, a troubled look on her face. Alex could tell that all of them were worried about Thrang's mood, and Thrain looked almost as serious as Thrang did. Very well, said Alex after a moment. Forgive me if I have offended you. Collecting the treasure will not be a problem. We will still be able to leave tomorrow.
Oh? I don't see how,
Thrang answered, ignoring Alex's apology.
We've been sorting treasure for nearly 2 weeks, and we're not even half done yet.
The sorting can wait for another time, said Alex, trying not to become angry with Thrang. As before, I can quickly place all of the treasure in my bag. That is, if you trust me to hold it for you.
Trust?
Thrang repeated, looking away from Alex.
Once the question of trust would never have come up between us, but now,
Now that I've spoken to a dragon, you're not sure if you can trust me, Alex finished for him. You've made up your mind that the dragon is to blame for everything that happened here, and you long for revenge."
"Revenge is not enough,"
shouted Thrang, his face growing red with anger.
"How can a single dragon pay for the hundreds of lives it has taken? No, I want the dragon destroyed, so it will never harm another creature."
"You don't know what you're saying," said Alex, his own temper starting to rise.
"You've been enchanted by this dragon," Thrang went on. "You can't see what really happened here, and you won't admit that the dragon is to blame. A fine wizard you've become."
Thrang spat on the ground.
"Silence!"
Alex commanded in a tone both deeper and stronger than his normal voice would be. The ground beneath them shook, and a dark cloud moved in front of the sun.
"You will listen to what I have to say, and then you can decide if I am enchanted."
Alex looked around at his friends, who were shocked and scared by his sudden command and display of power. He had never spoken so strongly before, and Thrang looked petrified with fear, as if something terrible was about to happen to him. "Now," said Alex, regaining control of his emotions, "the dragon that you blame has told me the whole story of what happened here. If you'll sit down and listen, I will tell it to you." Thrang inched forward and slowly sat down, his wide eyes never leaving Alex's face. Thrain stood as if he had turned to stone, and he didn't move until Alex pointed to a chair and told him to sit down. Slowly, Alex told them what he had learned since they'd arrived on the island. Everyone remained silent as he spoke, though Archon would often nod his head in understanding. As Alex told the story, he worked some special magic that would help Thrang accept what he was saying. He hoped that Thrang could let go of his anger and hate long enough to see the truth. When Alex finished the story, he could see that they all had questions for him, but they held back, waiting for Thrang to speak first.
"So, Langwin attacked the dragon while it was still asleep,"
said Thrang, his voice almost a whisper. "Yes," said Alex. "A good idea, but only if you're sure you can destroy the dragon before it wakes up."
"Yes," Thrang repeated, "and a foolish move if you cannot defeat the dragon."
How could you know?" Thrain questioned.
"I mean, how could you know how powerful the dragon was until it woke up?"
"It would not really be possible," said Alex. "And the dragon on this island is not evil. He was here, hidden from the world, trying to stay out of harm's way."
But you could destroy it,"
Thrain went on, a hopeful tone in his voice.
"I mean, you defeated Slathbog, so you could defeat this dragon as well, couldn't you?"
"No, I could not," answered Alex. "I could control him because I know his true name, but if it came to open battle, well..." Alex trailed off and took a deep breath. "I think if it came to open battle, we would destroy each other, and probably this entire island as well." "You know the dragon's name?" Archon questioned, a look of surprise on his face. "Yes," said Alex. "Then you are a dragon lord," said Archon, his surprise changing to wonder.
"A dragon lord?"
Thrang repeated, looking at Alex, his expression changing from confusion to understanding.
"Ah, yes, of course. Oh, how stupid of me. Forgive me, Alex. I have been a fool."
"There is no need for forgiveness," said Alex. "Your feelings are understandable, but know that the dragon regrets what happened here."
"Yes, I see that now,"
said Thrang, looking away for a moment to dry his eyes.
"We will leave on the Seeker when it arrives. We will take as much treasure as we can, but whatever we cannot gather will be left behind without regrets."
The tension was broken now that Thrang had agreed to leave, and Alex's friends all looked relieved. Barnabas quickly started preparing their meal, and Thrang walked slowly away from the campfire. Alex followed Thrang, wanting to reassure his friend that there were no hard feelings. He caught up with Thrang outside the dwarf archives. Thrang led Alex down to the 3rd level. Alex was amazed by the amount of treasure in the cavern. His friends had been busy sorting, but they hadn't even started to store treasure in their bags. "With your permission," said Alex, bowing slightly to Thrang.
"Do what you can,"
said Thrang, his voice weak.
"Time has run out, and what remains here will remain forever."
Alex wanted to comfort Thrang, but he didn't know what more he could say or how he could say it. Thrang's confidence had been shaken when Alex had commanded him to listen, but it had been broken when he saw the truth. It had been for the best, Alex was sure of that, but Thrang had lost faith in his own eyes. Alex could see that Thrang doubted his own ability to lead the company, and that could be a problem. With a few magic words and a command whispered into the top of his magic bag, Alex emptied the giant chamber of its treasure. The hoard glimmered for a moment in the torchlight, and then sped into Alex's magic bag with a sound like a cracking whip. When they returned to the surface, Alex saw that the rest of his friends had managed to store the treasure they'd gathered from the village in their own bags. Thrang said nothing, but simply returned to his seat by the fire and silently waited to leave the island. The next morning they returned to the beach. Everyone seemed to be in a dark mood, and Alex knew there were doubts about Thrang's ability to lead them on the rest of their adventure. If Thrang did not regain his confidence, it seemed likely that the adventure would end, and they would divide the treasure and part ways. This was not acceptable to Alex, and he tried to think of a way to help Thrang get back his old confidence. About an hour after they arrived on the beach, the Seeker sailed into the harbor. Alex and his companions pushed their rowboat back to the water's edge, climbed inside, and quickly made their way back to the ship. Bill Clinker and his crew greeted them happily, though they could tell something was wrong with the company. Bill, being quick to grasp what the problem was, asked Thrang for permission to get underway. Thrang didn't speak but simply nodded, and Bill gave the orders for the crew to set sail. "A moment, please," said Alex, looking at each of his companions in turn. "I promised to cast a spell on this island, and I think you all should bear witness." They all agreed, though only Archon seemed happy about it. As the Seeker made its way out of the harbor, Alex and his friends gathered on the raised stern of the ship. Alex waited until they were a few miles away from the island, and then turned and looked at Thrang. "With your permission," said Alex, bowing to Thrang.
"Yes,"
said Thrang, slowly returning the bow.
"Yes, of course."
Alex stepped away from the others and raised his staff. Salanor had explained the spell to him, and he remembered the dragon's voice as he quietly spoke the words. As he worked the magic, the sun seemed to dim, as if a cloud had moved in front of it. A strange mist began to grow out of the sea, circling the island. Alex focused all of his thoughts on his task. He could feel Salanor's magic joining his own as he wove the spell, and he knew that the island would be hidden forever. Soon the island was hidden by a great cloud that sat on the surface of the water. Slowly Alex finished his work, binding the magic forever as he lowered his staff. He felt drained of strength, but oddly happy as he looked toward the island. The cloud remained where it was for a minute or two, and then blew away in the sea breeze. There was nothing but open water where the Isle of Bones had been. "Impressive," Archon said, looking surprised. "I thought the cloud would remain to hide the island." "That would be a marker," said Alex in a tired voice. "This way is better, as it leaves no trace."
"You've done well,"
said Thrang, smiling weakly.
"And I suppose it's for the best."
Alex smiled and bowed once more to Thrang. The others all seemed impressed by Alex's work, but they also wanted to get below deck. They still didn't like sailing, and the ship was already starting to roll on the waves of the open sea. They made their way below, leaving only Alex and Archon standing on the stern of the ship, watching the spot where the Isle of Bones had been. As night fell, Archon went down to check on the rest of the company. Alex remained on deck, looking across the open water. He wanted to talk to Thrang, but he didn't want to do it in front of the rest of the company. He hoped that Thrang would shake off his doubts on his own, and he tried again to think of something he could say that would help. Then, to his surprise, Alex saw that Thrang was making his way across the deck toward him.
Oh, do you have any of that seasickness potion left?
Thrang asked, holding tightly to the railing of the ship. Of course, said Alex with a smile. Decided it might not taste as bad as you remember?
Oh, I can't bear to remain below deck,
said Thrang, looking as troubled as Alex had ever seen him.
They all have doubts now, even Archon.
I don't, said Alex, and I'm not sure the others do either. I think perhaps you see your own doubt reflected in their faces.
Perhaps, said Thrang, but I have no idea what to do now.
We carry on, of course, said Alex, handing a small bottle to Thrang. You'll want to sip that a little at a time. Thrang took a swallow of Alex's potion.
I'm a fool, Thrang said. I let my own foolish beliefs take over and cloud my judgment. I forgot what we were really after.
You made a mistake. All of us do, said Alex. The only thing you can do now is learn from it and try not to make the same mistake again.
You're very kind, Alex. You've tried to help me save face, but...
But nothing, Alex interrupted. You are the leader of this adventure, and you are the one who says where we go and when. You made a mistake. So what? Everyone makes mistakes.
You didn't,
Thrang pointed out. I didn't this time, said Alex. I've made mistakes before, and I'll make them again. I just hope I don't make the same mistakes over and over again. And when I do make a mistake, I hope that I'm the only one who has to pay for it.
You've changed a great deal since we first met,
said Thrang with a short laugh.
You seem so much older now. I suppose that's your wizard training coming out.
I suppose it is, said Alex. I've never really thought about it, but I guess being a wizard has changed me quite a bit.
Yes, but you're still the same friendly, trusting boy I met that day in Clutter's shop,
said Thrang. And you're still the confident and wise dwarf I met that day as well. You've had your confidence shaken a little, but you are still the same.
Perhaps,
Thrang allowed.
And perhaps I'm a bit wiser than I was, thanks to you.
What are friends for? Said Alex. Thrang finished off the seasickness potion and then remained on deck with Alex. They talked about their first adventure together, remembering a time that seemed so long ago, but wasn't really long ago at all.
I suppose we should ride south and west when we get back to Dunstall,
Thrang said at last.
We'll stop at Khazad Sin before starting for the Lost Mountains.
That sounds like a good plan, said Alex.
We might even be able to get some information about the Lost Mountains in Khazad Sin,
Thrang went on.
I have family in the city, and it would be good to see them.
It's always good to see family, said Alex, remembering Salinor's comments.
And you'll be able to return the lost bag to its heir.
Yeah, I need to do that, don't I? They stood in silence for a moment, and then Thrang patted Alex's shoulder.
Well then, I guess I'll try to get some sleep. I only hope the weather stays calm. I don't think I could take any more rolling than we're doing now.
Alex watched Thrang stagger across the deck, working his way back to the rest of the company. He was happy that Thrang had decided to continue with the adventure, and he hoped that his other friends would be happy about it too. The days remained clear and calm as they sailed back to Dunstall, which was a good thing for Alex's companions. When they arrived, Alex and Archon helped the others off the ship, while Thrang paid Bill Clinker and his crew. Alex noticed how hard Thrang was trying not to look sick, and he was quick to help his friend off the ship once payment had been made.
Oh, I hope I never sail again,
Thrang said, leaning on Alex.
Even your potion did little to calm the sickness.
Yeah, well, I was reading up on that, said Alex with a slight laugh. It seems the potion works best if you stay in the fresh air above deck.
Oh, that's nice to know,
said Archon, laughing as he took Thrang's other arm. Thrang did not find Alex's information as amusing as Archon did, but he still managed a weak smile. It was late afternoon, and Thrang and the others wanted nothing more than to return to the sea mist and find a bed to lie down on and recover from their voyage. As it turned out, Ishley had expected them, and he had rooms ready for all of them. Alex and Archon remained in the common room for a short time after the others had gone to bed, and they wandered out into the streets of Dunstall. "Thrang's mood has improved since we left the island," Archon commented, looking at Alex. "We had a talk," said Alex. "He knows he made a mistake, but he's learned from it. Now I think he's prepared to move on." "I am glad to hear that," said Archon. "For a time I thought he would give up." "I think he wanted to, but that would have been unacceptable," said Alex. "Unacceptable to you or to him?" Both of us, I think," said Alex. "And I think you would agree with that as well." "Yes, I would," said Archon. There wasn't much to see in Dunstall, but Alex liked the sea air and the soft breeze blowing in his face. He and Archon went down to the docks and found the old fisherman who had told Alex the story about the Isle of Bones. The old man seemed pleased to hear Alex's story about the lost dwarf mines, though Alex left out the fact that a dragon lived on the island. Once again, Alex offered to put a spell on the fisherman's nets, and once again the old man laughed and said no. At sundown, Alex and Archon left him on the docks and returned to the tavern. Only Thrain and Barnabas had managed to make their way down from their rooms for dinner, and Alex thought it best to let the others sleep. The next morning, all of Alex's friends looked much happier and healthier than they had the day before. The long sleep in soft beds had done wonders for them, and they all ate their breakfast without wasting time to talk. As they were finishing their meal, Thrang stood up, looking around the table at each member of the company.
"I've decided that we will ride south to Khazad Sin," said Thrang. "We should be able to get some information about the lost mountains there, and Alex has the bag of a lost adventurer that needs returning. The heir lives in Khazad Sin, so we should be there for a few days at least."
"What do we know about the lost mountains?" Archon asked quickly.
"Well, we know they are not actually lost,"
said Thrang with a soft laugh.
"They're called the Lost Mountains because it is easy to get lost in them. I've never been there, but I've been told that there are hundreds of narrow canyons winding through the mountains."
"Is anything dangerous supposed to live there?" Nellis asked.
"I don't know of anything," answered Thrang, "but I'm sure we'll find out more when we reach Khazad Sin. I believe some of the dwarfs who live there have been to the Lost Mountains, and their knowledge might be useful to us. After all, we don't want to search all of the mountains looking for signs of Albrek."
There was general agreement with Thrang's comment, and they all got up together, ready to ride south. Alex and the others made their way to the stables, while Thrang stayed behind to find Ishley and pay for the company's stay. Alex could see that Thrang's renewed confidence had impressed the others, and they all looked a great deal happier than they had when they left the Isle of Bones.
"Oh, how far is it from here to Khazad Sin?"
Thrain asked as he worked to saddle his horse.
10 days, maybe 2 weeks' ride,"
said Alex, remembering the map of Thraxon he'd studied in Benorg. "Of course, the roads could be difficult, so it may take longer than that." "At least we will be riding," said Kat with a laugh. "I've never been as sick as I was on that boat."
"Nor have I," Barnabas added. "It'll be good to be on horseback again."
"I rather enjoyed the voyage," Archon said with a laugh. "As did I," Alex agreed, rubbing Cherie's neck as he spoke, "though it is good to be back to a normal mode of travel." The others laughed as they made their way out of the stable. Archon led Thrang's horse along with his own, and they found Thrang waiting for them at the front of the inn.
"Ishley suggests that we follow the coast road south,"
said Thrang, climbing into his saddle.
"He says there's a good road from Darvish to Khazad Sin, and Darvish is only 4 or 5 days south of here."
"Are you sure you want to stay so close to the sea?" Alex asked with a smile.
"As long as we're not in it,"
said Thrang with a grunting laugh. They quickly fell into line behind Thrang and rode out of Dunstall. Alex looked back once before the city was lost to view, wondering what stories his friends from the Seeker would be telling at the inns tonight. The coast road was a good one, and it was still early on the 5th day away from Dunstall when they reached Darvish. Darvish was a much larger city than Dunstall, with high stone walls around it. The gatekeepers were friendly enough, however, and let them pass after only a few questions. Thrang decided they would spend the rest of the day in Darvish and ride on toward Cosset Sin the next morning.
"A few weeks out of the saddle, and I'm not fit for a long journey," Thrang complained.
The rest of the company agreed. They were eager to explore the city of Darvish, but Thrang insisted they find an inn before anyone went exploring. They were surprised to learn that there were few rooms available in the city.
"A busy time of year," one innkeeper told them. "The calm sea doesn't last all year, after all, and many merchants don't like shipping their goods when the weather is bad."
Eventually, they found an inn that had 3 rooms available, and Thrang was quick to take them all. Thrang and Thrain would share one room, as would Nellis and Barnabas. Archon and Alex would share the 3rd room with Kat, though their room was actually a small suite, with 2 bedrooms attached to a fair-sized sitting room. Alex was concerned that each of the bedrooms had only a single bed, but Archon wasn't troubled. "I do not need to rest like you," Archon reminded Alex. "I will be quite comfortable in front of the fire, though I've noticed that lately you can go for days without sleep as well." "Only when I need to," said Alex, "and I don't think there is much need today." With the sleeping arrangements taken care of, they all set off for a look at the city. Alex was surprised by the number of dwarfs in the city, but Thrang explained that Darvish did a great deal of trade with Cosset Sin, as well as with several other dwarf cities.
"My brother owned some property here,"
Thrang said as they walked along the crowded street.
"He's done a lot of trading, and he's paid for ships to trade at most of the larger ports on the sea."
"He must be prosperous then," said Nellis as they entered the city's main square. It was filled with hundreds of little tables covered with all kinds of goods and items for sale. "It seems there is a little of everything here."
"Darvish is one of the largest ports on the Eastern Sea," said Thrang. "Thorson says they are a hard people to deal with, but always fair."
"Thorson would be your brother, then," said Archon, looking at Thrang.
"Yes," Thrang answered. "He's quite a bit younger than I am, but he's done very well for himself."
Alex could tell from Thrang's words and the look on his face that he was proud of his younger brother. It was strange to hear Thrang talk about his brother, as Alex had never really discussed family with any of his friends. For a moment, Alex thought about his own family, the family that Salinor had told him to look for. Would Mr. Roberts know something about his family? And if not Mr. Roberts, then who?
"I'm going to look for some new boots,"
said Barnabas, breaking Alex's train of thought.
"You should take someone with you, at least,"
said Thrang.
You don't think there is any danger here, do you?"
Thrain asked.
"No, but we should stay alert all the same,"
said Thrang. They agreed, so Nellis and Kat went off with Barnabas to look for boots. Thrang insisted that Thrain stay with him, which left Alex and Archon free to wander the city together. They worked their way through the open market in the square, looking at several items and even buying a few. The people of Darvish didn't seem at all surprised to see a man and an elf together, though a few of them did take a second look at Alex when they noticed his staff. It was a pleasant morning, and at midday, Alex and Archon bought some food from one of the market stalls and went looking for a place to sit and eat. "A fair city," said Archon as they walked along. "I wish we had more time to spend here." "I expect Thrang wants to see his brother," said Alex, spotting a patch of green that looked like a public park and pointing it out to Archon. "How much do you know about Thrang's family?" "I know he has several brothers," Archon answered as he and Alex sat on a bench in the shadow of a tall tower. "Families are not often discussed between adventurers, though I don't know why." "Not something that comes up as part of the adventure," said Alex. "No, I suppose not," said Archon. Do you know anything about ancient books?" Alex questioned, changing the subject because he didn't want to consider how little he knew about his own family. "How ancient?" I would guess that they are older than the Elvish writing, maybe older than the magic writing as well," Alex answered. Archon thought for a moment. Why do you ask about such books? Well, I have some, said Alex. The dragon on the Isle of Bones gave them to me. I've only looked at one of them, and only for a few seconds, but I could see it wasn't written in either the magic letters or the Elvish language. Why would a dragon have books? Archon questioned, as much to himself as to Alex. I don't know, said Alex, wishing Salinor had explained things a bit more. He told me to take them and that they had a great deal of lost knowledge in them. I would say almost anything in them would be considered lost knowledge, said Archon, looking up at the sky. I've heard stories of such books, but nothing more. And what do the stories say? These ancient books are rare, Archon began slowly, as if trying to remember. The oldest of them would date from the time just after the creation of the known lands, before the different races spread out from their own lands. So they tell about how the lands were created and who did what? Alex asked. Where each race came from and things like that? Perhaps, said Archon. Who can say for sure? What I've heard is mostly rumor and legend. I don't think the oldest elf alive could say what was true about such books. And what do the rumors and legends say? Alex pressed, noticing that Archon hadn't really answered his question. They say such books can be dangerous, said Archon. Some of the legends say that the books give power to the reader. Depending on who the reader is, such books could either be very dangerous or possibly very profitable. Or both, said Alex, considering Archon's words. If the books the dragon gave you are from the ancient times, you should be careful when exploring them, Archon advised. Perhaps you should ask Waylon about them. Yes, I suppose I should, said Alex thoughtfully. Masters, said an old-looking man, interrupting Alex and Archon's conversation. May we help you? Alex asked. I would like to ask why you are here, the old man answered. We are traveling through your city on our way to Khazad-Sin, said Archon. Oh, no, I mean here, in the shadow of the empty tower, said the old man with a smile. Should we not be here? Alex asked. There is no law against it, said the man in a reassuring tone. It is just that few people ever sit so close to the tower as they know its dangers. Dangers? Archon questioned. This is the empty tower of the oracle, the man explained. I am Cathnar, the keeper of the grounds. I and my people are known as the servants of the empty tower. And how long have you served? Alex asked. My family has cared for the grounds of the tower for more than 1,000 years, Cathnar answered proudly. We have kept watch, waiting for the oracle to come. A long time to wait, commented Archon. Yes, but we will wait as long as we must, said Cathnar in a sad tone. Who is this oracle that will come? Alex asked as he looked up at the tower. The dragon will bring her, Cathnar answered reverently. At least one of the legends says that. It is difficult to know which legends are true, as so many have been told. May we enter the tower? Archon asked. Oh, no, Cathnar answered quickly. It is most dangerous. The tower is sealed by magic. Take us to the entrance, said Alex. I would like to see what magic holds the gates of this tower. As you wish, said Cathnar with a bow. The gate is not far. I will show you. Alex and Archon followed Cathnar through some trees and along a stone path. The tower had a high wall around it, and as they came around one corner of the wall, Alex saw Nellis, Barnabas, and Cat standing in front of the gates. Barnabas and Nellis both looked worried, and Cat seemed perfectly calm as she walked toward the gate. Cat, no, Archon called, racing forward. You should not stop her, yelled Cathnar, hurrying along behind Archon. She has a right to try. Stepping between Cat and the gate, Alex struck the ground with his staff. The rolling sound of thunder filled the air, and Cat's eyes turned from the tower to Alex in surprise. This is not for you, said Alex, his voice full of power. You have other tasks to do. Yes, said Cat in a dreamy voice. I have promises to keep. But the time is so short, Cathnor shouted. If the oracle does not arrive soon, the tower will be lost forever. What do you mean? Alex demanded, turning to look at Cathnor. Legend says that the tower will remain empty for only so long, said Cathnor, looking from Alex to Cat and back again. If the oracle does not arrive before that time is up, the tower will vanish like the mist. How much time is left before the tower vanishes? Alex questioned. It is hard to say, said Cathnor, his anger fading into helplessness. The exact count was lost years ago, he shrugged. A year, maybe less. Forgive my anger. It's just that I feel that the time is almost over, and I don't want the tower to fade. There is no need for forgiveness, said Alex, glancing at Cat. My friend is a seer. The power of the tower called to her, as I'm sure it has called to others. Yes, there have been others who have tried, said Cathnor. They have all failed to enter the tower, but that doesn't mean your friend shouldn't try. Those who failed, what happened to them? Archon questioned. They lost themselves, Cathnor answered slowly. They had no sense of who they were, or even where they were. Some went mad, others wandered away from the city, still others simply refused to eat, and, well... Yes, I understand, said Alex. The tower is seeking a new oracle. The power of this place is trying to find someone who can control it, and it will call to anyone who might fill its need. That sounds more than a little evil, Archon said, glancing at the tower. No, not evil, said Alex. It is a test of magic and will. The magic of the tower does not destroy those who try to enter. It is their failure to enter, and their inability to accept that failure that destroys them. I don't think Cat is ready for this test, at least not yet, and I won't let her go blindly forward. When she understands what has happened, and what might happen to her, then perhaps she will wish to make an attempt to enter. As you wish, Master Wizard, said Cathnor, bowing to Alex. I hope that she will not wait too long before making the attempt. And I hope that the oracle appears before the tower fades, Alex answered. Cathnor bowed to Alex and walked away. Cat was still looking at Alex, her eyes blank and distant, and it was only when he softly spoke her name that the trance was lifted. I don't know why I came here, said Cat after the others told her what had happened. It was like a dream, but the more I try to remember it, the more it slips away from me. Don't be troubled by it, said Alex. We have an adventure to finish first. If you decide that you want to try to enter the tower once you understand what your attempt might mean, well, then I will come with you and help in any way I can. Cat nodded her acceptance of Alex's words without speaking, and they all returned to the city without looking back at the tower. Alex worried that Cat might slip away from them and return to the tower, but she didn't. Cat did seem to be thinking about the tower, and she said very little to anyone for the rest of the day.
Khazad Sin is a wonderful city, Thrang said at dinner. A week or 10 days, and you will see it shining like a jewel in the sun.
I've never heard you speak so fondly of any city, Archon said, looking at Thrang.
It is the city my family comes from, my home, said Thrang with a smile. My brother Thorson still lives there, though the rest of my brothers have moved away. Still, I have cousins and other family there, so our visit should be a happy one.
Then let us drink to Khazad Sin and hope to reach it quickly, said Nellis, raising his mug. The others followed Nellis's example, which made Thrang happy.
One final drink, and then off to bed,
said Thrang as they finished their meal.
We'll make an early start in the morning, and if we're lucky, we'll reach Khazad Sin in less than 10 days.
They all drank and headed to their rooms. Thrang motioned for Alex and Archon to wait as the others departed. When they were alone, he spoke in a lowered voice.
Do you think she will try to return to the tower?
I don't think so, Alex said softly. I've blocked the magic that called to her, at least for now. And when you remove the block? Archon questioned. Then the magic of the tower will call to her again, said Alex. If she wants to try to enter the tower, then, well, in any event, I won't let her do anything without really understanding what the attempt might do to her.
It's good that we'll be leaving tomorrow,
said Thrang in a thoughtful tone.
Archon, keep an eye on her tonight, just in case she tries to slip away.
Archon nodded, and the three of them hurried after their friends. Alex felt certain that Cat would want to return and try to enter the tower after their adventure was finished, even once she knew what might happen to her. He was also troubled because he knew he could do almost nothing to help her if she tried and failed. Chapter 15. The Third Bag. Thrang's prediction of when they would reach Khazad Sin was correct. Just before midday, on the 9th day out from Darvish, the company stopped at the top of a hill. Spread out before them was the dwarf city of Khazad Sin, shining like a jewel, just as Thrang had said.
"Oh, it's beautiful,"
said Thrain with breathless excitement.
I've never seen anything like it."
"Do all dwarf roads lead up hills before reaching cities?" asked Nellis. "It seems the roads are designed to give us the most impressive view of the city possible."
"I don't know if the roads were designed that way,"
Thrang laughed,
"but it is a splendid view."
Alex agreed that the city was beautiful, and to his surprise, it was also very green. The city was built close to the mountains, and a long wall stretched out from the mountainside to enclose part of the city in a half-circle. The wall was a pale and milky green color. It looked more like a giant hedge than a wall of stone. They could see many large buildings inside the wall, most of them made of the same jade-colored stone as the wall. There were also many trees growing in and around the city, which only added to the effect of the green stone.